asking that question, you would literally fail first grade intro to gas behavior.
Yeah, there's no such thing.
Yeah, there's no such thing as gas behavior.
Name the law that demands that gas never take a shit.
No. You back Southwestern University, grade level. I will use this lesson with a first grade class. If an object is in a gaseous state of matter, it will not have a definite shape or a definite volume. You are compromised, what, for the 5,686th time? You clown?
So you're saying that gas in a container doesn't have a gaseous nature?
Clown! You're a clown.
Are you saying gas in a container doesn't have a gaseous nature?
Piss off!
That does.
Piss off!
Sorry, bro. I can debunk that. Listen. Very, very.
I didn't hear any of that.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
You didn't hear any of that?
Only a bit.
Brenda, I'd have to take a phone call from my mother.
You can't. You want me to debunk your belief?
There is no belief here. Who said that?
That is ad nauseum. Ad nauseum in the chat. 15 minutes past the hour. Libra Chemtex. Gases have the following characteristics. No defined shape. Takes the shape of its container. No defined volume. Particles move in random motion with little or no attraction to each other. What are you going to debunk here?
No, I'm gonna debunk the flat earth.
This is ad nauseum familiar. Imagination and flat.
AJ.
Yeah.
AJ, you couldn't debunk a soup sandwich. And here is that grade level from Christy Bodak. It's in Skype. Thanks.
Cool.
I can debunk flat earth using a basketball.
Using a what?
No.
Okay, everyone else should everyone else be quiet for a second. Go ahead, ad nauseum.
Just ask him to repeat that, Nathan, please.
Yeah, I'm going to. Go ahead, ad nauseum. Mike's all yours.
Before you start ad nauseum, remember when we started tonight, Nathan? I said, we had people in here debunking with basketballs on level concrete slabs. Well, he's back. And for everyone else, QE citations in the chat at 17 minutes past the hour from first grade class. Go ahead, ad nauseum.
Okay.
And if you need to refer to it, you're a moron.
Okay, so number one, a basketball is round. It is a sphere. Okay. Number two, I have a flat surface. I take the basketball, I put it on the flat surface. Now, if I can detect that the basketball is indeed touching the flat surface, that means there has to be a flat section of the basketball in order for me to have contact with the flat ground. Therefore, local flatness is real, and you can have local flatness within a sphere. And what we observe within a 6 mile is local flatness. Debunk flat earth. Can I get my award? Can I get my award?
Agreed.
Shut up. Not him. The guy's interrupting him. Well, you don't. Can everyone else please? Okay, everyone else apart from ad nauseum, please. Can you stop interrupting him? I just want to hear his claim.
That is ad nauseum. He's laughing at himself, thinking he's debunked flat Earth with his basketball not rolling on a level surface.
Okay, I just need to hear it unimpeded. So you're saying it's okay, we can measure Earth flat because there's a local flat surface, correct?
The fact that the basketball is touching the ground means that there is a section on the basketball that is flat and is in contact with the flat surface, right? And so that means that within a sphere, you have local flatness.
Okay.
So on Earth, local flatness is within 6 miles.
You say
on Earth.
we can measure Earth locally flat.
Yes.
Just tell us. Just say it.
Yeah, we can measure. So on Earth, there is a local flatness.
That we can measure.
We can measure local flatness. Yeah, sure. Right.
Can you just string that?
We have a larger.
It's like pulling teeth. Can you just string that all together as one sentence?
You can measure local flatness on Earth within 6 miles, and then it drops, I think, 22 feet after that.
Sorry.
The curvature drops.
Sorry, you added something to it now. You're saying we can measure Earth flat.
Yeah, we can measure the flatness of the Earth.
Okay. Well,
within 6
okay.
miles.
Thank you. Okay, that's
What do you
good.
mean, thank you?
Okay, I'm going to respond to you ad nauseum. We got it twice. You've repeated it. I've clarified it. There is eventually going to be a point that you stop talking, or did you want to go indefinitely? Am I going to get to respond? We've clarified your position. You've repeated it. I got it. So that means you've got to stop talking now. Otherwise, it's unreasonable, and I've got to ask someone to step in because you're still talking off mute while I'm trying to respond to you. Now all I'm doing is addressing the fact that you're not on mute, and the server moderators have had to step in. Let's just see if we can do it without you having to step in, server moderators. Ad nauseum. And ask the server moderators to take you off mute and ask that you put yourself locally on mute while I respond to what you've said and you've clarified and repeated twice. Could you just pop yourself on local mute while I'm responding? Thank you very much.
Go ahead.
Thanks. And everybody else, Demuck, if you could pop yourself on mute, that'd be great, so I don't have to listen to your mic. Everybody else that's not ad nauseum, please can you just pop yourself on mute? Thank you. Okay. Yeah, I understood from your statement, because it was clear, that we will be measuring Earth flat. Okay. Given that we measure Earth flat, I'm happy to accept that Earth is measured flat and ignore all apologetics for everything beyond the actual measurement of Earth, which you have made clear is flat. Just one more summary. We will be measuring Earth flat by your own words. That is how Earth is measured. Earth is flat. Thank you for telling us how Earth will be measured flat. Welcome to Flat Earth. That's how it's measured.
No, you're missing the point.
That's a fantastic rebuttal.
I took a sphere, the basketball, I placed it on a flat surface.
I heard you the first 2 times. You don't need to repeat it a third time ad nauseum. I heard you the first 2 times. Thank you very much. I heard you, and I got you to repeat it, and now you're repeating it again. You're not responding to what I've said. What you're doing ad nauseum. Please, can you stop talking? Just take him off server mute so I can hopefully have a reasonable conversation with him without him chanting through me with the same thing I've heard twice already. Ad nauseum. I'm trying to have a decent conversation with you. That doesn't involve you talking while I'm talking. I've heard it twice. I don't need it repeating through the top of what I'm saying a third time, which is what you were about to launch into. The server moderator stopped you. Yeah, hopefully. Now he's chanting through me. I haven't finished. Just try and get a grip. Try and keep yourself nice and calm and wait till I've finished. Then you can respond ad nauseum. I'll stop anybody else chanting through you. You're still off mute, by the way. Could you pop yourself on local mute? Eventually the server moderators will have to do it for you, like a little child that can't cope with a little button. Thank you. You've been non-responsive to what I put to you. Now I'm hoping that on the third attempt you'll actually address facts of the matter in terms of how Earth is measured flat. End quote. You. That's how it's measured. So given that we measure Earth flat, I'm happy to accept those flat Earth measurements, end quote you, that you told us about, and ignore the apologies for how ball-shaped it isn't being measured, because it is factually measured flat, and you know that. Now, you also launched into telling me about how a basketball, I'm not standing on a basketball. And if you put it on a flat surface, who gives a crap? That's not Earth. That's a basketball. But you used it as a justification for how we could, quote, measure Earth flat. And that is how we are measuring Earth. you're now in 2024 the 6th person to have told us overtly the Earth is, quote, measured flat. Now, given that that's how it's measured, nothing else really matters because there aren't any globe measurements. I mean, you can apologise all you like and tell us how. Oh, well, it's only after the 60 miles that the curve isn't measured. What about what is measured? Well, that's the flat bit that you've made explicitly clear we'll be measuring. Okay, Earth's measured flat. I already knew that. So do you. Welcome to Flat Earth.
It's measured flat, but it's not really flat. It's relatively flat. It's not completely flat.
Sorry, one more time.
And
Sorry, just one more time. It's measured flat, but just relatively flat. Do you want to just one more time?
yeah, it's just measured within 6 miles. It's measured relatively flat. Well, when you go beyond the 6 miles, you have a dip around 20.
So can you show us the measurement of that then, please? Show us the measurement.
I don't think anybody's measured 6 miles.
So we can ignore it then. Stop. So we can ignore the bit that isn't measured. You could just laugh through me. Can you mute him while I point out that he's telling us there is no... You could just laugh through the painful truth that you've just told me. You haven't got a curve measurement. You could just laugh through it. But the server moderator's about to step in because it's a neutral platform where wankers who just laugh through the top of their demolition decide that they're not going to stop until someone stops them. Hey, prick. Earth is measured flat. End quote. You. What's that about Earth curve measurements? You haven't got any? Well, then I don't need to worry about what isn't measured curvy or your apologetics for why it isn't measured curvy, because Earth is measured flat. End quote. You. So I'll just take the bit that's measured, if that's all right. I'll ignore the bit that you say isn't measured and your apologies for why you wouldn't be able to or haven't measured it. But we have measured it flat. Thanks ad nauseum. One more time. Welcome to Flat Earth. That is how Earth is measured. And as you've also conceded, there aren't any curve measurements, just your belief, son.
You're not addressing the elephant in the room.
What,
You
your
had it
sister?
addressed with you, I'm sure, 3 times from 3 different people today, maybe more. I think.
Yeah, but he hasn't addressed the elephant in the room.
Yes, but you've
What,
had it
your
addressed
sister?
this many times, and yes, he has addressed it.
No, he hasn't. Because the fact is, I'm using a sphere, and there's a flat spot on a sphere. So explain that.
There is no flat spot on a sphere.
Okay, if there's no flat
This
spot
is
on a
a
basketball,
geometric
how is the
nonsense that this
basketball
guy's putting to us.
able to be?
Can we just address that? Because we can't continue here. He keeps claiming that there's a flat spot on a sphere. There's only a point. Yeah, there is none. So we can't really proceed, dude, because your opening statement is geometrically false. Does that make sense?
Then explain the So when I take a basketball,
No.
and I make
basketball,
it in, and I hit,
Yes.
and I put it on a flat surface, the area of the basketball that is in contact with the flat surface
Shut
would have
up,
to be flat.
Bard.
Would have to be.
Adam, if you're still there a moment. Adam? Yeah. According to what he's saying, that if I measured towards you when you were 120 miles away from me, and you measured towards me, that both of those 60-mile pieces would be flat, would be horizontal. That would mean we'd be after measuring 120 miles of horizontal. According to what he's saying.
I don't want to get into translating it into any comparison
Logic.
of Earth. Of the surface of Earth, because there's no point going to that, because he started out with a nonsense statement that a sphere has got. It's not a polygon, is it? A sphere.
No.
There's something very unique about a sphere, and that it doesn't have any flat side. Yeah. There's only be a point of contact with a flat surface that a sphere would make. But that doesn't generate a flat surface on the sphere. If it had a flat surface, it would be described as a polygon.
There are no flat surfaces on a sphere.
Yeah, so let me respond to that. So obviously it's not completely flat. Obviously there's no straight lines. What I'm saying is,
Do you mean it's a sphere?
Flat. But no, what I'm saying is it's relatively flat. So
is it spherical? Are you saying it's not spherical?
Can I actually respond?
Well, no, because you've started again. Are you saying it's not spherical?
Let me finish responding. Yeah.
Okay,
so it's a sphere. It's a sphere, but there is what I call localized relative flatness.
Yeah, and you just made that up. We can't proceed. We can't proceed from here, dude. You just made something up. What you call localized relative flatness is what geometrists call a curve. Yeah, there is no localized flatness if you've invoked a sphere. Yeah, if you invoke a sphere, you can't have flatness. You can't proceed until you concede that. Yeah, are we on a sphere or a disco ball? Which are we on? So you're invoking a disco ball now, so not a sphere.
Adam, and hold on, you're both talking at the same time. Can I just stop you both? Can I stop you both? Can I stop you both? Just to get some control. Ad nauseum. The reason there's obviously a bit of audio chaos is because what Adam's saying is he can't proceed with you because you're defying the very geometric principle that a sphere would have. That is to say, a sphere has, by its nature, absolutely no flat surfaces whatsoever at any size or scale. You're saying localized flat surface on a sphere. Adam's saying I can't proceed with him because he's just got this garbage nonsense that doesn't make sense. He's also put it to you, what are we on, a disco ball? No, we're not on anything other than a flat plane that we're measuring.
And you had it explained very clearly today that what you're describing is a tangent plane, which is used in mathematical perspective, where it can be considered as flat at a point, although it is still curving. Yeah, it's done for ease of mathematical equations. Considered, although they know it is still curving. So no, it's not flat. It can be considered flat, but still curving. I don't know how many times it's got to be explained to you.
It's not considered flat. It's not flat at all.
I'm not.
Didn't Adam just discuss this?
Yeah, that's the problem. That's why we can't carry on. But I don't know if Ad nauseum can cope with that, or it just needs to tell us that he needs to keep making his point regardless of the objection.
But you had a question there. I heard you get in with a question a minute ago, and there was a lot of people talking at once. But I heard you. You repeat it, please.
Who are you talking to?
Who are you asking, sorry?
Before we do, have we conceded the point that there are no flat surfaces on a sphere?
No.
No, well, we really need to concede that point, don't we? Because otherwise it's going to create confusion down the line if that's still in your mind a possibility.
Sorry, I stepped in last time ad nauseum because you just talked straight through your opponent. You're doing it again.
Bro, you haven't even let me talk, bro. Are you good?
No, the reason we're not good...
You're dumbass playing five times.
Stop a second. I'm stepping in to try and regain some control. No, we're not good ad nauseum. The reason has been put to you 4 times because fundamentally you saying there's flat spots on a sphere defies what a sphere is. Now, until you can see that,
what I said
now you're chanting through me. Now you're chanting through me, you little bitch. Shut your mouth. Sorry, chanting through me won't win you a point. You've ignored the point that's been put to you and suggested that we cannot move on until you concede it. Chanting through me repeating it and then laughing at me as you've had it pointed out that you're just chanting through the end of the conclusion that you haven't conceded, that's not going to win you a point or get you anywhere. Okay? So no, I don't think we can move on. He won't concede.
All right, can I finally give my point?
You mean plough on regardless and not concede that which we've put to you 4 times, right? Plough on anyway.
Of course, no. I literally already said there's no flat surface on a ball. That's not what I meant. What I meant it's relatively flat. Do you understand that? Otherwise,
Thank you for
we wouldn't
asking.
be able to-
Otherwise, do I understand that?
we
Do I
wouldn't be
understand that?
able-
Do you want to get an affirmation? Was it rhetorical? You asked me something. That means you stop. Do I understand that? Yes. Okay. Now we've got some clarity. I understand, thank you, ad nauseum, that there are no flat surfaces on a sphere. Okay. But, quote, we will measure Earth flat. So given that you made it clear that we will and do measure Earth flat, and given that you have also conceded there are no flat surfaces on a sphere, we just need you to concede your garbage that there won't be any flat equivocations when you're measuring balls because there aren't any flat surfaces to measure, unlike the Earth, which we measure flat ad nauseum. Hope you were listening. You had to be server muted in the middle of me, presumably, because you were chanting through it. We can't communicate with him. Let's just give up because no communicating with him.
Yeah, let's just give up, guys, because you know he's dunking on these people. Let's give up.
Oh yeah, he's really dunking
Reality
on us.
is,
It's not
listen to me,
flat.
buddy.
It's not flat, but it's relatively flat.
Listen.
It's not flat,
According
but it's
to your
relatively
logic.
flat, right? It's not
According
flat,
to
but
your
it's
logic.
relatively flat.
Huey,
Can
you
I actually
stop
get my
chanting?
word in, bro? What is this guy talking about, bro? What are you saying?
He's quoting you. He's quoting
What
you.
these people
According
need
to
do is-
you, according to your logic, if I cannot put a basketball on the ground. According to your own logic.
Again?
If
Yeah,
I can put a
moron.
basketball on a flat surface.
Okay,
Because
let's just get this
according to
out of
your
the way.
logic,
Okay, everyone calm down.
there
Sorry.
are no there are there
You
are
won't shut
no
up
there
now.
are no surfaces on the basketball.
We heard it 5 times. He thinks he needs to chant it. Was there anything in addition to that which we've heard 5 times ad nauseum? So you don't bleat that you're not getting a chance to talk?
Oh my god, you're not even addressing my point. You're being a deceptive liar
Don't
right
tell
now.
him. All right, mute him.
outta here.
Mute him. He's just telling me I'm a deceptive liar. No, I'm not. I'm the one trying to gain clarity in terms of what the situation is. And either the server moderators have got to step in and stop you rumpusing the discussion, or you're presumably now talking into a muted line, not listening to anything. So when you come off mute by the decree of the server operators, you haven't listened to anything we've said. And then we'll say, oh, you're not even letting me talk. No, we've put it to you 4 times that there are no flat surfaces on a sphere. And you've told us that there's flat surfaces on a sphere because you put a ball on this flat surface. Therefore, you can measure Earth flat. That's your position and we understand it. We've got it. But that means we measure Earth flat and there are no flat surfaces on a ball. Well, that's pretty much the end of the argument. We measure Earth flat, end quote you. Give up. Anybody else? We can't have a decent conversation with him.
What a filthy liar. Holy shit. What
Yeah,
a
get rid of him. We
filthy,
can't have a
dirty
decent
liar.
conversation with him. He's opening.
Let's just start, Tom.
He's opening with an ad hom. As soon as he's off mute, you're a liar. Go on, Adam.
Sorry, I was shouting somebody in the garden. I forgot I was off mute. Look, we all know that the thing about balls is they roll. Now, if they had flat sides, they wouldn't roll, would they? And a ball has one surface. That's it. And it's curved, all of it. Okay? And his statement that you can have a flat surface on a ball, like I said, is a nonsense. Now, I think the way he was trying to subterfuge it was try to make his claim that he's got a ball on a flat surface, which is not the same claim, and fundamentally still has to accept that a sphere is round with no flat surfaces.
Yes.
It's
He's
kindergarten
talking
level,
about the
isn't
ball
it?
because the ball can't balance
kindergarten.
itself.
No,
It's
the-
Because the ball
kindergarten
has
level.
no flat.
Sorry,
no
guys, in
flat
G+,
surface and it can't
there's a
balance
guy called
itself.
Necros
So
who's just decided that while you're in the middle of your sentence, that's when he's going to talk. Sorry, Necros. I just have to apologise to Necros. I'm really sorry those guys were talking when you opened your mic and decided to blurt whatever you said through him. I'm really sorry they were talking when you decided to do that. Guys, can you shut up? Did you not know Necros wanted to say something while you were in the middle of talking? You go ahead, Necros.
Yep.
Oh, sorry. I was thinking that he just finished.
Or you could take the hint, you stuttery little bitch, and shut your stupid mouth and apologise.
I said I'm sorry.
Oh, that's all right. Could
Don't
you wait till they're
understand
finished
why
talking rather than
apologizing.
carrying on blabbering
No.
and holding the mic with your line wide open? That was my hint, to shut your mic and wait for your turn. Right, you still seem to be opening your mic, your line's flashing, your light's flashing, you haven't shut your mic. Sorry, you don't seem very... Oh, there we go. Subtle, it wasn't. You carry on, Adam. We'll get Necros after you're done.
I think I kind of summed it up fundamentally. Literally, guys, we're arguing whether or not a ball has any flat surfaces. And as I said, this is kindergarten level of, I don't know, idiocy. Is this all you've got to prove your point? To try? Oh, I nearly finished the sentence. Yeah? Is this all you've got to invoke that a sphere has got flat surfaces? That's the level of your argumentation. It's embarrassing, guys.
Yeah, because the ball should continually roll. Don't you know that, Adam?
Well, yeah, until it gets to the flat bit, then it stops.
He's had this pointed out all day, yeah, that a sphere can't have any flat surfaces. What he's actually describing, and it's only in fantasy land, it's considered, etc. And he just keeps coming back and coming back and coming back. Same thing. I've debunked it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
AJ, you explained that to him, but he just didn't. The problem with him, he just understand that if you balance something on a flat surface, so that means that thing that you could balance, it has a flat base. So if you balance a knife on its tip, for him, the tip of the knife is flat, so if you can balance it on a flat surface. So it doesn't understand that the ball does have a curved surface. So if that flat surface is just inclined, the ball will roll, not slide like if it is a cube. The cube will not roll, but it will slide because it has a flat surface, a flat base or flat side. So his problem is just with balance.
If he's trying to make a measurement argument, but the argument is already affirming a consequence. He's basically stating, because I can set a ball on top of a flat surface, the ball that is actually connected to the flat surface, I can measure flat. Therefore, there are flat surfaces on the ball, but that is just an affirming a consequence fallacy, pretty much.
No, he can't even measure it. He's just stating it must be flat because the ball doesn't roll away on the flat surface.
Which is
But guys, the definition of a sphere is no flat surfaces. So as soon as you invoke a flat surface on it, it instantly negates it being a sphere anymore. Whatever it is, I'm not bothered. Just recognise that the second you put a flat surface on it, it's not a sphere of any size.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, we pointed that out to him many times today as well.
And I just point out that I got it on tape. I got the guy to tell us unequivocally Earth is measured flat. I got what I wanted.
At one point, he was telling us that a sphere was made up of many locally flat surfaces.
Sure. But what I'm trying to get across to you, AJ, is that in years gone by, we've focused on the apologetics. So the apologetic side is the sphere has got lots of flat surfaces. It's flat because it's sphere-shaped. I can measure it locally flat because there's a drop after the locally flat bit I measure. Now, I'm trying to sort of drill it into everybody around me that as soon as you hear that, you need to go, okay, what's the measurement that's actually taking place? Why are they apologising for this? Well, it's because they're going to, as he did. He's acquired an understanding of how Earth's measured, and it's measured flat. So with that understanding, he goes forth in his belief, knowing that it's measured flat, telling us that it's measured flat, but with the apologetics that up until now we focused on. Now, obviously, no offence, Adam, I allowed Adam to do exactly that, to make it complete. But for the fact that I'd got him to already say, in no uncertain terms, we measure Earth flat. Doesn't matter if he says, oh, it's 3 miles, it's 60 miles, it's 600 miles. It wouldn't matter if it's 3 millimeters. As soon as you measure Earth flat, end quote him, all bets are off. Earth's flat. That's how it's measured.
Yeah, 100%. Agree.
Well, what I heard from him, I didn't want to come in, obviously, because Nathan requested us not to. But all he actually said was, it's so biggy, it's flatty. That's all he ever said.
Yeah.
That's what he actually said.
Yeah, but I turned that into, well, because Earth's so big, we can take this area that's local and measure Earth flat. Well, yeah, I'll take that all day long. Okay, you measure Earth flat, I measure Earth flat, we measure Earth flat. Where's your globe measurement? Oh, I haven't got one. So all we've got is an Earth that's measured flat then? Yeah, I already knew. But it's nice getting them to say it. They know it too in some instances, like him. He already knew Earth's measured flat. In his mind, he's just got to apologise for why it isn't being measured globe-shaped. But he knows it's flat. That's why he was so easy to lead to get to say it.
What an echo chamber.
That's his response, by the way. That's the same guy. That's his response. What an echo chamber is his response.
First of all, this is not about balance. Okay, if you balance a knife, the knife's edge would have to be flat in order to make contact with the ground.
That's fascinating.
So anything you put on the flat surface would have to be flat in order to make contact with it. Okay, do you understand that?
Yeah.
If it's not, if any part is not flat, it will not make contact with the flat surface.
Do you understand you're geometrically
So when
illiterate?
I put a basketball on the ground,
Do you understand you're geometrically illiterate? Thanks. Bye.
We just addressed that.
Yeah. He's not hearing it, though. He can't process it. All he needs is to air the apologies for why it isn't being measured globe-shaped. And why? Well, because it is globe-shaped, according to him. That's it.
No, what he's coming in there screaming without actually saying it is measured flat. It is measured flat. That's what he's trying to say. It is measured to be a horizontal plane. It is. That's what it is. That's what he's actually coming in to scream there.
Exactly. And I'll let him. I'll lead him where he wants to go. He's acquired this knowledge. He knows how it's measured. He's going to justify it in his own mind as, oh, it's only a little 3-mile area. Oh, it's only a little 60-mile area. Oh, it's only a 100-mile area. Okay.
That's not what I said, guys. What I meant was it's relatively flat. It's not completely flat.
Relative to what?
Flat.
Relative to what?
Relative to what?
Could you get a citation about relatively flat?
No, I want
what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is this, right? If you had a cup of water, the water is flat, right? It looks flat to us, but actually it has a curvature. It's around 0.000000000.
That's your IQ.
He's not doing this one again. He tried it yesterday and the day before yesterday.
Yeah. So he said relatively flat. Relative to what, please?
Relative to the overall curvature.
You just get closer to your mic. We can't hear you.
Relative to the curvature.
So flat's relative to curvature. You're geometrically illiterate.
Oh wait, hold on. Oh, dude, listen.
We're all good,
curving,
thanks.
But
You've got nothing to offer us.
Curving, but the curving
just
is
listen
so,
for a second.
The curving is so minute
Ad nauseum, can you
that
listen for a
it
second?
appears flat.
Ad nauseum, can you listen to me for a second, please? Just take him off mute and see if he can tolerate actually listening. No, you don't have anything.
It's 0.000.
So just chanting ad nauseum. You're constantly having to be server operator muted because you can't stop chanting. Did you want to listen to me for a second?
Okay.
Do you want to listen or not?
All right.
Okay. Yeah, at this point, you've been deemed geometrically illiterate. And at this point,
Really?
You're talking through me. I haven't finished the sentence. You're also an intolerable prick in terms of how you communicate. You can't shut your mouth when other people are talking and you interrupt constantly with the same repetition of the same thing that we've been addressing and you haven't responded to. But given that you've just said that flat is with respect to curvature, you've been deemed geometrically illiterate and no longer have anything to offer us as the dumbest person here. Hope that's clear.
How is that a stupid claim? What?
Yeah, that's a good reply. Yeah, that's a very par for the course and appropriate reply ad nauseum. Thank you.
Are you scared that I'm going to
the one that
debunk you?
demonstrates the idiocy.
How is that
right through you.
idiotic to say?
So you think that horizontal
right
is
through you.
reference to curve? Now, I'm not going to labour how utterly. I haven't even finished telling him how stupid he is, and he's talking through me. I don't want to. Can we permanently remove him from the discussion now? He's literally served his purpose. Now he's laughing through me because he's chanted through
drunk,
me.
Nathan.
Huh?
He's drunk. I said this earlier. He's drunk.
Drunk?
Whatever.
No, he's just a ball tart.
Yeah, but he's drunk as well.
It was an embarrassed laugh.
It
was an embarrassed laugh either way, Brian, wasn't it? You know.
Yeah.
This is the behaviour we've had from him all day, so he must be drunk all day then. I think he's just a ball tart, like Huey said.
No, he's drunk all day.
He's a ball tart all day. Next.
What was it that I had to say earlier when I was having some lunch? That Adam's got to say that. What?
Oh. Hey, something like that.
Something like that.
Say it like you normally say.
Manufactotum in the chat says that he can demonstrate gravity containing gases.
This should be good. Sorry, Adam.
Oh no, that's said it might it's picking on my accent. Let's hear this.
Yes.
You gonna tell us how that's done, Manufactotum?
He said demonstrate, yeah? I'll tell.
Yeah, as far as a demonstration, because I said it can't be demonstrated, and he said as far as a demonstration, I'd argue that it can be demonstrated. And that would be gravity containing gases.
In the text chat, he said it'll be 10 minutes.
Easy. I'm sorry.
Right,
it's easy.
10 minutes.
He said it can't. He said it can be demonstrated. So that the next statement is, go.
Yep, he's going to be 10 minutes, and he's going to tell us how.
Oh, sorry. 10 minutes.
No,
right?
not tell us how, AJ. He has to either demonstrate it or shut the F up. Not interested in hearing about how he's going to tell us. He said demonstrate, so that's what he has to do. No more telling us. We got done with telling us years ago. Let me just waffle on about what I believe. Nobody wants to know.
Fair point. I fucked my words.
No offense to you. I'm just saying
sorry.
He's changing his words now. I know what's going on. Come in 10 minutes and let's just start waffling on and waste your time for 20, 25 minutes. No. You demonstrate what you claim or you shut up.
Well, yeah,
we
could have demonstrate it.
We could have some fun with him.
I know. I just hate that. I hate that rubbish where people claim to be able to demonstrate something and then they just want to waffle on and never demonstrate it. Yeah. No, I'm not going to get in the way. I mean, obviously he's going to come in and say something and we're going to have fun. So that frustrates me.
Yeah.
He just said TLDR, gradient of atmosphere.
Say that again, Flatsy.
He just said in the chat, TLDR, too long, don't read, gradient of atmosphere. So I think he just put his hands up.
Yep, makes perfect sense. Maybe you should drop anchor in a 60-level frigate English class.
So he's not going to demonstrate this thing. He's just going to try and hijack something in reality, ignore the creation of that and what's necessary for the creation of that, and claim gravity. I swear, I never heard that before. I haven't heard that one time in 9 years. I hear that daily for 9 years.
I think
Galileo observed the phenomenon of gravity, Brian.
Oh, brother, we got the first grade ingrate Back
Are
in
you going to
again.
demonstrate it, Brenda? Because if not, no one's interested.
Galileo observed the phenomenon we call gravity.
Are you going to demonstrate? I don't
plane.
want to know about Galileo. Are you going to demonstrate gravity?
There's no requirement. Right. Again,
No, then. I take that as a no.
You will
Thanks, Brenda.
speak with it. Wait, Brenda. Wait, Brenda. You will speak with Brenda now. We will now have the live with Brenda. You'll show people who is Brenda, or you will mute him immediately because you have so many shows about Brenda. Brenda doesn't need opinion anymore here, in my opinion.
Again, Galileo discovered
Again.
He proved
Again.
the phenomenon we
For the
call gravity.
5,786th time, we demonstrated you a moron. Bye. Piss off.
What did he do, Galileo?
Oh, God, you're going to reason with her.
He conducted.
Hang on.
He conducted experiments on an inclined plane and showed that there exists a hypothetical force called gravity.
How did he do that?
By
Did he roll
rolling.
things down the plane? Did he roll things down the incline?
Yes.
Wow. I mean, what a genius. I mean, I'm blown away here.
Well, since it was an experiment, what was the hypothesis? And leave the shoes out of it.
It was pineapple.
Brenda says science doesn't prove anything. So why is Brenda invoking an experiment?
No, she said science does prove things. I got her on recorded. Has she changed her tune?
No, science.
Shocking.
Science never proves things. You don't know what you're talking about.
She
I guess we can throw out that experiment.
Galileo did what?
By the way,
MC2
MC2 reviewed you getting spanked by Jaron the other night, Nathan.
You can spank Little Miss Muppet.
Oh, wow.
Mood.
I thought you said Galileo proved it with an experiment.
He rolled things down an incline, Neil. I mean, what more do you need?
Well, he timed them with a water clock.
What? Science doesn't prove anything.
It doesn't.
So that means you have no, according to you, you have no proof for your claim. The end of that. Thanks, Brenda.
No, that's false. It doesn't follow.
Exactly.
It doesn't follow.
It do follow. You just said it doesn't prove anything.
You said Galileo proved it with an experiment. So then science proves things.
That's the colloquial form of proof and not the formal mathematical proof.
God almighty, the colloquial form of proof.
Well, thanks for
That's pretty
So
good.
we were
That's
talking
good,
about-
Brendan.
So we're talking about the demonstration of gravity-containing gas, and Brenda's gone to rolling a ball down a hill, equating to a force that can contain gases.
Remember, he measured it with a water clock. Don't forget that part.
An experiment that's not an experiment, that doesn't prove anything.
Yeah, that wouldn't prove anything
prove.
anyway, because science doesn't prove
To
anything.
prove that the ball rolling down the plank contains gases. It's a mess.
Boy, have the tables turned drastically.
Out of prison already, Neil?
Been out of prison since '96. Where you been?
Right. So Galileo's hypothesis was that the ball would roll.
Do you think that was that meant to hurt your feelings, Neil? Do you think?
And you did all that and proved nothing.
I've got a bad case of hurty feelings now. And no, Brett, we'd have to concede to you now, Brenda. That was pathetic, Brenda, and actually below the belt. Yeah.
And every time
Imagine if all that
she gets a
improved.
chance to come back, that's what she does.
According to her and Jaron, that science.
Actually, Nathan came to me privately and begged me to explain what the horizon.
Oh, this is brilliant. The delusional hallucinations.
Yeah.
Which dream? Which night was this dream, Brenda? Tuesday night? Wednesday night?
Maybe he was just in need of a laugh.
I can see Nathan thinking, right, what's the best source I could get some quality information from? I know. I'll go on bended knee to Brenda to get her to tell me the truth. I can just see it happening now. Just makes sense, Brenda, that you're telling us the truth right now.
Yeah, that was just like when you and I had a private conversation, Adam. That was just like that.
Which one was that?
The private conversation you and I had.
Well, I wouldn't bring that up because I was worrying about you, wasn't I? That'd be poor taste.
Oh, easy, Tiger.
We had a private conversation, and you demonstrated knowledge of the globe in a way that you don't demonstrate publicly.
Did
Boy, this is juicy.
I'm feeling it. I'm going to have to be informed to carry on, but carry on, Brenda. Yeah.
In other words, when you misrepresent the globe publicly, I know you're lying because I know you understand it.
Oh, this color commentary, all these secret conversations.
Yeah.
I've had one private conversation with Brenda about 3 or 4 years ago, and it was generally a genuine question about her transsexuality. And it wasn't an attack, it was just how brave you are and how you've got the balls to come out in this community and do that. That was the only private conversation I ever remember us having, Brenda.
No, we discussed the globe,
Are
and
you
you showed
hiding
that you
globe
understand
knowledge
it.
from us?
We showed that you
Get to
understood
some
it.
cowbell. Hey, first grade illiterate. Get to some cowbell.
Bite me.
Like that, wouldn't you, Brenda? Hey, QE bit you. Like it rough.
No, I want this hidden globe knowledge, Adam. Come clean now.
Oh, you go.
Adam, so the point is that when Adam misrepresents globe publicly, I know he's lying because I know he actually understands it.
Could you give an example of that, Brenda?
Yeah,
Just
I
like-
was just about to ask.
Just like when I know that when Nathan misrepresents the horizon, he's lying because I explained it to him privately.
What?
Can you give an
Would you
example?
please-
Did I just
Could
say
you please
Brenda?
give us some of that
Walk in
globe
for
kno-
1 second there. Brenda saying she's told me something privately.
Yes, you came to me privately and begged me to explain how the horizon works to you because you're too stupid to figure it out.
And nobody begging you for nothing.
Brenda, did you have again bad dreams about Nathan?
Maybe in your
How it
fantasy.
works.
Hey, Nathan.
Did you have again bad dreams about Nathan? What was horror? What was?
Nathan.
Yes.
Nathan. Sasha at ease. Nathan, you there?
I've just got back, yeah.
She just said that experiment doesn't prove things. And she said it a number of times. Can you please play the timestamp video in Master B, please, for everyone to hear?
Let's put another shrimp on the barbie.
We can prove experimentally.
Oh, what a minute! Oh, wow, man!
You just stepped right in it, numpty.
Science doesn't prove things.
Uh-oh!
Did you all hear that?
Yeah, words are polysemous. You know that, right?
You are ready. You are.
Let's put another shrimp on the barbie.
We can prove experimentally.
Just get rid of her. Disingenuous lying scumbag.
You know that words are polysemous.
Sorry, that
right?
wasn't
You
an
know
address.
polysemous
What
means.
we've done, if this was a courtroom, you'd be impeached. You know what that means?
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't because I would explain what I meant. Right?
It doesn't matter
Words
what
are
you meant. It
polysemous.
contradicts what you said previously.
No,
Got you on record
no.
saying it
Words
proves.
only have
Now you're
meaning
yammering through me
according
because
to
you're a
intention.
defeated little bitch. No. You said something that completely contradicts the statement that I didn't hear because I wasn't here. That science doesn't prove. Well, you said prove experimentally. That's the end of the context. That's the end of your impeachment. You're done. You contradicted yourself. Now I don't want to talk to you. Can't be trusted.
Bye-bye, lard ass.
Bye-bye, dickhead.
Thank you, QE. Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's the best they can do. Lie. You've got to lie to Glurf. I mean, if contextually a flat earth is saying science proves, then it definitely doesn't. And they'll lie through their back teeth about having private meetings with me, being begged by me. Oh, let me just correct that. There is absolutely no way I would beg Brenda for anything ever, and have never had a private discussion with her about anything ever. Literally ever. Just a lying Glurf like all of them.
Yep.
Well, what she tried to do was red herring away from this other guy and his gravity demonstration. We have to forgot about you, buddy.
It's been 10 minutes.
Nor have I. Yeah, I'm here. I didn't want to interrupt.
So could you present your gravity demonstration, please?
Gravity demonstration? So the
That's
contention
what we were
was
told you were gonna-
whether gas is affected by gravity.
Yes.
Sorry.
Demonstration, please.
Yes.
Right. So the atmosphere being gradated is itself a demonstration that
No, sir. Demonstration. Cite it in live stream, and then AJ, could you please send it on over to Skype for us? The demonstration.
I wasn't here, so I just need to... I'm sorry, who was the guy that was talking? Is it Necros?
No,
No,
it's Mel Funky.
Sorry, who was the guy that was just talking in Discord?
Manufactotum's talking to you.
Manufactotum. Gotcha.
Yeah. You know, the one that we debunked like 100 times?
I'm really
He said
sorry.
he was going to demonstrate gravity affecting the atmosphere paradox. So, AJ, have him put it in there in chat and then send it on over to Skype. We need to see the demonstration. That's what his claim was.
I'm still waiting.
Okay.
So maybe I misunderstood. By demonstration, do you mean like garage experiment, like something I can do in my basement?
You said demonstration.
Yes. But now you're not accepting my demonstration. You mean something different.
Hold on, I'm
demonstration
really
behind
sorry.
So do
Just
you
one
mean
second.
something I can
I'm
do
really
in
sorry,
my garage?
Manufactotum. I'm sorry to interrupt. You said you're not accepting my demonstration. Did I miss something? I mean, I haven't been here, but did he present a demonstration? He just said, you're not accepting my demonstration. That makes me think that he's given you one. Has he?
He has. No.
Oh, okay. I'm a bit late to
We're
this
trying to
game,
hunker down what we
Manufactotum,
mean
and
by
I'm still talking,
demonstration.
and so is
Trying to figure out what
Manufactotum. It seems that I'm still talking, and so is Manufactotum. I wonder why that would be happening. You just alluded to the idea that you gave him a demonstration already. I was all set to defend their absolute obfuscation of the demonstration that you gave them. You said I gave you one, and you've just ignored it. Now, they seem to be saying that you haven't given them one, and I just want to get to the bottom of what's going on here. That's all.
Can you please present your demonstration for Nathan Manufactotum?
No, AJ, no. He said he had already. He said they were ignoring it. So we just need to get that squared away.
Well,
they're saying
it's not in the chat.
Has he presented
I
one?
didn't
or
say
hasn't he?
ignoring. I said he wasn't accepting.
Ignoring what? What have we? Second time's a charm. They say you haven't given them one, Manufactotum. If you have, what is it?
What I offered was the gradation of the atmosphere. Now he's saying that's not a demonstration. I'm trying to understand what he means by demonstration.
Okay, I now know where we are. Saying gradation of sphere-shaped air, that's oxymoronic, and it sounded like QE had already addressed that. He said the paradoxical sphere-shaped air gradation in response to you. That's to suggest that you wouldn't respond to the paradox of oxymoronic sphere-shaped air and just insist that that was a demonstration. No, it was refuted and rebutted, Manufactotum. Did you not listen to the refutation of that which you said you'd already demonstrated by just saying gradiated atmosphere? That's not a demonstration, that's just 2 words. Meanwhile, when you said those 2 words, QE said it was a paradox. I heard him say that bit. Perhaps you could, rather than lying about having given them a demonstration, you didn't. You verbalised a paradox. It seems like he's off mute and flashing while I'm summarising how disingenuous and scumbaggy Manufactotum's been to assert that they've ignored a demonstration that's been refuted and rebutted with a paradoxical sphere-shaped air oxymoron, labelled, quote, paradox by QE and ignored by the Glurf scumbag. Totally ignored. Then suggested that they ignored his demonstration. No, it's a paradox. So let's get this squared away. Why would you lie about them ignoring something they've actually refuted? Why would you lie?
Well, let me correct you again. I didn't say they ignored. I say they didn't accept. And when I say atmosphere, I apologize if I use that word. You don't like that word. What I simply mean is what we generally refer to as the air we breathe. I don't mean to suggest.
Sorry, can I just interrupt again? Sorry,
Nathan,
stop a second.
Nathan,
stop a sec. Stop a sec.
Nathan,
sorry, he's just suggested
Nathan,
that I don't. No, he's not going to. He's just suggested that I'm never going to get this through. QE's decided that's it. This will go on for 5 minutes till QE gets his way. You've decided that I don't like. No, that's the 4th attempt. QE will not yield. No, you've decided. No, that's the 6th attempt with QE starting every time I start.
In 6th attempt, you.
Yeah, it is.
Idiot.
It is. You're not shutting up. Now I'm talking to you rather than him addressing what he said to me. I just want to talk to the guy I was talking to. I was talking to him. He put something to me that I didn't like something. Oh
you
my
weren't
God.
here. I was going to tell you the claim that he made. Okay, Mr. 6th attempt.
I didn't need it.
Don't give me that shit again.
I heard it.
Well, really, what was his initial claim?
Yeah, Nathan.
Oxymoronic sphere-shaped atmosphere gradiated.
That wasn't his initial
That wasn't his initial claim.
Gravity pulling it to the center of a sphere Earth?
No,
Gravity
that wasn't his
pulling
initial claim.
Yep. Go ahead. That's fine.
I got it. He told me I didn't like
his
something.
initial claim, Nathan,
in lieu
was
of
he had
oh my God!
a
This will be the 8th
demonstration
attempt.
of gravity. I'll forget about it. Just
I would
go with
like
whatever.
to.
Even though you weren't around to hear it, QE's at the
He
point to
put
help
something
you.
to
I'll
me.
point out to you.
He
Walk
said
away.
to me, "You
Off
don't
you go.
like something I've said." And no, it's got nothing to do with what I like. I was highlighting QE's response of a paradox. His response was to say, "You don't like that." Now I've heard the claim. I get the response. And his response in this instance is, I get that you don't like it. That was the actual response at this point in the discussion. So I've stopped proceedings and gone, saying that we don't like something isn't addressed to the paradoxical sphere-shaped air. No, that's not us saying we don't like it, but that's what he said. So can we get past the fact that he's saying we don't...
Sorry, Nathan, it wasn't just a paradox either. Manufactotum was... QE had requested, and Manufactotum was going to put in our chat to transfer to Master B a demonstration with citation. And this is what we've been waiting on.
It took them 10 minutes to do that. I don't.
Just a demonstration
No, the 10
of
minutes was
gravity.
so I could get to the microphone.
Just a demonstration. Jesus. Just a demonstration, as he claimed, of gravity affecting paradoxical atmosphere. We're waiting for the demonstration. Simple.
Right. So when I said it could be demonstrated, I was referring to the gradation of the atmosphere. If you want me to show how we know that happens, I can show you the rockets we sent into space in the 60s that actually measured the gradient in the atmosphere.
Gravity?
We also have demonstrations
Where's the demonstration of the gravity?
The
Remember
atmosphere
that?
itself is demonstrating that gravity is affecting the gas.
Really? I don't see any demonstration here. And what's gravity? Which one?
The attraction between masses?
No, that's your 109 years out of date, sunshine.
No,
That's not. That's not gravity.
It's as good a representation of gravity as this discussion would require.
It was debunked 109 years ago. It was debunked 109 years ago.
No, it wasn't.
Okay, thanks for your hand wave. Okay, let's just deal with this. Yeah, he says, we say debunked 109 years ago. Let's just quote Professor Brian Cox. There isn't really a force of gravity at all, end quote. Or George Musa. Gravity is not a force. End quote, George Musa, Scientific American. So, gravity is not a force. You said a force of attraction between masses. You're wrong. Now, you hand-waving it and saying, nuh-uh, isn't really a rebuttal.
No, by any meaningful definition of force, I would say that gravity applies. How do you define a force that you say it doesn't follow?
It's not my claim, it's yours.
Well, I'm claiming it is a force. You're claiming that I'm wrong about that. So how are you defining force?
I gave you, yes, I got that. Yeah, you don't need to summarise what's happened. Yeah, you claimed it was a force, and then QE debunked it, said it was 109 years out of date, then offered you 2 citations from professors. One was Brian Cox, the other was George Musa. They made it explicitly clear with their exemplary understanding of how the Newtonian mass-attracting mass was superseded by the Einsteinian fourth-dimensional space-time bending that they are well versed with when they say, quote, gravity is not a force. Now you, with a high school understanding of gravity being a force, wouldn't know that and would tell us that we're wrong, and Cox that is wrong, and Musa that is wrong. QE's got another 20 citations, by the way, of professors saying it's not a force. Because it can't be a force, it's a bent pseudo-Riemannian force space-time that Einstein invented. It's not a force. You'd know that if you knew what Einstein educated his dumbass idiots in fourth-dimensional space-time bending. But you still think it's a force because Newton says it was over 109 years ago. That was debunked. You've hand-waved it. And asked me what I would define as a force that you're claiming and has been debunked. Because it's not a force.
Well, first of all, Einstein didn't invent it. Minkowski was probably, you could say, the inventor. Riemann, where we get Riemannian force space from, is the one who perfected it. Actually gave it a geometry, actually mapped out the geometry. So I do actually know what I'm talking about. In
pseudo-geometry.
I suspect you don't even know the difference between a Riemannian and a pseudo-Riemannian.
I suspect you've just been compromised.
Yeah. If you know what you're talking about concerning gravity, which you still haven't presented a demonstration, by the way. You've tried to beg the question twice and give some kind of ad hoc heap of nonsense. If you know what you're talking about concerning general relativity, then please describe Einstein's equivalence principle and why it exists.
Einstein's equivalence principle?
Yes.
I mean, that has to do with mass and energy conversion. It's not really to do with gravity. Are you just testing my knowledge on this?
You don't know what it is. You don't know what. You don't know.
Wait.
Yeah.
Brian, is he saying that E equals MC squared is Einstein's equivalence principle?
I think that's what he's saying.
You dumbass.
I said it's a equivalence principle, not the equivalence principle.
No.
The equivalence principle.
Hold on, sorry. Hold on, Brian. Just let him correct us. Sorry. What was the equivalence principle again? Can you just correct Brian? He might have been wrong.
The equivalence principle has to do with like what are they called?
What is it? Name it.
Reference.
You're giving us. Sorry, you were correcting Brian on the letters in it. Just correct him again. Go ahead.
Are you talking to me or him?
You were correcting Brian. You said it was he got the wrong letter. What were you? Do you want to just make that correction?
No, I didn't say that.
You didn't say.
You said
I was clarifying that the equivalence principle.
You said it was an energy mass equivalence.
Yeah, Nathan. Let me give you a rundown. I asked Manufactorum to define Einstein's equivalence principle and then state why it exists. And he started talking about an interchange between mass and energy, which is referring to E equals MC squared. It's not Einstein's equivalence principle.
Did you not?
But only.
I'm sorry, Brian. I've just got to. Sorry, Brian.
Hang on,
he's chanting through you. I've got to. Brian, I must be able to control the freaking show. No, he's chanting through you. Now you're going to continue while I try and take control of it. You're not going to stop either. I've got to be able to stop you and say, no, Brian, you're not being heard anymore. The guest has decided to talk straight through the top of you.
I'm not being heard because you're not allowing me to talk.
No, I've interjected because the guest has decided what you're saying is too painful and won't be heard. Could you stop that, Manufactotum? Is it possible that Brian could speak unimpeded by you? Thanks. Go ahead, Brian.
I have to start the whole thing again now.
Yes, please.
Manufactotum was talking about a demonstration of gravity, right? Creating gas pressure. When he was asked to present that, he started waffling on about atmospheres and rockets in outer space sky vacuums and gas pressure gradients and didn't present a presentation. Dewey held him to task on this, saying, proving to him that gravity is not a force anymore since 109 years ago. He went against that, and then when you brought you pointed out to him about the quotes from Brian Cox, etc., he started telling you about how he knew all about the fourth dimensional geometry and all this that's part of general relativity. I asked him a very simple question about general relativity. I asked him, can you define Einstein's equivalence principle and why it exists? Right, and his answer was, it's an exchange between mass and energy, which is referring to E equals mc squared, which is not Einstein's equivalence principle. When you came in, he told you, oh, that was just a equivalence principle, not the equivalence principle. And I didn't get a chance to hold him on that because you took over. He stated, I asked him very clearly, what is Einstein's equivalence principle and why does it exist? Right, and when he got it wrong, he tried to say he was just referring to a equivalence principle and not the equivalence principle. So, Could he please tell us about the equivalence principle?
Yes. So if that was your question, then I absolutely apologize. I misunderstood. I thought you were talking about E equals MC squared.
Don't lie.
Liar. No, I'm not lying.
Lie. That's a total lie. Do not lie to me.
Dude, I'm taking responsibility for the mistake I made.
Don't lie to me.
Okay.
I made a mistake. I apologize.
Okay. I got it.
Jesus.
Fine. I accept your apology. They don't. Carry on.
So the equivalence principle refers to reference frames being equivalent between each other, where if you measure some motion between two objects, you can make the reference frame either of those inertial reference frames, and you'll get the same answer.
So,
and why it exists?
The purpose of it?
There is no purpose of it.
Yeah, I think he's going on to that, Brian. Carry on, Manufactotum.
Okay.
Yeah, the reason it exists is that there is no universal reference frame, which I actually have doubts about, first of all. I'm a bit heretical in that.
Okay, let's see if you know it. How does it relate to me dropping my phone?
If you drop your phone, you could represent that as the phone accelerating down or as the ground accelerating up, and it's essentially indistinguishable one from the other.
Okay, and where is there a force of attraction in the equivalence principle between two, what you would claim to be masses?
Technically, there isn't one.
Oh.
Exactly.
Oh. So you are a lying Glurf then, when you said you were going to give us a demonstration of oxymoronic sphere-shaped air with a force between masses. You knew there wasn't one. Okay.
I didn't say.
Okay, so we now know you're a lying Glurf. Okay.
Nothing I said was a lie.
So there's a force between masses, is there?
Yes. So in 4 dimensions,
no. You just said it wasn't. So you're a liar.
Technically, there isn't one.
So you're a liar. I'm concluding.
No,
it's
I'm
not chanting time, Manufactotum. I'm concluding the Glurf lie you told.
You're wrong.
Excuse me. Do you want to chant I'm wrong through the top of my summary of your Glurf lie? You said it was a force between masses, and then when push came to shove, Brian led you beautifully, and you conceded you already knew there isn't a force. You just said it. So you're a
Incorrect.
glurf, and there he's interrupting again. He can't take the heat of the kitchen.
Technically.
Yeah, can't take the heat. Yeah, I'm going to summarise and call you a glurf, scum, liar. They called it. I gave you the benefit of the doubt, right up until the point they proved it. Now you are just a liar.
No, I could have avoided all of that and told you exactly why the distinction, because in 4 dimensions, it's not a force. In 3 dimensions, it is a force. It's that simple.
No, not for
Please
109
cite
years.
that from Einstein's. Please cite that from Einstein's general relativity, and please show how what you would incorrectly call Newtonian mechanics works with Einstein's field equations.
It doesn't.
Yeah.
Sure. So those are 2 different questions. I can answer them both. So where it says it in Einstein's equations is actually in the Riemannian force space, where an object curving to our perspective is actually following a straight line in bent space and time. Whereas the inclusion of Newton's equations into Einstein's equation, basically, if you write out all of Einstein's equations and you have relatively low speeds, basically if it's not relativistic speeds and it's not large masses, you cancel those variables out and you are left with Newton's equation.
Oh, really?
That's why they're not
incorrect.
Contradiction.
Really?
Couldn't be more incorrect. Go on.
Yeah, you just made that up.
Especially when he brings speeds into it. That just shows he doesn't know what he's talking about. Wow.
That's a bold-faced lie, sir. Because if that were true, then that would preclude special. That would preclude special relativity. It would debunk special relativity. Were you aware of that?
No, it wouldn't.
That's true, actually. That's true. If you let me explain, go ahead.
So, forgive me. From Britannica.com, because Isaac Newton's law of gravity served so well in explaining the behavior of the solar system, the question arises why it was necessary to develop a new theory of gravity. The answer is that Newton's theory, it wasn't a theory, violates special relativity, for it requires an unspecified action at a distance through which 2 objects, such as the sun and the earth, instantaneously pull each other, no matter how far apart.
However, is what he means.
Sorry, the Britannica citation's getting rumpus, QE. It seems the White Knight that jumped in earlier has jumped in right at the end of the citation because it's intolerable for a globe believer to hear that this guy, this manufactotum liar, is somehow not disingenuous and scummy when you cite something that proves he's a scumbag liar. Did you want to try that again, QE? Someone white knighted for him.
Well, how do you refute it? How do you refute it, though, is what I'm interested in.
Any chance you can just shut this guy up? Server mods. Any chance you can shut that guy up so QE can get to the end of that citation from Britannica?
We good?
I think so.
No, I wanted to hear how you refute it, though.
Can you, moderators, please can you shut the White Knight up who constantly is
I'm trying to find him,
QE's
Nathan.
attempt
I'm
to
not sure
cite
who it
from
is.
Britannica?
I got him.
Thank you.
Yes, he claimed that you can derive Newton's equations from Einstein's field equations. He's going to have to demonstrate that in chat, by the way, right after I'm done with this. Because Isaac Newton's law of gravity served so well in explaining the behavior of the solar system, the question arises why it was necessary to develop a new theory of gravity. The answer is that Newton's theory violates special relativity, for it requires an unspecified action at a distance through which any 2 objects, such as the sun and the earth, instantaneously pull each other, no matter how far apart. However, instantaneous response would require the gravitational interaction to propagate at an infinite speed, which is precluded by special relativity. End of citation.
Well,
Thanks, Dumpty.
That makes manufactotum's statement that the one is divisible or calculable with the other or derives into the other. That's a complete lie. You know why? Because shockingly, well, maybe if I tell you why, it's because it's going to get interrupted. There is no pseudo force space in Newton. So you can't make one work with the other. They're a totally different geometry.
It's worse than that, Nathan. What Manufactotum said is, if you bring the speed, 1 second, Manufactotum, you say that if you bring the speeds down a bit, slow things down a bit, then it can work. Yes, what you would claim to be Newton's gravitation will be instantaneous action at a distance. That's faster than the claimed two-way speed of light. And you're saying if you slow it down a bit, no, you'd have to speed everything up a bit, and then create a force that's not part of general relativity. So you couldn't be more wrong.
Yeah, that's not what I said. So I didn't say you slow it down a bit. I said if you're dealing with slow speed or small masses. No, not slow it down. If you're dealing with slow speeds or small masses, the reason that Newton didn't give us a theory of gravitation, but a law, is because he was describing effects that we observe. He himself said that he didn't have a mechanism for it. And Einstein, Newton said that spooky at a distance shouldn't be taken as the mechanism for gravity.
Spooky action at a distance.
By the way, I posted in the chat.
You're done.
Yeah, I posted in the chat the citation.
You're debunked. You're debunked.
Yeah. Slow speeds and small distances.
Nobody debunked anything I said.
Yeah, we did.
Slow speeds and small distances.
You debunked yourself.
No, you didn't. No, you misunderstood what I said and debunked the straw man.
Britannica just did. Britannica just did, numpty dipshit.
Britannica didn't contradict anything I said.
Yeah, it did.
Yes, it did. I just read it.
Oh, he's just gonna hand wave it. How pathetic.
Yeah.
Oh,
No, I'm not hand waving.
I'm still
I put a
talking.
citation in the
I'm
chat,
still
in the Discord
talking.
chat.
I'm still talking. There's no need to rumpus the guy in the room that's saying, "Yeah, I'm going to call you out, you scumbag liar." Is that the way you deal with us addressing your lie by citation of Britannica that makes it explicitly clear that the one's superseding the other, and it's totally necessary to do so because of the incompatibility? Yeah? You're going to hand wave that? No, that's just a demonstration of your glurf scumbagness. That's all that is.
I didn't hand wave it. I explained it.
He did not.
I put a citation in the chat, by the way.
You didn't explain anything, by the way, and you're fucking done.
Slow speeds and small distances.
I did explain.
You don't know what explanations are. What's the difference between a description and an explanation?
So someone could post the thing that I posted to Nathan's server, because that's exactly what I was saying.
Shit, you're done. You're dead. By the way, is that scientifically validated?
You sure? I'm just about to post it. You sure you want it posted there? Because I think you're going to get torn up here, buddy.
Has to be for you gentlemen in G+.
Neil,
so Einstein, you talk about Einstein. You talk about Newton. Newton was right, but Einstein had to fix his law, right? Like even
fix it. If it's needing fixing, you're telling me that the thing that fixed it is going to be reverse engineerable into the thing that it fixed. Their opening statement debunks everything you've said. Why would you send us this?
The opening statement is a question. Listen to the answer. Jesus Christ.
Okay, what's the citations say? What is it that he says that somehow undermines this?
He says, if you put in low speeds and small masses, you get Newton's equation. Exactly what I said before.
You don't.
Which Britannica doesn't contradict.
You don't. We already debunked it. And you have to show the equations. You do it. It's your claim. We want to see Einstein's field equations, first of all, and then we want to see you derive Newtonian's debunked law of gravity. Come out of it right now.
Yeah, I can't solve page equations of 4x4 matrices of 4x4 matrices.
Well,
even
then
Einstein
you shouldn't have made the claim then.
Schwarzschild was the only one that actually did it, and he predicted Schwarzschild radiuses and black holes.
He won't
You
stop.
shouldn't have made the claim then.
Giving further validation to general relativity.
Hold on. He's already done. He can't support his claim. Is gravity scientifically validated?
Yes. Why aren't you watching the video?
Yes. Okay. So that would mean that Einstein's general theory of relativity has been scientifically validated. We're going to need to see the hypothesis and for you to point out the two parts in that hypothesis in Einstein's paper published November 25th, 1915, please.
It was to do with during a lunar eclipse, we would see stars that should be behind the sun.
No, go get it.
That was a prediction.
We need a citation here. Let me say, we don't need stories. I need you to go get a single viable scientific hypothesis from Einstein's paper, November 25th, 1915. Right now.
For my audience's benefit, the question
You want me
on
to
the
read the
table.
whole page?
Are you sorry, Manufactotum?
Right now?
I'm sorry, Manufactotum. Was that you citing the viable hypothesis from the paper that I was interrupting? No.
There were
that as a no.
various hypotheses that were.
Sorry, are we getting a story that we've told you we don't want? We need the viable hypothesis from the paper that Einstein wrote. That's it. Now, while you're digging that out, I'll make a little summary for my audience. Yeah? There is no viable hypothesis in any of Einstein's work. This is not scientifically validated. This man is on a fool's errand. He will never find it. We had another guy doing it for about an hour and a half on this same server last time we were here. It was hilarious. We were joking about the guy on his way looking for stripy paint and glass hammers as he was saying, yeah, I'll find the science in this paper. I'll fumble my way through. It ain't there. We already know it's not there. This is not science.
Can I Manufactotum?
You still haven't watched the video, by the way.
Can you do
While I'm doing this,
Oh,
are you guys going to watch the video?
Sorry, I did watch the video. I pressed play on it, and the first thing I heard was how Einsteinian gravity was correcting Newtonian. And the response that Tyson gave was yes. That was 10 seconds of a video you gave me to watch. I watched it. Now you're telling me why aren't I watching a video? I did. Now, did you give us a timestamp where we needed to go? No, you told us that he said something. Okay? And then we countered it with Britannica and the need to supersede Newtonian gravity that is a force with a non-force of bent pseudo-force space-time. Now, there is no phenomena because pseudo-force space-time is conceptual. There's no time dimension in physical reality. Therefore, there won't be any observed phenomena, and there certainly isn't any dependent variable. I already know what Einstein's claimed hypothesis was. Do you?
So 5 minutes 55 is the timestamp. If you want to watch, that's where
do
he
you
says
know what
exactly
you're
what
being
I
asked
said.
for a hypothesis, not for a timestamp? What was Einstein's hypothesis?
Yeah, I'm looking for that. In the meantime, 5 minutes 55 is
I
what
already
Tyson-
played the video. I don't need to be told how to run my
You
show
didn't
and
play
what
that
videos
part.
to
You
play.
didn't play 5 minutes 55.
No.
You watched the question by the host, not the answer.
So you want 2 minutes and 55 seconds, right?
5
Correct.
minutes 55.
One more time.
5:55.
5:55.
Regime that can then explain everything that's in our universe, not most things.
So what you're saying is that human activity is causing the planet to warm.
Nah, that was completely non sequitur, I'm afraid, son.
Sorry. I think it was four.
No, it's all
5.
good. No, it's okay, son. I don't need to be fucked around by you anymore, thank you. I played your video twice. You failed miserably, you stupid idiot. Meanwhile, we're waiting for a hypothesis. Now, while you're off looking for your glass hammer or your stripy paint in the form of an Einsteinian hypothesis, I'll summarise. You can't have an observed phenomena in pseudo 4D space-time because there is no fourth dimension. Time is conceptual. So there is no phenomena. There is no hypothesis. However, I'll say it a second time. Now that we've done what he asked, unreasonable that it was, play a video in the wrong place twice.
It was 4:50.
And now he's going to
Sorry.
chant through me. He's detected that I'm going to be asking him something. He did feign a hypothesis.
What are you asking me?
Yeah, it's the second time. You keep chanting through me. He did feign a hypothesis. Einstein, that is. Now, he'd been asked to get it from the paper. I already know what it is. Do you? I'll take that as a no.
Are you talking to me?
No, I'm talking to my next door neighbour, dum-dum.
Oh, sorry.
You talking to me?
No, not anymore, son. I think you're useless. Yeah, you can't comprehend a conversation. It's a struggle for you. You were chanting through me 35 seconds ago, and then when the conclusion comes unimpeded, you ask if I'm talking to you. So you're retarded. Like you have mental issues, mentally incapable of holding a conversation, it would seem. So no, I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm done.
You asked me to find a citation. I was looking for the citation, trying to read and talk at the same time.
You don't need to. You can just shut up. And then I'll talk about the feigned hypothesis, or Brian will.
No, I just want to ask him a question. Manufactorum, would you need to know calculus to understand? Would you need to know calculus and understand calculus to be able to understand Einstein's field equations?
To understand them, no.
Well, would you? What level mathematics would you have to understand them? To be able to, mathematically understand them.
Probably get away with
tensors and all. Sorry, repeat that again. Sorry, I talked over you.
I think you could probably get away with just algebra.
So, what's a tensor mathematically?
A tensor is a scalar that applies some. I don't think it's a vector, but it's basically it applies a. I guess you could say it's a kind of a multiplier.
Okay, and so would you be able to, would you have maths good enough to understand Einstein's field equations? That's really what I'm asking. Your mathematical level, would that be good enough? It would be.
I think so, yeah.
Okay, then you'll definitely be able to do the maths that will support your claim that within Einstein's field equations there is Newton's gravitation mathematically.
No. So even Einstein didn't think it was possible.
So you won't be able
these
to
are
do it then.
entire pages of scalar of matrices. The one person that was able to do it by hand, and now most physics students do it on computers, the one person who was able to do it by hand was Schwarzschild, and he did it with a two-body system and predicted from those equations that there comes a radius beyond which the gravitational force becomes
two bodies in Einstein's
and that's how we
general
got
relativity
of black holes.
He's not listening to
two bodies.
All right,
he's not listening. There isn't two bodies in Einstein's general relativity. There's only one at all times.
No, sure.
It only deals with one body at a time. Doesn't deal with two at any time.
That's incorrect.
That is correct.
It's correct.
Correct.
No. So
yes.
No. So it talks about.
Okay. Will you be able to show us where the second body
geometry
is in Einstein's general relativity? Will you be able to show us where the second body is in Einstein's general relativity?
Yeah, after he gets the hypothesis.
So I was talking about the Riemannian spacetime, the field equations that lead to Riemannian spacetime.
So you're missing. You don't seem to be titling it correctly.
I don't think he's. You said when I said there's only one body in Einstein's general relativity, you said that's incorrect because you had said there was two, and I said no, there's only one. You said that's incorrect. So will you show us then the second body in Einstein's general relativity, please? As you're claiming there's two.
Please, oh please.
Wait, I mean, sorry. When you say there's only one body in relativity, relativity can be applied to whatever. Like, what are you talking about? One body in relativity.
Well, you said two bodies. In general relativity, Einstein only accounts for one body at a time. There is no second body or attraction between two bodies. No force. Now, you said there's a second body. When I said there isn't two bodies, there's only one, you said that's incorrect. That means now you either show us where I'm incorrect, which I'll accept if I am, or you concede that you're incorrect. Fair deal?
No, I mean, it sounds like you're talking about the application. There are no bodies specifically in general relativity. You can apply it to as many bodies
Yes, there
as
is.
you want.
Yes, there is. Yes, there is. The uneven distribution of mass causes the curvature of space-time.
Oh, okay. Well, let's
It's
let
not-
that cat out of the
doesn't
bag.
matter. No. It doesn't. Doesn't matter, Nathan. The
Okay.
uneven distribution of mass causes the curvature of space-time. The curvature of space-time is what Einstein termed as gravity. Gravity,
Right, which you can then map out
is the effect.
several different
Gravity, as he
distributions
calls
of
it, the
matter.
curvature of space-time is the effect, right? That's caused by a mass curving space and time. One mass. You said, when I said that there wasn't two bodies,
Mass.
there was only one, you said I was incorrect. Now, can you present that second body?
I mean, there's as many bodies as you want. You can distribute the mass
wrong.
however you want. You can
That
have
you,
one specific
you
mass. You can have
are
several.
you're trying to treat me like I'm totally stupid again. You said, when I said there wasn't
No,
two
I
bodies,
just
there's
think
only
it's like
one.
You
Right?
kind of are.
When I said there's only one, it doesn't matter how many times you individually, right, bend space-time with a single mass, as you would call it, or he called it. It doesn't matter how many times you do it. It's only accounting for one body at a time, not two, not an attraction between two, not a force, one body at a time. You said I was incorrect when I said that Einstein's in general relativity, there isn't two bodies, there's only one. You said that's incorrect. Now, I'm willing to accept, if you can produce that second body, I will absolutely concede. I don't have any problems doing that. But if you can't produce that second body, then you must concede that you're incorrect. That's a fair deal.
I mean, technically, it's your claim that it only refers to one body. I don't think it has to apply to any specific thing. You can apply it
It's
to whatever
not
you
my
want.
claim.
Like, I don't know
It's
that I
not
can
my claim.
tell you exactly.
It's not my claim. It's Einstein's general relativity. Not my claim. It's Einstein's claim about his own general relativity.
Can you show me that then? I mean, it could be I'm wrong.
He's
but-
questioning your claim that it was two bodies required.
Yeah, he said I was
No, that it
incorrect.
was specifically one body.
No, he said there's two bodies. You brought up that there's two bodies. And I said, no, Einstein's, in general relativity, there's only one body. There's only one body accounted for in general relativity. And I said that to you. I said, there's not two bodies, there's only one. And you said that's incorrect. Now, what you're trying to do is reverse the burden of proof onto me. You said I was incorrect.
Well, no, you're trying to reverse it
And that
onto
means
me.
it's up to
Right,
you.
you're claiming-
You said there's two bodies.
You're a
I said
towel,
there's
dude.
one. You said I was incorrect. It was up to you to support that second body in his general relativity.
No, I didn't say it was two bodies. I said it could apply to as many bodies as you want. You're claiming that it only applies to one body.
You said two
I'm asking
bodies
for-
when you were referring to mathematics done by, I can't remember the name of the man now. You said there was, when he brought it down to two bodies, or something about two bodies. I said there isn't two bodies in general relativity. I said there's only one, and you said I was incorrect. And you said, no, you're wrong. Hugh even came in and said, no, Brian is correct. Now, you said I was incorrect. You intimated and said that I was incorrect at least 2 or 3 times. So now you have to support that. Or concede you're wrong. It's
Sure,
that
if you were
simple.
going off what I was saying, sure. If you were going off the heels of what I said, I was talking about Schwarzschild solving the Riemannian matrices using a two-body solution. That I can definitely demonstrate.
Sorry, hold on, Chewie, just 1 second.
unsolvable with two bodies.
Please stop a second.
You can't do that.
Please stop, both of you. Sorry, what was the name of the geometry again?
Sorry?
Pseudo Riemannian force space. Did you say?
Yes.
Could you
Yes.
define?
Do you know what that means?
Could you?
by the way?
I know I'm about to ask you. You said it. So could you define what pseudo means, please?
Well, I can tell you the difference between pseudo-Riemannian and Riemannian. Pseudo-Riemannian.
No, that's not what I asked for. What does pseudo? What does pseudo mean?
Similar to, but not.
Could you cite that by definition, please?
No, it doesn't.
Dude.
Could you cite that, please? Or did you just make
What
that
are you
up?
thinking?
Should we just hold on? We just establish if you just made that up or not. Did you just make that up?
I'm going from memory. You want to?
Oh, so you made it. Oh, go from memory, aka bullshit, and Glurf made it up. Okay, yeah. I'll define it then, because
Bullshit.
it's okay. We don't need to hear you make more stuff up. It's okay. I don't need your vague, wishy-washy making up stuff claimed to be just your memory when I asked for a citation. So you didn't give me one, you lied and just plucked something out your brain from memory. Not a citation then, glurf scum lying bastard. I'll cite it then, because you didn't. You lied. Okay, pseudo. Not genuine, spurious, or sham. So,
not similar.
Similar wasn't in there. That was a lie from a glurf scumbag.
Fraud.
Just so we're clear.
Fraud.
So, I hadn't quite finished. Everyone interrupting me, of course. So we're talking about a geometry. I'm just a bit vague. Can someone just remind me from the panel? Is geometry science?
No.
No. And we're talking about a pseudo, sham, spurious, not genuine maths. That's geometry. So you were sent to go and get a scientific hypothesis for this. But it turns out, by your own words, this is a sham, not genuine, spurious mathematics invented by Einstein. So, this isn't science. I hadn't finished. Excuse me, was it painful? Did you think that was the end? Oh, no, your humiliation is to come. Oh, obviously, your humiliation won't be tolerated. Maybe you could yammer through the conclusion and that will make it not happen. Manufactotum. No, you didn't say it last time when you just called it Riemannian geometry. But because the title is pseudo, you dropped it in that time and I've halted proceedings. You didn't respond last time I asked you what it was. Tried to lead you. What type of geometry, I said? No response. Now you've told us it's a sham. Pseudo. And it's geometry, not science. So why would you bullshit us, lie, like the scumbag glurf globe believer that you are, into the idea that Einsteinian pseudo-sham geometry with fourth-dimensional space-time bending as a result of the uneven distribution of mass? Why would you allude that that's science when it's clearly a sham geometry by your own titling, and Einstein's titling, and the fact that we don't have a fourth dimension to bend? That's not science, that's just you lying. It's pseudo. Sham.
Can I respond?
What about why you'd lie about it being science? Yeah, go ahead. Why would you lie about it being science?
So I just have to correct you. I didn't say geometry is science. Geometry is not science, it's math. Secondly, pseudo-Riemannian does not mean pseudo-geometry. Pseudo-Riemannian means it's not Riemannian in the strictest sense. Pseudo-Riemannian is where the positive time definitiveness has been relaxed. It's still a geometry, but it's pseudo-Riemannian geometry. It's not a sham geometry. I've heard you make that mistake numerous times because I don't think you know what any of those words actually mean.
I see. So if it's not sham, show me time.
It's not a sham geometry.
Sorry, in the geometry,
math, right?
In the geometry, there's a fourth dimension called time. First, I'd like you to show it me. Then I'd like you to bend it, please.
Demonstrating that these things are real does not mean that the geometry
So I don't need
real.
to know what I'm not doing.
Those are
Can
two
you stop him?
things.
Can you stop him? He seems to be obfuscating.
You're wrong.
Stop.
It's a red
Stop.
herring.
So I don't need chanting about what I'm doing. Yeah? You say it's not a sham. Okay. Well, if it's real, show me time, then bend it. Go.
The realness of time speaks nothing to the realness of the geometry.
It's part of the geometry. It's one of the dimensions.
You don't know what these things
Excuse
mean.
me. Don't hand wave the geometry's requirement for a fourth dimensional bent time. It's in the title. So, you're going to deny the fourth dimension because you can't show it in physical... That sounds like a sham. He's telling me why you wouldn't be able to show this fourth dimensional time dimension that isn't experienceable in physical reality and definitely can't be shown and definitely can't be bent. But it's not a sham. I just need to listen to your extended excuses of why you can't show me this fourth dimension. I see. I just need to accept that it's not a sham because time has got nothing to do with the time dimension when I ask you to prove it and show it me. I gotcha. That's just a sham. That's why it's labelled pseudo.
To me in the space of like 10 seconds is very telling. I didn't say that it's a sham, first of all. Secondly, something being real does not preclude it from being represented.
Sorry.
And by the way, you told Brian that the field equations can be solved with any amount of bodies. Really, from your alma mater wiki. As the field equations are nonlinear, they cannot always be completely solved. For example, there is no known complete solution for a space-time with two massive bodies in it. Say good night, pretender clown.
Yeah, he doesn't understand it.
A space-time? Yeah. Did you say space-time? He said that there's no correlation with time. When he lied a minute ago and sort of tried to undermine the fact that he can't show me a time dimension, making it a sham, pseudo, fraud, not real, spurious. But he claimed that it wasn't. That doesn't make it spurious because he, could show me time? Then he said time wasn't relevant? But in your citation, it makes it really clear that it's time-based. Yeah, that would be conceptual then. So not physically reality. Not physical in the terms that we can experience it physically. Not physics. Not science, then. Like he said when he was on his way. Look, there's the on-cue interruption for the painful highlighting of his glurf lies. There's the on-cue interruption, right, man?
That wasn't me.
Yeah, there it is. Right on cue, you little bitch.
That wasn't me.
Right on cue, you little bitch. How do they taste, little bitch?
Because you accused
Yeah, maybe if you shout through me. Maybe if you shout through me, it won't be that you haven't shown your sham time dimension. Maybe shouting through me will work. Maybe this will win you a point.
Jesus Christ. Your own people are interrupting you.
Yeah, you're just chanting through me. I can just mute my line to Discord so my audience can hear me pointing out your sham is a sham because you can't show me a time dimension, and then you denied that there was one. Then QE went and cited it and it specifically referenced the time dimension that you can't show me. But it's not a sham. Maybe that would be the on-cue interruption that I got last time when I started pointing this out and you decided that you weren't going to listen to it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was just you sharing your pain.
How many times can he be debunked in a row? Is this a new record? Everywhere from his demonstration about gravity and gas to now.
I'm still waiting for the first debunk.
Oh, it's a sham dimension in a sham geometry. I mean, we could call it pseudo geometry. You could respond by telling me you didn't say that because that was your last rebuttal. Yeah? Telling me that you didn't say it. No, we did in rebuttal. So telling me that you didn't say it doesn't really offer any defence to that, but that was your last rebuttal. I didn't say it was a sham. No, we did when we defined what pseudo meant. You left that word off the last time you detailed what the geometry was, and I tried to lead you into saying the actual title. Then when you did say the title, we defined what the title meant. But you laboured that it was pseudo-Riemannian. That means that it's sham-Riemannian. Oh, well, that helps you a lot. Maybe if it's not a sham and is physics, we could see it physically. Oh, no, we can't see time. It's a concept in maths. So it's not physics. But Glurf Scummy Liar's just going to tell me that maybe handwave time. No, I didn't say sham. That was his last rebuttal, by the way. The fact that he didn't say it. No, I did. It is a sham. You can't show me time bending. It's not real.
Can't show you space bending either.
No.
Because they're both concepts.
Yep. Not physics. He's just a liar.
I don't know about that. I'm glad we cleared up that sham Riemannian is not the same as sham geometry, at least. Hopefully you'll stop saying that, but I'm sure you will.
Show space bending then.
So show us time bending. Show us time. Show us space. Bend it.
Space and time. Show space bending.
Do we agree that pseudo-Riemannian is not pseudo-geometry, though?
So that's not the question on the table. The question on the table is the same as the question he obfuscated with this exact reply last time. If it's not a sham, show us time.
Showing you time does not speak to the shamminess of pseudo-Riemannian.
Oh, does it not? So showing the time dimension doesn't speak to how shammy it is when I ask you to show me the sham time dimension that you can't show me? That doesn't speak to... Maybe it's like you not saying it's a sham when it doesn't speak to it. Yeah, it does. You see, what would make it not a sham is you showing it us in physical reality. And if you can't, it's conceptual.
Well, wouldn't.
Well, he has a problem with the time part, Nathan. Just show space bending.
No, I don't.
Show space bending.
I don't have a problem with the time part or the space part. I have a problem with not understanding how words work.
No. You weren't being asked how words worked, and neither was I. I was asking you to show us the time aspect in this geometry for it to be something that exists in physical reality. And if you can't show it, I'm going to call it a scam, a sham, a fraud, spurious. Because if it doesn't exist in physical reality, it's not physics. That would be science, the study of the physical natural world. This geometry, this gravity, only exists in maths, conceptually, in a fourth dimensional time dimension bending. Not physics, not reality, a sham.
Also not true.
Hand wave.
Yeah, this is the most severe case of delusional cognitive.
Thank you for the colour commentary, Dean.
retention
Thank you. Nobody asked for your colour commentary.
Has he found the hypothesis yet?
There isn't one. The hypothesis is feigned to be, Brian, quote Brian, the uneven distribution of mass causes the bending and warping of space-time. That's the feigned hypothesis by Einstein, and in that hypothesis, it's completely conceptual. You've got a warping space-time as the phenomena that's being caused by the uneven distribution of mass. So we've got something claimed to be happening. Bent space-time. Excuse me. Yeah, given that Einstein's claiming that there's time bending and warping, can you show me that? It's got nothing to do with it. This is nothing to do with it. Absolutely nothing. It's not a sham. It's not like I can show the very principle that Einstein's claiming. That doesn't mean it's a sham. It just means I can't show it. Yeah, what, the principle that Einstein's claiming? Okay, yeah, you can't show it. Therefore, it's a sham. Simple.
Yeah, that doesn't follow. But I did post the one I was talking about. I was talking about the
Hand wave
prediction of the-
dismissal. No, it absolutely follows that if you can't show something, it's not existent in physical reality. No, hand wave.
It
It's
doesn't
pathetic.
therefore follow that the geometry is a sham, though.
Yeah, it does therefore follow that the geometry is a sham. I mean, you can say it exists in the geometry, you can say it exists conceptually, you can say it exists in the maths. Yeah, the geometry exists. It's just not in existence in physical reality for gravity. Gravity isn't something in physics to deal with. It only exists as a claimed phenomena in this conceptual maths.
Well, I don't agree with the last part, but at least we got to the root.
Sorry, that's another hand wave, ladies and gentlemen. So you don't agree with it. I couldn't give a shit. Einstein claims that the uneven distribution of mass causes the bending and warping of space-time. Can you show it me? No. You tell me it's unimportant. Well, you obviously don't know what you're talking about. You don't even know what Einstein's claiming. You said that the warping of space-time I asked you to show wasn't even pertinent. It's his whole claim, you stupid idiot. But you can't show it, but that doesn't mean it's not a scam. Yeah, it absolutely does. Every time you hand wave it and then rumpus the crap out of the conclusion, I will reiterate it. Why? Well, because you've just hand waved it. I don't care if you agree.
Isn't pertinent to the realness or shamminess of geometry.
Oh, it's the geometry of bent space-time in physical reality, says Einstein, but the shamminess of whether we can show it in physical reality isn't pertinent. No, it's absolutely pertinent. If you can't show warping space-time, it isn't physics because it doesn't exist in physical reality. It doesn't. It only exists in the maths. Your last rebuttal, well, does that debunk the geometry? No, the geometry can still exist in isolation of physical reality. It's just not physics. It's a sham.
Thank you. There we go.
So it's not physics. You said you could get a hypothesis for it. You stupid idiot.
I was just correcting your logic, Nate.
So you're not correcting anything. You said you could get a hypothesis for it, and now you accept it's not physics.
No, that was a whole other conversation.
Oh, that was something else that you were conceding to when you agreed only 10 seconds ago. Actually, the agreement from 10 seconds ago was in regards to something totally unrelated, when you cheered for joy with the fact that I now understand that pseudo-geometry isn't physics. Oh, how are you getting on with your physics hypothesis there, dickhead? Dickhead! How are you getting on with your physics hypothesis, given you've just praised how non-physics based this geometry is? You're going to get your physics hypothesis then, dickhead?
Sorry, did you think geometry was physics?
No, you did. This is geometry from Einstein. You said you would get a hypothesis from it. Did you think that you'd make the audience think that it was my claim that I was on a little errand to get a hypothesis from Einstein's paper? No, I didn't. I'm not as stupid as all shit, mate. You did. You understand you were on a little errand to get a hypothesis from Einstein's paper? But we all, including you, the stupidest man in the room, understand now. It's not physics. So given that it's not physics, says you, and we're all in agreement, hallelujah, you understand now, you, that you're on a fool's errand looking for a hypothesis then, you stupid idiot.
General relativity is more than just the math. The math represents
Just the math, so definitely not going to give you a hypothesis then. So it's just the math. No, it's more than just the math. Oh, right, beyond the physical claims that are being made of bent space-time that you can't show, there's nothing physical here. Hello, dickhead.
To the point of
Dickhead, you don't seem to be addressing me. I've put it to you 3 times. You went on a fool's errand for a hypothesis. This is maths. Why would you be looking for that?
It.
You seem to be chanting through. I've repeated it 4 times. I'll just keep doing it till he addresses it. You were on your pop looking for a hypothesis. Do you remember? Oh, I'll go away. Look, how could I be... Oh, is it just me getting chanted through A? Let's try it for 6th time. I'll count him off, right? He can't take it, the little bitch. 6th time. 6th time. So, Manufactotum, you were on your little fool's errand. No, 7th time is going to be a charm. You were on your little fool's errand looking for a hypothesis. That's a scientific prediction. Now we're all clear that this is maths. So, you stupid shit, why would you, the one who thought it was science, the stupid shit that you are, be looking for a hypothesis when this is maths? You stupid idiot, dickhead, retard, dumbo, dumb fuck.
He said he posted it, Nathan.
They posted
Jay,
what? He's just praised hallelujahs. He's just praised hallelujahs that it is maths, and we're all understanding that now. So why would he be? So why would he be looking for a hypothesis?
No, again, in the space of 30 seconds, you can't repeat my own claims back to me. Either you're not listening or you're lying. I suspect the latter, because
that's non-responsive. So telling me I'm a liar isn't actually addressing the fact that this is not science. There is no hypothesis. He's just ad-homming me as a subversion technique. That's non-responsive. Why would you be looking for a hypothesis when it's maths?
General relativity is not only maths. Again, for the 3rd time, math is not physics. General relativity is a theory which has math that represents ideas.
Ideas aren't physics. Ideas aren't something that exists that you can physically test and manipulate in the physical world. These are ideas like concepts. Yeah, you say ideas, I say it's conceptual much. That's not physics. You're on a fool's errand, looking for a hypothesis.
Who are you rebutting?
Oh, maybe if you just chant through me like the squealing pig bitch yesterday. You're on a fool's errand.
You're not talking
maybe
to me.
That's the 8th attempt. 8th attempt with obfuscation and chanting from a bitch who doesn't like it. 8th attempt.
Did you...
Then stop strawmanning me.
I'm not strawmanning you. You said you were going to get a hypothesis from Einstein. That's not a straw man. That's what you said you'd do. Now we're all clear. It's maths. How is that a straw man? It isn't.
Did you state you posted a hypothesis in the chat?
Yeah.
Oh, you've posted
59 minutes past it.
Oh, wicked. So do you want to pop that in Master B?
Okay, yeah, it's going in Master B now.
Awesome. This is going to be great. Sorry, this is just a link to a website. It's not a cited hypothesis. He was asked quite specifically by Quantum Eraser to go and get the page and the hypothesis.
This is incorrect. I told you that General Theory of Relativity was published November 25th, 1915. This starts out on May 29th, 1919. This is not the General Theory of Relativity.
So let me get it straight. He's suggesting that something that was claimed to be an experiment, even though it's not, it's maths, it's geometry, from Einstein, was validated after the theory was written and published by someone else that isn't the writer. Oh, well, that's a complete fail. Why would you were asked specifically with the date. We got it recorded that you knew the date that you were looking for. Kui said it 4 times. Are you deaf? Are you dumb? Are you mentally retarded?
Yes, he is.
You didn't hear the date then, you stupid retard.
Why would it be?
Why are you asking me something? So you didn't hear the date then, you stupid retard?
Why would that matter?
Why are you asking me something?
Why would it matter?
Oh, sorry, this dumb fuck that's been given the date of what he's being set to task in specific reference to Einstein and its publication date. Why would it matter Oh, wow. You're mentally retarded. Go and have yourself... Son, you don't need to interrupt. I'm telling you. Not asking anything. Go and have yourself committed. You're thick as shit. Like, you've got delusionary problems. Why would it matter? Hey, son, go and get me a tin of red paint. I got you blue. I asked for red. Why would it matter? You are so stupid, Manufactotum. I hope you're embarrassed with yourself. Just so I can summarise, I have no doubt that he'll start chanting like a fundy bitch straight through the top of this summary. In conclusion, this lying glurfuck decided to tell the audience that he's got science for Einstein. He also lied about it being divisible from pseudo-geometry in fourth-dimensional space-time into mass-attracting mass in three-dimensional Euclidean. No, definitely not convertible, completely different geometries. Secondly, he said that he's got a hypothesis. He didn't get one. By the time we'd had many a minute of obfuscation and chanting and not citing anything, he eventually comes up with the crap we've just had from the wrong date that's not Einstein's publication. Oh, really? What a shock. Another glurf scumbag lying through his back teeth and feeling he's justified in chanting through every word a flat earther corrects him with. What a shock.
You also got elephant hurling fallacy here because he didn't send me a hypothesis. He sent me a whole out-of-date reference.
Yep. Last but by no means least, Brian took him through the equivalence principle. Oh, is that him talking like the fundy bitch loser that needs to be talking while we're summarising his complete and total loss? Nobody was talking to you, dumb shit.
Sorry,
Nobody was talking to you, dumb shit.
By all means.
Shut this shithead up. You're the dumbest person here. You can't even listen to a date, and when it's asked of you to go and get something from a specific date after you've gone and looked for it and found something from the wrong date, you ask why it'd be relevant. That makes you fundamentally stupid. We don't need to have any more words from you. We're summarising how stupid you are. Brian took you through the equivalence principle, and you detailed Einstein's utilisation of flat planes of reference. So Manufactotum also required a flat Earth to make his descriptions of Einstein's equivalence principle. Now, nobody highlighted it at the time. Brian was well into it, and I didn't want to jump in. He'd get very cross if I did this when he was doing it with Manufactotum, who's off mute, flashing his little line. Can't wait to talk through me. Scumbag glurf liar needs to be talking while I'm summarising. Of course. Let's just close my Discord line so I don't get interrupted by Manufactotum, the total wanker, who's lied through his back teeth his entire time here. Meanwhile, he used a flat plane of reference in his descriptions of the equivalence principle. So he's lied through his back teeth, used a flat plane, and denied the mathematics of Einstein, converted it incorrectly into 3 dimensions, and then obfuscated the fact that he was on his little pop looking for a hypothesis for maths. Stupid idiot. Definitely doesn't deserve any more time from us. Now I've made this summary. That's not an invitation for a response. I'm done with him. We should all be done with him, given how much of a glurf scumbag liar he's become, and what he's been reduced to.
So that's incorrect. He's not a stupid idiot.
Yeah, he is. He suggested that he could get a hypothesis from mathematics of Einstein. That's stupid. Now, you might want a white knight for the fact that he has been demonstrably shown to be stupid when suggesting he can go on his pop and find a hypothesis in mathematics. No, he's in a category error. Doesn't understand what he's looking for when he looks through Einstein's maths. He thinks he's going to find a hypothesis. White knight. He is stupid.
White knight is Matthew, and Matthew has difficult time with just triangles, so. How's he going to help?
So if you read the whole article...
Nobody's asking you anything any further. We don't have any further use for you. We don't want to read it. We've already read. We don't need to. Shut up now.
Okay, run away.
Shut up. I'm not running away from Jack. I've just made my summary. And what's going to happen if the moderators don't put you on mute is all you're going to do for the next 5 minutes is undermine what I've said without any examples, without any rebuttals, just a load of hand waves, probably a load of ad homs. I'm done with you. I don't want to talk to any more moderators. I don't want to talk to him anymore. We've done with him. Thank you.
Thanks, by the way.
Can I point out a couple of things? Yeah. Earlier on, Manufactotum, right, denied that Newton's, well, incorrectly calling it, Newton's gravitation was debunked, right? He said there is a force. Then I brought him through the equivalence principle, right? Something he tried to originally try to describe as E equals mc squared, And then suddenly he knew it, which means someone had to tell him it or something happened in the background with all the nonsense going on. Then he admitted there was no force. Then he went on to talk about general relativity as if he was an expert in it, yet he didn't know what the equivalence principle was. And he did state that there was no force after claiming there was a force and that there was a force and it wasn't debunked. Then he tried to say there was two bodies that it was solved for where I can't remember the name of the guy. He said the mathematician or whatever that brought it down to two bodies. And me and QE and everyone that knows general relativity knows that there is no more than one body. You don't solve for any more than one body at a time. You can solve for it 1,000,000 times, but you can only solve for one at a time. There's no two. There's no attraction between two bodies, or no force. No force being the operative word. Now then go into how Einstein described the equivalence principle, because what he had to do was, the flat plane he was using was space-time, but what he had to do was show mathematically how the globe can be expanding in all directions, but yet not expanding. It's a complete cluster screw. But more than that, what he brought up at the end, which wasn't a hypothesis, which was the Eddington observation. I know what he's bringing up, right? The Eddington observation. Right, so Eddington observed something and then claimed after the observation, after not actually manipulating anything, claimed after observing this thing that happened during an eclipse, that claimed then that it was general relativity, that the curving of space and time is the cause of it. So that's not a hypothesis, because all he had was an observation. He had no manipulation of anything outside of the observation to be able to show that what he was claiming was correct. He couldn't even debunk that it was refraction. He couldn't even do that. So
good summary.
Oh yeah, he also said with slow speeds and small distances, right? that general relativity and what he's calling Newton's gravitation could work together. When Newton's gravitation requires instantaneous action at a distance, and general relativity has no force of attraction between two bodies, and it is purely based around no speed being faster than the claimed two-way speed of light calculation. That's another thing he got wrong. So I don't know. Maybe Matthew's coming in to save his bacon. You know, Matthew should be learning about zenith angles and 90 degrees. That's what Matthew needs to be learning about.
No, just just triangles, yes.
Matthew Learns says he has science in both marine biology and astronomy in chat. He also says there's an experiment for general relativity.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Bring them on. First, we're going to need the hypothesis from his published paper. That's Einstein's, November 25th, 1915. We need to pull the hypothesis out. I want you to identify the two constituent parts in that hypothesis, please. Before we get to the experiment.
I don't think he had a hypothesis in that paper.
So how can you have an experiment without a hypothesis when an experiment is a hypothesis test?
Give me a minute.
Oh my God.
I guess we don't have to look then.
You just snatched your own wig off, you dumbass.
So it didn't go very far, did it?
We got an experiment. Well, what's a hypothesis? Well, we didn't have one.
That was fun.
Daz has got it right in the chat. He was hypotheless.
Hypothesis.
We used to get told that the whole body of science proved we're on a globe. And that was one of the tricks that they'd pull. Well, we've got an experiment. But for the fact that QE's like, well, what's the hypothesis? There isn't one. What's the end of that discussion? Had QE not have said that, we'd now be going around the weekend looking at something that's claimed to be scientifically validating something. An experiment? Wow, that's a powerful word. It's almost like it was stolen to lend credence to pseudo-Riemannian fourth-dimensional space-time bending. Experiment? Man, that sounds like it's been proven, doesn't it? But there wasn't a hypothesis to test to give it any scientific validity. Oh, that's a shame. It definitely isn't proven then. So we can definitely rule out this science as being science, because it isn't. Almost like it's pseudoscience. Like the claim of science where there hasn't been an application of the scientific method. That would be hypothesis. So we can accurately name it now. Thanks, Matthew. There isn't a hypothesis. Oh, well, it's then pseudoscience, isn't it?
Yes. Claiming to be science without hypotheses. That's the definition of pseudoscience. Textbook.
Yep. That was good.
Should we rename marine biology pseudoscience also, because it doesn't have hypotheses? They just do mainly observation.
Too ambiguous. Too ambiguous. You'd have to get into each individual claim. So let's go. Give us one hypothesis in marine biology. Let's see. It might be
Whales
science.
appear to migrate north and south during the year.
That's not a hypothesis, you unbelievable dipshit. What's a scientific hypothesis?
Hold on. Don't jump the gun. You didn't give him a big enough gap.
Okay.
You might have just been detailing the phenomena.
All right.
Yeah,
Carry
so
on.
they observe whales migrating, and so they come up with a hypothesis that whales live, in one place part of the year and in another place another part of the year. Is that not a hypothesis?
Okay. So you're suggesting the dependent variable is whales' movements. That's a phenomena that you observe. And the yet to be validated cause of the effect is the places that they move to.
Yeah, they're not doing an experiment. They're just
Sounds like
observing. They're
real
not
life.
experimenting.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I get that. A hypothesis. You know that's an experiment yet to be validated in that form. So it's the construction of your presumed cause of the effect being whale migration, and the presumed cause being the places. Second time's a charm.
Maybe seasons of time. I don't
So
know.
that's
The
not what you
point
said.
is
Sorry,
that you just do
stop.
observation, not experiments.
I didn't ask you to change your claim to be independent variable of places. I said it with that tone of disdain, like I think you're stupid. And now I'm going to repeat it a
I'm
third
not
time to you,
stupid.
Matthew. You don't need to chant through me like the other guy that you white knighted for. I'll just repeat it a third time because you haven't addressed it. I say it with a different tone. So, you said dependent variable, whale movement. Independent variable, that's presumed causal influencer of the effect you're studying in science, would be the places?
No, I don't think there is an independent variable.
So it's
Well, then
not,
it's not a hypothesis.
So it's not a hypothesis then, Matthew? Were you mistaken or lying? Which one?
I guess I was mistaken if you define.
Oh, well, you can shut your mouth then. You don't need people who are in error talking to us like they know what they're talking about, where they just make mistakes. What kind of stupid idiot did you think you were, coming here, making mistakes, talking shit, making errors?
Is marine biology?
Yeah, you were just
science?
mistaken, Matthew. You can shut your mouth and sit down now. Like, go in the dunce corner. You don't know what you're talking about, son. Do you hear me?
Are you that much of a dumbass?
Yeah.
You said.
I haven't finished
You
berating
said
him. Do you
so-
mind going on mute while I continue to berate Matthew? Matthew,
Sorry.
that doesn't... This is going to be rhetorical. Pop yourself on mute while I berate you. Yeah, we get you were mistaken, otherwise known as wrong. Now the guy talking who was wrong, wasting our time with stupid nonsense that was wrong, can sit in the dunce corner. We know you don't know. We know you were mistaken. That's why we had to lead you. Now we've led you and you've told us how wrong you were. Not lying, just mistaken, wrong, in error. Okay, we don't need to hear you anymore then. I don't need to hear your crap that you'll be wrong about again. Sit in the dunce corner till we invite you back out, dunce. We know you're wrong. Thanks for admitting it quickly so we can get you in that dunce corner where you belong. Good lad.
Goddamn, what is this?
Good lad.
So are you saying
Nathan,
marine
please
biology is
allow
not
me. I
a
need to
science?
say.
So are you saying
I
marine
hate to say
biology is not a
something.
science? Shut up. So are you saying marine biology is
John, I
not a
need-
science? No, I'm not saying that. That's a bit too ambiguous. You need to prove each claim. So give us a claim, give us a hypothesis in marine biology. He gives us one that's not a hypothesis. He admits it's not a hypothesis. And then he says, what's the problem? Are you insane? Matthew, or a moron?
Being invited out of the dunce corner by one of the other teachers, Matthew. You can come back to the class now.
No, I'm not insane.
Yeah, you must be. You
Good,
just
Matthew.
contradicted yourself.
Wait, what's this?
So, marine biology again. We're not dismissing the entire discipline because that would be stupid. However, if you want to prove that some aspect of it is science, then please give us a scientific hypothesis of one claim within marine biology. George Costanza, go.
Whales migrate.
Sorry, we already
Oh
covered
my
this.
God, he's gonna
You
do
already
it
just
again.
walked your way back to the dunce corner. This is belligerence, isn't it, Matthew? You think repeating that which we've already put you in the dunce corner once before for is going to be funny to the rest of the class? We already covered this, son. Pop yourself back in the dunce corner.
Mr. Nathan Oakley.
Hello.
Hi. I guess this is. Did you just literally just take over this channel? Like, what's this all about?
What I do on a Friday.
Righteous
Oh,
indignation.
I've been here bloody
Alright.
ages, though.
Sorry,
I just
I'm
noticed that.
fairly new. Sorry, I'm just like, what the fuck's going on here?
No
There's like
swearing,
one
don't-
man
please don't
against
swear.
the fucking army.
Please don't swear. Yeah, I've taken over. I have so much fun on a Friday in this server. I'm supposed to be here for 3 hours. I've been here for well over 4. So
Wait, are you a lawyer or what's
Am I
the
what?
story behind, or a lawyer or some sort of person of the law, or I don't know how this works.
you can call
Like,
me
to be
Constable
honest,
Nathan if you like. I don't mind.
I'm just more of like, you have to have some fucking nutsack to go against like 40 odd people in a Discord channel.
Yeah,
That's
that's
all.
because when you've got a winning argument, it's really
It's
easy.
a lot of fun.
It's really
It's
easy
like
if you've got a
shooting
winning.
hippos in a fishbowl.
Yeah.
I'm
it's really
sorry,
easy.
I'll answer for him. It's
Go
like
ahead.
shooting hippos in a fishbowl.
That's perfect. Okay, I like that answer.
It's easy. They've got nothing to really offer other than, oh yeah, we've got science. Okay, what is it? Well, it's this. Is that science? No.
Oh, wait, is this? Oh wait, is this a 24/7? Oh, this is the 24/7. Please do continue. I will enjoy this quite a bit.
Enjoy what?
keep it
Are you a
They're
globe
troll.
Earth believer? Are you a globe
sorry?
Earth believer, sir?
Absolutely yes.
Before this starts,
Absolutely, yes.
hold on.
Can
I'm
you
really sorry
please
to do this,
provide-
Kiwi. I will let you go, I promise. AJ, are we good to hang around? I've just realised how long we've been here. It's a long time.
Yeah, I think everything's going well. Everyone's getting into discussion. Yeah, I don't see an issue with it.
I'll stop appealing to your
Andrew, if
moderation
you can
though.
just-
So if it gets out of hand, I'll just have to deal
And-
with it.
Yeah,
Yes,
Anvil, if you can just keep your swearing out of the conversation, please.
Sorry, no, it's just I'm playing League of Legends. I just got ganked by like 10 people, and it's like, oh,
Fair enough. Right,
Pooperino.
everybody else other than QE and this guy, if you can just try and tolerate them having a conversation, that'd be wonderful. Go ahead, QE, go ahead. What's your name again?
Yes.
Absolutely.
What's your name? What's your name?
I'm sorry. You're asking me. Apologies. My name is Dorian.
Dorian, QE, Dorian, go ahead.
Nice to meet you.
Wait, what?
Can you?
Hi, nice to meet you. What are we debating about? I'm sorry, I'm not ready for this right now.
I asked you if you were a globe Earther. I asked you if you were a globe Earther.
Oh yes,
believer,
I'm a
and you
person with
said-
common sense. Yes.
You said absolutely. Well, we're going to test that. So, can you please provide one shred of scientific evidence for the globe Earth?
We have a what is it? A reflective panel that we planted on the moon during the Apollo mission. If
sorry.
you fire a laser there, it's going to orbit
I'm
around. It's
sorry.
going to hit your
I'm
back.
sorry. I'm sorry.
Proof of us hitting
I'm sorry. Can I
basically
stop
outer
you?
space.
He's trying to interrupt
Can I
Absolutely.
please stop you? Hello,
Yeah, sorry, I'm
sunshine.
actually just roasting you while I'm
Hello,
playing League of Legends,
sunshine.
which is kind of
Guy,
sad. But
you need to
I
stop your
understand.
verbal diarrhea. Okay.
Hello, sunshine. I asked you for scientific evidence of a globe Earth, which you should have said immediately is QE. That is a malformed statement because natural science and the scientific method only adjudicate natural cause and effect relationships, not shapes. That's geometry. You have demonstrated without a doubt to this board and this classroom and YouTube that you wouldn't know what natural science or the scientific method was if it climbed up your arse and started kicking footballs wrapped in Carolina Reaper lace concertina wire. I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
So I'm sorry, I just lost a couple of brain cells there by you speaking. So basically, you're denying the existence of a globe, right? Didn't your own people literally prove themselves wrong with was it a light test with the camera for one piece of wood with a hole in it? Was that all they had to do to literally just destroy their entire society?
You didn't really listen to what you had as a response. Did you need me to repeat it for you?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Sorry, I'm in the middle of a lot of stuff
League of
right
Legends.
now.
Got it. Yeah, heard you the first 3 times. Thank you. So you need me to repeat what you failed to respond to. You said you lost a few brain cells. I agree, you did, because you failed to comprehend what was put to you. So I'll reiterate it now. By suggesting that the moon reflectors were a scientific evidence, it demonstrates that you have a subpar acumen when it comes to scientific evidence. You don't know what scientific evidence is by demonstration of your answer that you gave. So that, by virtue of the answer, is this me talking, or is this you feeling troubled by me pointing out how embarrassing that is to have a subpar science acumen? That doesn't mean I'm inviting you to yammer through the top of me, son. I know it's embarrassing. You thought you'd just had a little gotcha and a little win while you played your little video game and told us all about it 3 times like we're deaf. I'm not inviting you to respond. I'm still talking. You're yammering because you're in pain. Yeah, we get this a lot. What we get is really stupid people that don't know what science is coming in and going, wow, is this a flat earth server? Hey, have you got any scientific evidence? Yeah, moon reflectors. Wow, Dumbo. Don't know what science is much. Demonstratable retard much. Maybe you could chuckle for me, you stupid idiot. You don't know what science is, son. You're a retard. You're amongst people far smarter than you, and your only response, like a little bitch who's being told off, is to chant straight through the person, highlighting just how stupid you are. You're a retard. Thick as all shit, but you think it's your time to hog the mic. Yeah, I've got a solution for that. I've got that show that's going out to YouTube, so when Dumbos start chanting through the top of me, I can prevent that from happening. The audience still gets to hear me pointing out just how stupid you are, regardless of how much you want to chant through me. Now, when we asked you for scientific evidence, you didn't give it. Now, that makes you thick. Now, maybe you weren't expecting to be pointed out how thick you were by a flat earther. I'll introduce myself now. My name is Nathan Oakley. I'm the one calling you thick based on your lack of scientific acumen when you replied about having reflectors. Dumbo! Really stupid! In over his head! Okay, son? I hope that's clear.
Yeah, but there was a hole in a light and stuff.
Ah, cool. I'm unmuted now.
Yeah,
Sorry, guys,
so we
go
can hear
ahead.
some more stupidity. You science illiterate. You would fail 5th grade general science.
What makes you think you've still got a part in this conversation, Anvil?
Yeah.
You've got no place at this table, you're dumb.
Yeah, he said he had common sense, and then he went answering a question that was obviously a trap, and he just went answering it just arrogantly, as if he definitely know the answer.
I like how everyone went silent as QE laid out that bear trap. Everybody watched QE sharpen every spike. And he's bowled into it, laughing his head off like he'd won something. Oh yeah, I've got common sense. Really? What's your scientific evidence? Moon reflectors? Wow! You, Anvil, are about the same as everybody else who comes and talks to us. Yeah, it's called Dunning-Kruger. People overestimate their intellect level when it comes to a given subject based on limited research. That's you. You thought that the answer to a question about science was moon reflectors? Oh dear. Oh, how embarrassing. Maybe you'd like to chant through us again.
Not only that, Nathan. I mean, he fell into that trap, but he was asked about the proving a globe, and then he was speaking about the moon. Don't see what the connection is there.
Yeah, I'll debunk that as well, just so it's on record. The claimed moon reflectors would require a trip via a second law of thermodynamics violation sky vacuum. That is to say that the claimed journey that took those claimed to be reflectors on a light in the sky we call the moon would mean that rockets could traverse high-pressure gas at the 14.7 psi that we're all breathing and traverse past it, in violation of the second law of thermodynamics, into an area of volume 10 to the minus 17 torr, known as a vacuum. To reach the moon, drop the reflectors, and then come back through a violation of the natural law we know as entropy, and enter high-pressure gas without containment. journey is a violation of the natural law we know as entropy. There was no trip to the moon. There are no reflectors there.
But there's a hole and a light and some stuff, and you couldn't do the thing.
Oh, was that your mimicked response?
Anvil, if you'd like to rebut what Nathan has to say about the moon reflectors, please stay on topic.
Oh, I'm okay. I'm unmuted again. Right. I would like to not offer rebuttal due to this conversation just being absolutely stupid. I do not need to articulate
do you want to put
anymore.
him back on mute, saying the conversation is stupid after having the second law of thermodynamics violation that is a sky vacuum detailed with him? Just shows how stupid he is. He couldn't comprehend what I put to him. Stupid conversation? No, I don't think so. We're detailing a law of nature. Second law of thermodynamics. Oh, bless. You don't want to give a rebuttal because you couldn't understand what I said? Bless you. Did you think you were smart, Anvil? Oh, he's run away. Anvil, did you think you were smart, son? Maybe you could detail what the second law of thermodynamics is.
I doubt it.
League of Legends taking your attention away from my question there, Anvil. Detail for us what the second law of thermodynamics is.
I'm muted again. Oh, right. So yes, it is quite a bit.
No,
I came from work right now, so we do science.
No, nobody
So
asked
it's quite
that.
fun.
This isn't science anymore. Again, demonstrating his lack of acumen. I didn't ask you about science. I asked you about natural law. Wow.
I do not need to.
Excuse me,
why would I
son.
argue
You
with
don't need
someone
to chant through me.
obviously
I tried to ask
deluded?
a question.
There is
Son.
no point.
Yeah, I get it. You're too stupid to listen and can't have a response and back and forth because you'll be shown to be stupid. Anvil, I didn't ask about science. I asked about a law of nature. Second law. You stupid boy. Just take him off mute. Could you do that for us, Anvil? Do you know what the second law of thermodynamics is? No, clearly not. Anvil, you're stupid. You're in the wrong place, son. You're too stupid to be here. You thought this was a joke because you listened to too much telly and mainstream YouTube. So you've got the impression we're all thick. And yet here we are asking you about the second law of thermodynamics. And you said it was stupid because it was a science discussion. No, second law isn't science. Dumbo! Did you come here to feel better about how smart you were about your ball you think you're living on, dum-dum?
No,
You don't know what the second
I
law
came
is,
here
then?
to see what's the debate about, and I got thrown into the fucking fire.
Don't
but
swear,
I don't know
Dumbo.
why.
Don't swear. No, I'm asking you what the second law is. Do you know what it is or not?
That's a lie. You just lied. He didn't get thrown into anything.
No,
He came off mute
I genuinely don't
and
know.
directly-
I got
you
thrown into this. I didn't want to debate really. I just came in here to see because it said Nathan something against. I didn't see what the full title was. I was like, wait, is that one guy against 40 odd people? I was like, oh, that's interesting. That's why I joined.
Yeah,
And
sorry, that was
I
not
got thrown
responsive.
into the fire pits, and I'm so confused. And
Yeah,
I'm like,
that's not
okay, but there's no
responsive,
point
sir.
in running the debate.
Is he just
as well,
going to go with verbal
because why would
diarrhea
I?
about nothing constantly? I asked you if you knew
Oh,
what
no,
the second
wait.
law was.
Wait, well, what? Sorry, I literally am.
Wait,
not, I
what?
can't
Sorry?
hear you
I'll
like
say
that.
it an eighth time, shall I, Anvil? Try and pay attention
Absolutely,
without
yeah.
talking. Try and pay attention. I know you're dumb and it's a struggle. Do you know what the second law of thermodynamics is?
Not from top of my head, no.
So you're just a stupid idiot then. You're out of your depth here then, mate. Did you want to bugger off back to your game because you're out of your depth here? You're talking to flat earthers that are far more smart than you. You're a stupid idiot who doesn't even know what the second law of thermodynamics is. Don't want to get involved in debate. Yeah, you better not want to get involved, you stupid boy. You don't know anything. You thought we were having a science discussion and then you told us about reflectors on a second law of thermodynamics violation, light in the sky. You're the dumbest person here. Me pointing out that you're dumb has resulted in the server moderators having to shut him down, by the way, because he yammered through the top of the embarrassing truth being pointed out to him. My name's Nathan Oakley. I'm the one pointing out how stupid you are.
I have a question.
I'm actually
Yeah,
done with.
you can just wait for a minute, fake judge. You can go next, seeing as you've
Yeah,
been
hold on.
piping
Yeah.
up in the chat.
Hold on a second. The Anvil said that he did at his work. He does science at work.
Yes, I heard that.
How can you do science at work when you're picking up cans alongside of the road? That's not natural
No,
science.
he's a Dumbo Dunning-Kruger liar. He's normally probably surrounded by kids playing games, and if he lies and says, I do science at work, they believe him, because they're probably more stupid than he is. He suddenly found himself in a room where people go, oh yeah, okay, give us a hypothesis then. Oh, what a fail, you demonstrated you've got no science acumen. What's the second law? I wouldn't know. Why the hell are you here then, you stupid boy?
We can move on to the next victim. I mean, next contestant, or next, next.
Just before we do, hey, Anvil, enjoy the aftertaste, mate.
Oh, well.
Well, we had fake judge, but he's left the room.
Oh, he gave up before he started.
Not as dumb as he looked.
Smartest thing he could have done.
Yeah. Anvil went running into the middle of a big brawl and then complained about getting hit. That's what he did, isn't it? Like, don't get involved then.
Yeah, he's come across this subject, and then when he read this title, he's like, "Oh wow, I've got oh look at that, flat earthers. Oh right." Immediately, glee and delight. Oh, I'm going to be smarter than all of them. Oh, isn't this wonderful? Yeah, that didn't last long. Then he was tasting my nuts, wasn't he? You like the gamer reference?
I think he came in.
Like the gamer reference, Anvil. It's because you've been shot in the face, metaphorically. Big shotgun, like in League of Legends. Enjoy the aftertaste.
From what I could tell, he came in here thinking that you were taking on all the flat earthers and he was going to be on your side. I think that was his impression.
Oh, too funny.
Oh,
and he got teabagged.
He heard someone winning and assumed that they were a globe believer. I see. Couldn't keep up with what the conversation was about because he thought the winner must have been the globe head. Yeah, 1 minute he was asking us if we were lawyers. Next minute, oh, I've got more intelligence than all of you. It's like, oh, so we were in high regard as lawyers, holding our own, kicking ass. Oh, no. Actually, my perception was wrong. They're flat earthers. I'm smarter than they are. Instantly. Wow, how levitating.
Common sense.
I've got common sense.
Funny, excuse the wind.
Sorry.
It's not funny how he went, how his opinion of you and us in general changed so rapidly, 180 degrees, when he just heard the F word. That just changed everything. You were a possible solicitor or lawyer taking on all these people. What kind of a guy are you? Then when he heard your actual position, suddenly he was not in awe anymore and you were stupid immediately, according to him.
That was brilliant. I really enjoyed that.
Did you steal my valor?
Yeah, totally. And I told you off
He's been doing it all day.
He's been doing it all day.
Doing it
All
for 10
day?
years.
You mean since the show began? And I mean by that 8 years ago.
Nathan, can I say something to John? For me, it's funny, but
yeah.
John, I said my wife, there is a professor of math claiming that there was, for migration of whales, was used the scientific method. Do you know what she said?
Is this guy
Sasha, can you please go and... Now, she looked at me like a crazy guy, and she said, Sasha, can you please put that shoes to dry? Oh my God.
That was Matthew Learns that said
Like,
that.
she was like, why? She was looking at me and like saying me, why are you listening to these people? Why?
Yeah.
Is that Matthew Learning? Is that a school teacher?
Yeah.
He's not a school teacher. He's a mathematics professor at a university. School teacher, for God's sake.
Worse than that.
Yeah, he is.
What is this? Little House on the Prairie?
Someone left a comment on that.
Dumb it down a little bit.
Someone left a comment on the last video where Matthew Learns joined. And one person said, yeah, but it's a California university. It's got the worst test grades from the whole country, or something like that. In other words, it just completely obliterated the university with one comment.
Excuse me, is he a higher education learned professor
Yes.
that teaches students?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, you
Well,
just got
that's
that. You just got that?
But Neil, you are not. But you know the difference between measurements and calculation, and he doesn't know.
Right. We have
I wouldn't go that far.
We've had, I think, fun in this Discord server, though, so I'm going to round out.
Just one thing, Nathan.
Go on, then.
One thing. Just to point out that for those that don't realise, Sasha's wife is educated. But that wasn't the highlight.
What did you say, Sasha's wife? Yeah, she's a biochemist.
Yeah. That's why she's laughing.
Don't turn those guns on me, Huey.
With that, I'm going to
Talking
say
all
huge.
pseudoscientists always, and she's not into this story, but about the science, she will laugh every time about pseudoscience. Yeah.
Perfect. With that, though, I am going to say a huge, massive, enormous thank you, first and foremost, to the 24/7 politics Discord server, the Flat Earth section within. Check it out if there's a link going by. Hopefully, one of the moderators will stick a link in the premiering stream live chat so you can go and check out that server. It's awesome. But yeah, massive thank you to them for having us on a Friday. Thank you very much for having us. Also, a massive thank you to my G Plus panel. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
Cornbread.
Sweet potato.
Exception to the rule.
Myself a little solar charger panel today.
A what?
A little portable solar panel.
This one dude hooked up 2 bike frames and like 2 10-speed frames, and he made it real light, and then he put like the solar panel across the front and kind of like squared it in, and across the top and the sides and the back, kind of like a car almost. Just the bike frames, and then the squared, like the front part.
Yeah, no, I can picture that.
But it's so lightweight that it's like it has unlimited range. As long as the sun's working.
Yeah, actually, there's a movie that they used to run on Australian TV about this event. I don't know if they still hold it, but it's like they used to have this challenge about building a solar powered car and like crossing like the Northern Territory or some shit. Like one of those Disney kind of movies.
Yeah. They this one I said that I guess it goes 98 miles an hour top speed or about 100. So it can go about 100 top speed and it has unlimited range as long as it's got sun and battery. I guess its battery packs
Well,
are
I
really
mean,
light.
I've only just started using small panels for the shit that I use every day, like my phone and other small devices, but it's already cutting my power bill.
Yeah. All those Dollar General stores and all the other places with all those solar panel things, man, you could just basically make your own type of stuff.
I just noticed they recently became a lot cheaper and a lot more common.
Yeah. Well, what if you put 100 of those little grids together, or like those Texas?
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm thinking. Every time I see one that's there for like, $15 on special, I'll just grab it.
Well, what about those old calculators and shit they used to throw out? Like if you had 1,000
Oh yeah, they do have little solar batteries on them, didn't they?
those bad boys ain't no punk.
Probably rig up about 600 of them and get it to play Doom.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like they can do certain things. I think it has to do with how big your wires are, where it goes, how you transist it, how you convert it. Because like I think we're trying to use too much power for shit. If that makes sense. It's like we're using way more than we even need, and we're acting like that's the right amount. If that makes sense to you. Because like once you touch something power, it's gonna feed it power, right? It's
I
gonna
don't know,
get power.
dude. Like, in some things, I'm fairly ingenuitive, but like, I have trouble linking guitar pedals together.
Yeah, that's another thing. Music. I think we should have so many musical instruments. We should be able to count them all. I mean, there should be trillions of them, and there's only like so many. It's weird. There should be different musical notes that we haven't heard of yet. That's being added every day, frequent. Like you know what I mean? Like when we just stopped. It's weird, bro.
Can I get video permission in the server? Or?
Oh, no, I don't have them.
True. I bought this other cool thing today, which is like a mood light, and it runs off USB, so it's literally that can run off a solar panel as well.
Okay.
And that means like I literally don't need to turn my ceiling light on anymore. Fuck the power company.
I wanted to do a bug zapper. Get like a whole bunch of them bug zappers for like $1 or 50 cents or something. Like buy a pallet of them, and put them together in a way to where you put like 20 of them on like a stick, and then just have them sitting there to where it's like 20 or 30 of them at one time being the bug light. Connect them all in one big thing, like a ball, like a disco ball bug light.
Well, they're gonna go fucking nuts on me in about a month or so. It's gonna be mozzies everywhere. I bought this other cool fucking thing today. Like, I found all these cool little fucking products when I went shopping in a fucking nearby town. I live in a really small town, so like you can't really get things.
They get you for all the dollars. It's like you go to the dollar store and you think you're gonna spend a little bit. You leave out of there. This is $100. Like what the fuck?
I could have spent more money, but I also have to go and get like specialty food from places that don't, because they don't sell that here either.
Yeah.
But in like the fucking COVID times when everyone was trying to capitalize. Can I say COVID here? Or someone told me to be careful.
Shit, no, probably not. Probably just say corn.
So during the lockdowns, everyone was capitalizing on germophobia. So these little things that you might have seen, like door openers and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I got one of these that's like a fidget toy size, and it looks like a Tommy gun, right? Like a Thompson, yeah? So it's got the handle bit extends off the front of a circle, and it's got a ribbing on the back, which is like, I don't know, an extra functional thing. But use that space where you'd imagine the grip, the front grip and the rear grip. That's the space that you use to like lever doors and stuff. So it's antimicrobial, and it can also work as like a touch for your phone screen. So it's a really cool little thing that I can mount on my finger, and it slips over and touches like my ring finger over my middle finger. So it's like almost a knuckle duster. I think you could actually probably hit someone pretty hard with this on. But it's also like a finger mounted fidget toy, because I can just spin it around underneath a ring. It's gonna slip off or go anywhere.
Yeah, you can also make those glue. They're made out of like plexi glue or whatever. Like you can do them in you can soak baking soda in like a mold, and then pour the super glue into it, a brass knuckle mold, and make them like.
Oh, really?
Yeah, man.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like
That's
a clear.
interesting.
Yeah, it'd be like a super glue or a clear epoxy. You pour the
Well, this
epoxy in,
thing's good though, because like it's innocuous. Like it's
but you
only
can make them
about.
thick. You can make them thicker because the brass knuckles are like rounded, and they're real thin. The
Yeah,
real ones,
like
yeah.
this thing is like only half an inch wide, and like I said, extends from like my first finger to nearly my third finger. And like honestly, I've got small hands and thin fingers because I'm a musician. So like big meaty people, like they couldn't get one of their fingers.
You know
through
what's a
the
cool
hole.
thing to get? I got one time from a fairground event, Native American peace pipe. It's a miniature one, but it's a metal
Chillum?
piece. Well, no, it's a pure metal peace pipe. It looks like a hatchet. It's about
Okay.
6 to 7 inches long, and it's a pipe tube, and it doesn't have the NP. It doesn't have a carb, but it's like a peace pipe. But it's all metal, and it's a hatchet on the front. It's actually got like a little gold blade on it. That's badass
So
for
is it a war pipe or a peace pipe?
both.
Yeah, because I've got a
It's like a
mate.
talking
Well,
stick peace pipe.
I had a mate recently in another server, and he was telling me all about how they had like the war pipe and the peace pipe, and then there was like an everyday pipe as well.
Yeah, it's like a war pipe. Yeah, it's got the axe blade on it, and it's gold. 'Cause every time my
Yeah,
buddies
bro.
feel it, they're like, that's solid brass. I was like, I know. They're
Hit
like,
that shit before you go to the festival or the club, you know, like.
yeah. They said you can use that as a weapon. I said, I know. It's sitting right here. It's badass. Yeah, like the little feather wrap on it, the little feathers. Pretty neat.
Have you seen Chillums?
Well, not even a chill. It's kind of like you know those things off Kubertine. You know what those are?
Yeah, I used to have one. Like literally, I had this sick fucking weapons collection, and the police confiscated everything, including my Kubertan.
It's exactly like Kubertine, but it's a brass bowl. It's a brass bowl, but you can use it just like a Kubertine.
Okay.
Really? Yeah. And you hold it in your hand and you're hitting, and it's brass. You know, you hit. It's got a poker out of the little thing out of the front that sticks out, and the piece where you hit. So the little front piece is
Yeah.
got like a hatch blade. A
I
miniature.
mean, anything becomes a force multiplier if it's hard enough and small.
Yes, exactly.
So when you go into the structure and like design it to be that way, yeah, this thing's gonna be awesome. But like, I just like that this thing's so small that I don't see it getting confiscated. Where, like I told you, not only I had shit confiscated, I had my whole fucking house raided, and they took my whole weapons collection. And they never took me to court because they knew I wasn't breaking the weapons schedule. They just don't like people having like katanas and shit.
Weird that they took your Kubertine. That's like a harmless fucking weapon.
Fucking telling me. They said it was a baton. They literally tried to do me for like 20 illegal weapons charges, and the judges laughed at it.
Yeah,
And because they'd already confiscated it, it was already taken to a fucking warehouse, and they can't sell it at auction unless they take me to court and prove they're illegal. So they just sit in a fucking warehouse, and the police refuse to like actually fucking do anything. Every time I ask for them back, they're like, "Yeah, nah." Australia's the most like fucking disempowered populace on earth, nearly.
Oh man, our place gets that way too, unless you got a little money or you know the right people. Because evidence for some reason after pick it up and get it that day right then, right? Well, somebody steals your house and robs your coins and robs your other shit. They'll come and show you if that's yours, but they don't give you your shit. They'll leave with it as evidence or something, and you don't never see it again. You don't never hear from the detective. It's like, what the fuck is going on? Like, where's my shit you guys confiscated?
They're just thieves when you get down to it.
Nathan Oakley is funny sometimes. Wake up and heard you stupid twats or whatever. I'm like, oh shit. You can't never tell if it's a live debate or that thing playing.
Who was I talking to that makes the music?
What?
Do you know who makes the music, like the AI tracks?
Did what?
There's a guy who makes like AI music tracks for FE.
Yeah.
Trying to remember who that was.
Oh, Kimbo Slice? There's a
Okay.
lot of people probably. There's the Kimbo Slice. He makes some he like does music stuff. There's a couple of people, man.
Well, he wants to start like an actual record label and get all the FEs into it.
Oh man. It ain't no Flat Earth record label without me on it. I'd have to rap a little bit on there.
Have you heard this song that called "Fly Free" by Jeff Bird?
Flat 3?
No, "Fly Free."
Oh, Fly Free? Yeah.
Yeah. Do you know that song?
Oh shit, I don't know. I'm not sure. If I know the words, I know it. Sometimes I don't know the name.
It's like a cappella white kind of rap. But tell me if you recognize it. But the lyrics are really good because it fits right in with everything we're saying. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right. In the beginning, there was a bad vibe. Mankind was spoken as a diatribe. It gets worse. It's like a curse. Like a percentage of the national purse. We get collected like statuettes. While they place their bets, we run around like we got Tourette's. It's a police state. Shit is crazy. We blame it on the guy yelling, bro, don't tase me. I'm a high school teacher, that's the truth of it. And if I teach the truth, I'll lose my job and shit. Okay, I quit. Cause I won't lie to kids and get paid for it. I won't be a part of the miseducation of American youth. And that's the goddamn truth. I won't be another fake like Beyonce. Only diamond on the hands of Jay. Pink Floyd, they prove to be prophetic from the other side of the moon. They keep it copacetic with another brick in the wall. You gotta stand tall. Even in the face of the Taj Mahal. They don't want kids with the right brain intelligence. They want a George Orwellian malevolence. Fly free, fly free. Started in Samaria and spread to Babylon, then to Egypt and the obelisk sucking on. Grandpa was a 33rd degree Freemason, and I've been tracing my family history, and they've been caught debasing the human race, and so I relinquish my place in. I want no part of this family tree. I'm a bird, yes, but I'm a fly free. Statue of Liberty, her name is Semiramis, a Babylonian goddess of everything heinous. Oh, hey, Ben Franklin, what you doing with the bodies in your basement? He's in the Hellfire Club in the catacombs under Dashwood's pub. George and Vulture Inn, it's a left-hand path that they're tunneling in. Founding fathers are as benevolent as leather dog collars. The aristocracy never meant for us to be free. This misnomer democracy, the lie in the hands of Freemasonry, will fly free, fly free, fly free, 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 free. Yeah,
I've heard it now. I heard it now.
So, like, his last name is spelled B-Y-R-D, and he's literally the great-grandson of that guy.
Okay. Wasn't that weird?
Oh, fuck yeah.
I think that's pretty weird that the grandson of the guy who went to do stuff all for the government was like top brass isn't anything in the government. That's just weird. That's really weird.
And, like, he was saying all that shit publicly, and then, like, and, like, he kind of just came out to say what he had to say and then left. Like, he didn't want to hang around and be an artist. So you can't even find that shit anymore. I found it on, like, an obscure page that still had the lyrics up.
Yeah. That's kind of like me. I've never written anything down, and if I did, I probably tore it up and threw it away. Like, if I writ stuff down, it would be really good. But since I don't write stuff down, it's not that, you know. I mean, it's good, but I don't write it down, so.
I write a lot, but I don't turn everything into, like, something musical.
Right. Like, I mess around and rap and freestyle when I'm at work. And then people ask me when I'm going to start a podcast. They always bug me about a podcast, man. I'm like, how much you guys going to pay me if I start a podcast? Because if I start a podcast, I'm going to have to spend my time doing it. They was like, we'll subscribe.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, it sounds like a thing that a lot of people would be good at, but I think...
Yeah, I don't know.
I think it attracts a certain type of person to that sort of lifestyle to begin with. Like, a lot of people are interesting enough to host a podcast, but they don't want to host a fucking podcast. I know I don't.
Same here, yeah. That's like me. I don't know. I don't know what it takes to even get it started, you know. It'd be like me just coming on saying some shit for a while. I'd have
Look
to
at it
figure out how
this
to
way, bro. Like, I've been both vegan and a flat earther for like over like a dozen years, and I've had 2 types of the same exact conversation every one of those days. I don't want to podcast it on top of that. Like, what? But I props off to people who can sustain like the public level of doing it, because I still do it casually. It's like, okay, I'm never getting around this thing. It's the same goddamn conversation with every person. But whatever, you know, you make progress with a person or you don't. It's that interesting shit.
I think I do pretty good. I think I do pretty good making progress with the people that aren't just, you know, the deniers.
Yeah,
the
really, you just have to like, you just have to start something. You know, you have to catalyze a process in their fucking mind, and that's kind of easy to do if you go about it the right way. It can work the same on anybody. Their effort in that regard is minimal, because the change will start without their conscious involvement, and then it becomes if they're willing or resistant.
Yeah, I think getting the people on there would be the hardest part. Like getting other people or who to get on there.
Well, the problem there is there's plenty of people dying for a platform and plenty of people dying to give people a platform. So the market's just hyper-saturated by people that desperately want to be listened to that nobody wants to listen to, and people that everybody wants to listen to that have like 1 million people trying to book them. so it's hard to survive in. But something like this, you've already got your niche and your market cornered, so maybe there is.
Right. I was thinking about starting one and calling it the exception to the rule. And it might piss a lot of people off, but what I was going to focus on is if that you or someone else, or say it's supposed to be a law, a theory, a rule, a principle, and any human can come by and show you something that acts different than that. You see, that would be the exception to the rule. Therefore, is the rule anymore? Don't you now have to change the rule?
Yeah. I used to have fun with paradoxes when I was little, and one of the ones I used to stump adults with was if there's an exception to every rule, is that a rule with no exception?
Right.
Face just goes, what?
Right. Well, I mean, that's what it is. It's like, if there is an exception to the rule, is gravity real? Are things really going down? Are things really doing this? Is temperature what you thought? Is pressure what you thought? Is like
Well, look, I think that's why I liked paradoxes when I was little, because there's so much conflict in the actual fucking shit. And your subconscious mind will pick it up before you rationally start to process why the fuck you think everything is so conflicting.
Right. So, yeah. And I mean,
because what you're saying is true, man. That's exactly what I was intuiting, right? There is like this exception to every rule, and therefore there's a rule with no exceptions. But that doesn't hold out true in reality. But that's the basis of most of these theoretical sciences. Kind of the underpinning of them. So either need a unifying force to justify them, like the unified field theory or gravity.
Yeah, is there an exception to the rule?
Right. And what does that imply? Does that mean that we can conquer these forces? Because if that is true, then we should have already been able to, develop anti-gravity technology, for example.
Exactly.
But no, what we find is the further we develop resonance and magnetics, we can ignore all this fucking shit they're saying about gravity. Throw it in the bin.
Well, that's the whole thing of being anti-gravity and actually doing that. That's what you'd be doing. You'd be doing not gravity. So you wouldn't be manipulating gravity. See? You're manipulating the strong force.
That's the funny thing. So if there was this crowd of people that are like, okay, every year we get a minimal amount of funding that will increase if we ever achieve anything, called anti-gravity research, and then you look at the leaps and bounds that resonance and magnetics has come along with. It's like they've done all the initial benchmarks that the anti-gravity researchers set out to and never even proved a single thing in practice. But that's where your dollars are going, folks, I was listening to one of these 6-hour videos of NASA fraud compilation, and it's just crazy how they break it down to people oh, so this Mars mission, it's such a great movie that we've developed for people, and it's done at the price of a movie ticket, and that's a movie that everybody wants to see. I know I do. Yippee! And it's okay, this is how you're selling this one fucking Mars mission, but what's really going on is every couple of weeks I have to go to the movies and watch your shitty fucking production, and I don't have a choice. And the only other place that something like that is true is fucking North Korea. The state makes the fucking radio show that I have to listen to. That's what you're doing when you take your tax dollars and present the result of which to people to be a fucking film production. And that's literally how they categorize their celebration of the successful Mars landing. My God. And the video breakdown wasn't even working hard at them driving all of their creative language in the realm of this is a production, this is a video, this is a movie. It's when you start to see through it, you see that all of the language is geared towards something that engenders people's fucking imagination. And it's if we're spending millions of dollars to try to like boost up imagination in society. Why are people so fucking brain dead, huh? It's not like they're becoming more creative today. The opposite is definitely true, though.
What are they creating?
And what are they exploring? They're exploring their identity and their gender and more of their fantastical notions. Pluck out of thin air. I mean, that's what they mean when they say exploration, right? Like little children should be encouraged to explore their imagination, but they're saying this is like one of the goals of humanity. Like exploring to what fucking end? You know, we've found dirt, and there's no way that you can put anything else in the dirt if what we're saying is true. All they're ever going to find is more dirt. You know, they can't suddenly start faking an alien civilization. I mean, maybe they could, but you know what I'm saying? It's not like they're ever going to discover the first species, which is living on one of these barren rocks or one of these gas balls. There's no species there. What's the point of going there? There's no plant life. There's no animal life. There's what? Rocks? We can find rocks and what? We can bring them back? How are we going to bring back rocks? You know the problems involved with the logistics of mining small amounts of minerals on Earth? No, we won't talk about these things because there's research and exploration to be done. Oh, God. Oh, my God. I mean, the only person or type of person that would benefit from this kind of exploration and research is like not just a serial killer, but like a genocidal maniac that needs somewhere to hide all the bodies. You know? The kind of exploration they'd be doing. Where's a place no one will go that I can put everything I don't want anyone to find? And how are you supposed to get back from fucking Mars? If you need like a launching pad to leave Earth, you'd have to go there and build a fucking launching pad to come back at all. I mean, at this point, with what we currently possess, tools at our fingertips,
there's many other things that, of course, Plato's known for, but this one stands out for me. All right. Early on, we didn't just think that maybe the stars were rotating around the Earth. We also thought that Earth was flat. All right. Very difficult thing to see. If you haven't traveled very far, this is the first guess perspective you might have, right? Of course, there's mountains. I'm not saying it's exactly flat, but if you model the world in your mind, it extends to the reaches of what you know of, right? As far as you've gone. And whenever you look out at the horizon, it pretty much looks flat. If you've ever been in the ocean, it looks really flat. The horizon looks exactly the same everywhere. If there's no clouds in the sky, it looks absolutely flat. In fact, let me tell a little story. I was in the middle of the ocean on a small 52-foot sloop. And in the middle of the night, if it's completely clear, which it mostly is, at least all the time I was crossing the ocean, at nighttime it gets really clear. And the stars get really, really, really bright, right? If you get away from light pollution near cities, then you can see the stars much more brightly than you can near cities. And when you're away from bright lights for a long time, 20 minutes or so, your eyes adapt to the darkness. So you can also, for that reason, see the stars to a much greater degree. The surprising thing for me, I hadn't expected this ahead of time, is that at nighttime, the stars are really, really bright above you, but below you, they're reflected, right? The ocean is often very calm at night. You're just barely moving along. And you can see stars below and stars above. It feels like you're floating in space, right? When you look around the boat, it feels like your boat is just floating in space. Now, our propeller was a fixed prop propeller, so it was spinning as we were being dragged forward, churning up the water a little bit. And there's throughout the whole central area of the ocean, it's warm enough to permanently have plankton. So whenever you mix oxygen into the water, it excites the plankton and they light up. They make a little green light for a short amount of time and then fade away. But our propeller had 3 prongs. And so behind us, if you look off the back of the boat, behind us, there's 3 streamers artistically following behind the boat, fading off in the distance. So it didn't just look like we were floating in space, 360 stars everywhere around, but there was a magical propeller of these 3 reaching out green arms that were extending us out in space. It was a really gorgeous thing to experience. If you ever get to, that's worth all the journey just alone, in my opinion. All right, so we had this perspective that the world, as far as we've seen, was flat. And people back then seriously debated. Sailors that wanted to go out had fears of traveling too far in the ocean, right? A genuine, deep-reaching fear. It wasn't a fear of a whale coming and swallowing the ship. That's a fear of monsters, sure. But if your model of the reality is this, then the ocean surely, eventually, is just a waterfall. It falls off the edge. And if you're a ship that doesn't have a very powerful engine, because everything was man-controlled, right? Man-powered or wind-powered, then you're probably just going to get sucked right off the end of that waterfall. If you get close enough to see it, your end is probably already sealed. Okay, so the idea of exploring out past where you've been came with a sense of terror when we had a model of the world that was like this. It was naturally terrifying to even extend yourself to see what was past what you already knew.
Monkey, welcome back to our server, buddy. It sounds like you're quite interested in the flat Earth subject. So, have you got any conversations or questions you want to have, my friend?
Nothing that I can think of right now.
Oh, fuck. Okay.
If I think of something, I'll let you know.
No problem.
That was your.
What did you learn about last time? What'd you learn about last time you were here?
Last time I was here, everyone was just talking about like what's it called? Masonry and stuff like that. And so I kind of got uncomfortable.
Okay, so you didn't actually get to hear about.
I didn't get to hear about flat Earth, anything about that.
Black Swan. Okay, buddy. So it sounds like you're really new to the flat Earth. How long have you been looking into it, or did you just fall into our Discord server by happenstance?
I just fell in, and I was just trying to figure out cause like I was telling you yesterday, like the school system taught me that the Earth is round, and I just was looking in to see like the other side, the other viewpoint.
Okay, buddy.
Perfect.
What I'll do is I'll start you off, then I'll open it up to the rest of the room. But when we're talking about the Earth being flat, we're describing the surface that we walk on, no, the Earth. So the Earth, to you, me, and everybody else, always looks flat. However, we've also come to measure the Earth over vast distances of water and found no curvature. And we also use the Earth practically as a flat stationary plane. But ultimately, the first place that you should really look would be into long-distance observations, because the claim is that we see too far. We see further than the prediction of a curved Earth, for example.
Okay.
Does anybody else want to take this away? I'm making coffee at the moment because I've got to stay up.
We can't see over the curve of the Earth, but we do. Next.
Yeah, because like say you're standing on top of like the Burj Khalifa in Dubai, how wouldn't you be able to see both ends of the flat Earth?
Because you've only increased your field of view by so much. Right, if you're standing on the floor, you can only see so far. You go climb a tree, you can see further. Get to the top of the Burj Khalifa and you can see Mars. It's like getting into an aeroplane. You can see a lot. The only reason for this is because you've increased your angle of view above the surface you are looking across.
No, I don't think that's what he's going for here. You can see the stars, right? And you've been told that the stars are trillions and trillions of light years away, right?
Correct.
Okay, so that would entail and let you kind of come to the conclusion that you can see for trillions of miles, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's probably your first problem of why you might think that you could see all the way across. You can't, because those lights up there, they're not trillions and trillions of miles and light years away. They're just right there. And you have a limit to your vision. Why do you think you need a camera?
That's true, yeah.
All right, so seeing across it all the way, even if you were on the Burj Khalifa, seeing the whole thing is not going to happen.
All right.
Anybody else?
You covered it, but
Yeah. The term line of sight. You know, have you ever heard of that? Line of sight.
Briefly, yes.
Yeah. Just like a straight line, you know. So put it on a ball, right? Put a ruler on a ball. You know what I mean? And we're seeing things we shouldn't see because there's a size to it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So once you understand that, like, you can't. There's no other arguments that can really be brought forward until this curve or lack of curve has been dealt with. So it's flat until someone proves it's not. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So that those are the facts. You see it to be flat. You experience it to be flat. When you become a radio man, you know, telecommunications, they're going to teach you to assume that it is flat. If you become a pilot, they're going to tell you to assume that it is flat. A surveyor, to assume that it is flat. I mean, it's pretty much flat. You know what I mean? So the ball is what we don't have evidence of, except for what we see on TV.
Correct.
Okay.
Do you by chance know at all how fast Earth in the model that you were taught is spinning?
Not off the top of my head, I don't.
Okay, well, it's 1,041 miles an hour. So do you feel like right now that all of us in this room are spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, roughly?
It doesn't feel like it. No.
Does the Earth act like it is moving?
Well, if the Earth wasn't spinning, then we wouldn't have the day-night cycle, right?
No, because that can be just a light overhead moving. Because that's what we see, isn't it? We see the sun come from the east, goes over your head, and goes to the west.
Yeah,
So that's the sun
exactly.
moving.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just like the curve, right? You'll see the sun moving. You don't feel like the earth is moving, right? Because it just isn't. What you see is the sun is moving, the moon is moving, and the stars are moving. You don't have any evidence of you spinning and causing what you see in the sky. It's the same thing. You know what I mean?
It's more of the paradigm of looking at it like, for a long time things kind of have been complicated, but that's kind of the goal that we want to go for some reason makes us feel smart. But if you really look at it, the simpler answers tend to make more sense. I mean, do you see the sun in the morning in the east and literally see it go across the sky to the west?
Yeah.
Why can't you just say that the sun's moving then? Because that's literally what's happening in front of you.
Okay. That does make sense.
Right? Sometimes the simpler answer, I mean, it's scary, but I mean, sometimes the simpler answer just makes more sense.
But now that you've come that far, right? Like, really, when you really think about it, you can't just stay with curvature, because without curvature, there is no spinning ball. So you don't even have to worry about spin. But, now that you have the explanation, that makes sense. Okay. But that was kind of the, like, first is it a ball, and then you ask the question about it spinning. You know what I mean? But as long as it's not a ball, as you can't find evidence for a ball, like all of this spinning, looking up, seeing the stars, all those other excuses or explanations don't matter, are irrelevant. So all you need is curvature, and then you can move on to spin or gravity or all these other theories that rely on the Earth to be a globe, a sphere. Not even evolution exists. I mean, evolution is not a thing anymore as long as you don't have curvature. None of
Evolution, what's that?
Yeah,
right.
What's that?
I mean, you have it's a new world pretty much to discover.
Monkey, do you know the natural physics of water? What happens to water when it's contained?
I do not know.
Well, if you've got, say, a cup of coffee, for example, on the top of that liquid, it's level across the surface, isn't it? If you've got a bath or a swimming pool, it is level from end to end. Because when you contain water, when it's resting, apart from the ripples and the waves, it is level from end to end. Now, there has to be curvature over water. 71% of the Earth's surface is water, and gravity, whichever type of gravity you use, is pulling everything to the centre of it. And the most sphericity, spherical nature, curvature, should be found over water. But you know as well as anybody else does that when you contain water and it's resting, then it is level upon the surface. Now, this is observed when you're looking at a large body of water, for example, like a large lake or the seas and oceans of the world. They are lying level. Obviously, they've got ripples and tides and waves and so on, but the natural dynamics of water is to remain level upon the surface when contained. So what we should be able to find, if we're looking for a ball, is curvature over water. And we should be able to find this at a rate. That rate or calculation is 8 inches per mile squared. So we should easily be able to observe curvature and be able to measure curvature over vast distances of water. But we never see it, and we most definitely never measure it. So water is probably one of the things that will lead you in the direction of understanding the flat Earth, because we're not even making a claim to the shape of the Earth. We're just describing the surface that we're on, the ground level, right? And the Earth is observed and measured to be level over vast distances of water. The water isn't curving, my friend.
All right. I have one more question.
Go for it, mate. Go.
So, say you're in Australia, right?
Yep.
And say it's June.
Mm-hmm.
It's winter, correct?
Yeah. So you're going to be talking about seasons.
Yeah. Like
Okay.
in how different northern hemisphere, say
Yeah.
like you're in the globe Earth.
Yeah.
The northern hemisphere in June would be summer, but the southern hemisphere would be like winter. How
Okay.
does that
Okay, so we've just understood that the day and night cycle can be caused by the sun as it goes over and ahead. Now that's our predominant source of heat and light. Now, do you know what the tropics are? The Tropic of Capricorn and the Tropic of Cancer.
I do not.
Right. So, Tropic of Cancer would be the sun's northernmost path, and the Tropic of Capricorn would be the southernmost path. They're the two things either side of the equator. Right. Even within the heliocentric model, these are what those things are. What we have is we have a circling sun overhead around a central north point, it seems. You know, north where our compasses point. It's a bit like circumnavigation, going east to west and around a circle. But what the sun does, or what the sun appears to do, is when it's summer in the north, say in the northern hemisphere, to use your words, but in the north, the sun is circling the innermost circle. That would be the Tropic of Cancer. It then crosses over the equator and then over to the Tropic of Capricorn. And then it circles around the Tropic of Capricorn, giving summer to the south, or the outer, and winter to the north, or the inner layer. So it's dependent on the circle of the sun. Go on, bud.
Can you tell them about the small and local sun?
Well, yeah, because if the Earth, as we have described it to you, is level upon the surface, then the lights in the sky revolve around and above us. This is observed when we're talking about the day and night cycle and the sun coming from the east and going to the west. So the sun is, although I don't know the size and I don't know the distance to the sun, I would assert that the sun is much closer than it is 93 million miles away, because that would put it in space, and we can talk about space in a minute. But ultimately, the light above our head is much smaller and much closer than what we've been told. So this is how we have a small... Go on, bud.
What if the Earth is way bigger than the sun? You ever thought about that?
That's to you, Monkey.
What if the Earth is way bigger than the sun?
Yeah. The sun is just this light, that's lighting the surface of the Earth, which means the Earth is much, much bigger than the sun.
Are you in live stream one voice text, buddy? Can you see some of the images that are going by?
Yes, I am in that.
Okay, so what we've got is an image by Fox Agent at 51 minutes past the hour, which is kind of what we are trying to describe. You see the central point, that's north, mate. That's where your compasses point to. And you will walk around in a circle east to west, and that's how you circumnavigate. This is pretty much the same as what the sun does, and all the lights in the sky that come from the east and go to the west. Around Polaris, right, that star in the sky that never moves. And the sun will go inwards towards the centre and then outwards away to the circumference edge. And this is how we get our seasonal cycles, because it's dependent on the locality of the sun. When the sun is circling outwards, it's summer in the south and winter in the north. And then the sun goes back into the north, circles around the Tropic of Cancer, and it's summer in the north and then winter in the south.
And
okay.
And did you know Polaris doesn't move? Did you know there's a star at the north that doesn't move, that everything rotates around? All the stars move around in the sun. It's called the North Star. Yeah. Which means, what's an expanding universe? How can it be an expanding universe? But that's where the compass points, right?
I mean, if I was to describe the flat Earth to you very simply, it would be easier to describe as the Earth, the ground that we walk upon, is the floor of the universe, and the lights in the sky revolve around and above us. I don't want you to think that we think the Earth is a disk flying in space, because that most definitely is not what we understand. But it's easier to describe that the Earth is the floor, and when you look up, the stars and lights are in the sky. And up is the same direction to everybody, not outwards from a radial point, as in when I point up and somebody in Australia points up, we're pointing in different directions. Now, we're all on the floor and we all point up, and we all see the same things in the sky, and they are above all of us.
All right. I'm looking at the picture from posted by Fox Agent, and say you're in Canada, right?
Yeah.
And how come you would have to fly east and west to go to different areas and not just north and south? Because you can just fly straight up to Russia, say, and just go straight north.
There is an exclusion zone, a no-fly zone around the central North Point, around the North Pole. You're not allowed to cross over it. They'll give you ecological reasons and blah, blah, blah. But this isn't allowed to happen. So most navigation will work around that central north point, and we will go east to west.
All right.
And also,
They
look
can't
at
fly south. They can't circumnavigate south. Like they can't go down to the South Pole and come around the other side. That's never been done. And yeah.
Okay.
It's a lot of
Alrighty.
information, man.
Yeah, that's all the questions I have for today. Thank you for answering them.
it's no problem, Monkey. If you
Thank
got
you
any
for
more
your
questions, yeah, no problem. You got any more questions, buddy? You're always welcome to come back. You probably will
Alrighty.
have loads more, mate. No problem.
Alrighty.
Yeah, we're glad you stopped by.
Thank you.
Welcome to just hang out and listen if you want.
Alrighty.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
So it's
Where
funny
is it
because
posted?
that video that they just posted, with the guy brushing his teeth, if you notice,
And it
like
goes fast forward, but then the thing like doesn't increase its speed.
exactly, it's
Yeah,
not part of the video. It's not part of where he is. Like it's something else. It's like
yeah, you're claiming that it's edited.
Well, they're using layers clearly, yeah.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, it's
you know,
edited.
look at
You
the
don't need
second
to
image.
overcomplicate
I
it. You're
just
saying it's edited. Yeah.
yes, I'm not overcomplicating it, but I mean, even
They're
like
using
what I was
layers.
telling you about the NASA visual artist Robert Simon. I mean, you can even zoom in and see copy pasted clouds everywhere, all over the Earth. You know, in the 2002 Blue Marble that Obama did a press conference about, saying NASA has a new photo from Earth, and they put it on everyone's iPhones. Everyone's like, "Oh wow, amazing! Look at this globe we all live on," you know. And then once you look into it, it's just a bunch of low altitude photos stitched together, and you know, he goes over in detail how he made it. But it's not a photo of the globe from space.
I don't know if
that's
you
a
ever.
composite photo. You're right that that's a composite photo. The photos from the moon aren't composite photos, though. Or
Right,
you don't
but
believe in the moon landing.
we can
so
show
it's
you. We
convenient.
can. Yeah. Well, it's not that we don't believe it. So you know, it's
You don't
it's
believe
clearly
that.
faked. I mean, if you
You do
look,
believe that
the
people landed on it.
documentaries, some of the best documentaries that were made about the fakery of the moon landings, and there's countless books on it too. They weren't made by flat earthers. You know, that's been a thing for a
No.
long time. I mean,
Of course not. Yeah, it's
look,
a very
there's
old conspiracy
like
theory.
they got problems with the shadows. They got caught faking a scene. Like they literally got caught faking a scene. I don't know if I have the clip here, but in one of the documentaries, they they set up one of the astronauts and they say, "Look, we got caught, you guys faking this scene." You know, it was some leaked by someone that worked at NASA, the son of someone that worked at NASA, and he confronted the astronauts in it with that footage, and the astronaut went crazy. Time he was on Conan, he's like, "You didn't see it, it was an animation." Another time he was talking to a little girl, he said, "Because we didn't go there, we didn't go to the moon." Like, it's just crazy, you know. The truth is out there. If you just have to look at the evidence that they faked the moon landings, it's pretty obvious once you look into it. I mean, there's so much fakery on the ISS too. It's ridiculous.
There was also
Even
an
the curvature
astronaut.
that-
Yeah, I was gonna say there's also
Yeah.
an astronaut too who I forget his name.
True.
Who
A Polish astronaut.
refused to put his hand on the Bible when he was asked if he
All
went to
of them
space.
refused.
Yeah, they won't
Astronauts
do it.
Gone Wild. That's a good documentary. Have a look at the one I just posted in the chat.
She's with me on the international space. They know they have the technology from Star Trek where they can beam stuff in. That's the technology that we have, dude. This is a real video.
Yeah.
They just beamed it in.
Yeah, I got a video made from this by the ESA where there's kind of like an intro thing and they're showing people what folks do, like what's expected of them with their job. But this is the original. I'm going to go ahead and log that away. Got to save it. That's a good one. Sorry, I'll turn the fan down.
Did they add the sound, the beaming in sound on that video? They did, right? I think they did.
Yeah, because it's targeted towards children. Like they have certain things that it's for educating children or whatever, or indoctrinating them. And then immediately after this, on the other one that I'm talking about, they go talk to movie things. Like they'd have to do interviews and be on a set. It shows astronauts in front of a green screen.
You know, we like to point out that Globers have been debunking NASA's Apollo hoax for decades. And because there are so many of them, they've provided us a very valuable resource to go check into it.
Wait, so are other planets flat as well?
Why would they, like... Alright, you got a pool table, right? With spheres on it. The table's flat, and the spheres are not. You could have a puddle, and you have bubbles floating over it. The bubbles are
So
spherical.
the Earth is an anomaly?
I would say that the Earth is the ground of the universe, and you're standing on it. You couldn't define it as
Earth
being...
is the ground of the universe.
Welcome home.
Yeah, Earth isn't a space disk and flying around in outer space like Flat Earth Society nonsense. This is our realm, dude.
What? You can just like buy a telescope and then like look and see a round planet. Like you could just like see Jupiter.
Yeah, but that's not Earth. Earth is not a planet.
So Earth is flat, but all the other planets
Earth is
are
the
round.
floor of the universe.
You're basically saying because bubbles are round, all puddles must also be round. That's pretty much what you're saying, Garen.
No. I'm trying to understand what you're saying. I'm saying that you're saying that all other planets are round, but the Earth is flat and is not a planet.
You know when you see all
Is
these
that
pictures.
correct or not? Like just say yes or no.
It's
So I
incorrect.
know
Earth
that.
is not an object to be studied.
What?
No.
Yeah.
It's not the same.
But the Earth is flat.
Yeah, it's topologically
not an
flat.
object.
It's got mean sea level has a slope of 0.
It's measured flat. Yeah, it's flat.
Surface description is flat. Yeah, it's not an object.
So the Earth is flat, but planets are round.
Surface description, not an object.
Well,
Not
here's the
listening.
thing: those planets that you're talking about, right? Like those images that NASA shows you, like that's not real. Those are just like artworks, right? If you really look at these lights in the sky, they don't look anything like.
No. If you use a high-powered telescope and then you aim it at Mars, you'll see a sphere.
You'll see a shining ball of something.
No. You'll see a sphere. You just need a high-powered telescope.
Okay.
Let me find
6 minutes past the hour, I posted what you're telling everybody in an image meme.
Do. Here we go.
You're telling everyone that you grab a telescope, you look away from Earth out into the deep sky, and you say, "Yep, Earth looks like a globe from here."
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm trying to understand what you guys are saying, right? So I'm saying that if you buy like a commercially available telescope, like a high-powered telescope, I'm talking one of those good ones that'll set you back about 20 grand, and you point that at Mars, you will see what this guy in this YouTube video that I just sent you sees, right? So I'm not even contesting your claim that the Earth is round.
You can't see terrain on Mars with the telescope on Earth.
You can see a sphere.
Yeah, that's great. So planets are spheres.
Yeah.
So what?
Yeah, that's what that dude. Can you just like literally answer my question, yes or no? The
that
Earth
image-
is flat. The Earth is flat, right? Correct.
Earth is flat and not a planet, and probably much
thank
larger
you.
than these objects in the sky.
Thank you. Oh my god, it's so hard to just get a straight answer. The
dude,
Earth is
I
flat.
told you
and
it's not an object
No,
to
no,
be
no, no,
studied.
No, the Earth is flat and planets are round, right? That's the premise. Like, yes or no?
My guy is flat. It's not a shape. What the fuck is wrong with you? You're not listening or what? Like for real. It's not a shape. What's wrong with you?
That video that you
The Earth
posted.
is flat, planets are spheres. Does that work for you?
It's not the same cosmology. Why you put it in the same cosmology as yours?
Yeah, two different categories. Earth is not a planet. Earth is not an object to be studied. So you can't say it has a shape.
But you're claiming, like, it's topological. You're claiming that it's flat.
Flat is a surface description.
Right,
Listen,
let me
Earth.
Okay, let
Listen,
me ask it to you this
everything
way.
we
I'll
experience.
split it up. I'll split it up.
Jeez Louise, dude. I'm
Is
just
the
trying to
Earth
still
flat?
talk to you. Yeah, Earth measures and is used flat and experienced
thank you.
flat. You've never seen curvature before.
Okay. Is the Earth flat?
Didn't I just answer this like 10 times?
Say,
Are you
just say,
broken?
just say yes. Just say yes or no.
I'm pretty sure
I
this
don't
guy's
want to answer
rigged.
you because you keep asking the same fucking question. Dude.
The Earth is measured flat. Yes.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Now, are planets round?
What difference does that make? We're talking about the ground here.
Yeah, that's non sequitur. That's a non sequitur.
You just can't answer this simple
No,
question.
you can't hear an answer, and so when you don't get the answer you want, you keep on repeating the question until you're hoping to fish for the answer you want, which you're never going to get.
I'm just trying to establish like some element of common ground that we can build upon, right?
All right, here's the common ground. You and I, we exist here on Earth, and I can go walk over there, and I can put my feet on the ground, and so can you. You can go put your feet on the ground. Welcome to the floor.
Okay, yeah, welcome to the flat floor of the Earth, yeah? Yeah?
Can I just
It's like
say
saying
one builds
this.
a telescope?
It's like saying this. Hey, are
Can you-
clouds fluffy wuffy in the sky? Well, how can that be if Earth is flat?
I'm not even talking about the Earth being flat anymore. Like, okay, all right. The Earth is flat, sure. Are planets round? Are planets spherical? Are planets a sphere? Are they a three-dimensional sphere?
Possibly. I mean, nobody has binocular vision of planets.
I literally posted a video of a guy with a commercially available telescope looking at Mars, and he sees a sphere.
Yeah, that's monocular, not binocular. You can't determine depth perception or ascertain parallax without binocular vision or some other means.
Yes, you can, dude.
No, you can't do it with a single scope, like a telescope like that. You can only see a single flat image. You can't discern depth. Shit, did he leave? Oh well.
Probably making too much sense for him.
They always leave when they don't get the answers they want. Seems like he was trying to build a pizza planet.
Yeah, they're like, you're a flat earther, so you have to believe that Earth is a flying space icicle.
I mean, the problem is that his idea is that it's those memes where it's like the flat Earth, right? And then like everything else is a sphere. You know those pictures.
Reduction.
Yeah, like flat Earth society.
That's why he was saying that, because he still thinks that space is a thing.
Honestly, I think a lot of these people, they have a childlike mindset, so when you take away the cartoon ball, they want a cartoon flat Earth to jump onto. So that's what, like, they really do want another cartoon to go and fascinate themselves with. Either to mock or to fascinate themselves with. And it's just childish.
That's right. They believe their whole lives that they have this big hole of knowledge that's been filled with the globe, and they're not ready to give that up as a falsehood. They have to replace it with something else to feel equal again.
Yeah.
Because they come in with the mindset with that picture that I just posted. That's what they think. That's what they think that's happening.
They want replacement lore is what they want. And nobody's going to give them that.
They think that Earth is still a planet, right? But it's flat, and then all the other planets are round. That's what they think. So it's of course they're going to be fucking confused. Or maybe he was just trolling. I don't know.
Wait till they find out that this is a spiritual realm.
It might be too late by the time he figures that out.
There's a small amount of time before things get really weird.
Dude, it's already getting super fucking weird, man.
I was just making a reference to the official 2030 type thing. Like they steal man their number for their year.
You know what? I was looking at a video on Rumble where this guy puts on like weird stuff, and he was like other conspiracies and stuff like that, right? And so then there's this one, and you guys can do this right now. Go on Google and just look at images, and then just put I think it was images, and then just put the year, every year after this year, and you'll notice it's really weird. Like it goes from like apocalypse to like end of the world to like this and that, and it's like kind of like it's predicting what's gonna happen in those years, right? Like the AI is predicting, and it's fucking freaky as hell.
They probably could come up with a realms of possibility model that, based off of our current direction, this is likely to happen kind of thing, and then give you a bunch of possibilities. But none of them are going to be accurate. That's still creepy to think that they can do that.
All right, so 2025, right? When you put 2025, it shows Trump. Let's see when you put 2026. Let's see what it shows. It shows the World Cup, right? Because that's or something like that. United 2026. No idea what this is. Let's see. Now 2007. Now it's showing apocalypse, like a bunch of apocalypse stuff. AI, yeah, showing like North Korea. Oh no, that's China. Yeah, apocalypse stuff, end of the world. Then 2028, it's the end. Thin, the end. What the fuck? That's crazy.
The end of the movie.
It shows the first image that you get on Google for 2028 is a Christ arm wrestling the devil on top of a flat world, and it says 2028 end.
Let's screenshot that. Now I'm curious.
That's the image right there. Or maybe it's a sphere, or I think they're arm wrestling under a sphere. I thought it looked like a flat Earth when I looked at it the first time. Same thing with 2029, end of the world. I don't know if it's just.
This is a website.
Maybe it could take a.
This is a weird website.
You know, our technological age has no resemblance to anything else that we know about in human history. There's something very weird and unique about this time.
If you had to point out what it is, what do you think it is?
The end of
the end of the world, or maybe just another extinction, another flood.
Maybe a plasma barbecue.
I mean, I don't want to be black-pilled, but like I'm watching everything that's going on in the world, and there's a lot of evil. So I wouldn't be surprised.
Totally. I mean, it's the old demons of the past have returned with a different trick. So we got, gosh, I can't get into it because of the. But basically, the technology overlay conceals what's really happening.
Technology
People
overlay?
have a very
You mean
yeah,
like
people have a very scientific, materialistic view of things, which is assisted by our technology age. People are unable to see the spirit realm of demons that are around doing all this crap. So you know how people say like, well, the globe Earth hides God? Well, the globe Earth Big Bang cosmology also hides who the bad guys are.
well, whatever happens, I'm ready.
Hide behind the
Yeah, that's what
idol.
I'm saying too. Let's bring it.
I was just thinking about what you said there. That's absolutely true. The entire system hides who the villains are, and it was built that way.
I don't even think they need to hide anymore. I don't think the majority of people are just not awake, and so they're just out in the open right now, dude.
Oh, damn, Ego Slave had to go. I was just thinking of what he said. Like it's literally every aspect of it's engineered this way, though.
I think at the start they had to hide it, right? But it's gotten to a point where
It's automated.
it's so automated now that it's like they don't really even have to hide it anymore. That's why the world's going so fucking dark.
Yep.
That's why I think some of these globers are just so like they're so stuck in their ways, like unable to kind of think beyond what they know and critically think. I think we're towards the end, dude. There's no way to change anybody at this point.
I don't have a black pill mentality about it like that, man.
Well,
there's always hope. And another thing is, what if the whole end thing, a lot of it, because over the years a lot of people have made end of times predictions and nothing happened. People don't have to actually deliver when they're selling the end of the world. They just have to keep selling it. I don't think the world itself is going to end. Something will change within people. But the Earth is going to be here for a while.
Yeah, when I mean the end of the world, I don't mean like the end of like our realm. I mean like the end of our current like the way we live. The current human a lot of the current human population most likely. we know that there's records of like floods and all these huge extinctions of humans and civilizations. So I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. That's what I mean, like the end.
Yeah.
This feels like I think America's gonna go first, and then like or maybe like the UK or somewhere in Europe. I don't know. It all depends in 7 weeks or so. We'll see what happens. What state do you live in, Ethergrass?
North Carolina.
Okay. So you're like on the East Coast, right?
Yeah. I don't care too much for any of the election related stuff or the politics of it all. It's just, to me, a show.
Oh, neither do I. I'm not even like participating in it, honestly. I've they're the left and the right wing of the same bird anyways, but I'm just saying, like, I think the election's in 7 weeks or so, and I'm just curious what's gonna happen because it's gonna be pretty crazy. Just wondering where you live because who knows. Is North Carolina a red state or a blue state?
At this point, I don't know. Traditionally, it'd be a red state, but it's a lot of people move here too, and their opinions can be changed over time as well. So it is what it is. To me, I think that both sides have some messed up things that they do. I can't really support either one.
Yeah, it's a red state. Supposedly.
That's what I'm saying. We got me second guessing for a second because I'm like, well, a lot of people moved here, and I know that states can shift based off of people's opinions. So I guess it's still a red state.
Supposedly my state's purple? I don't think so. Florida's purple. What the fuck?
Florida's flat.
That too. It's really fucking flat, dude. Like, I've lived here my entire life, almost. And I remember Al Gore telling me that Florida was going to be underwater, Miami was going to be underwater. And the same beach that I went to when I was 10 years old, still there, hasn't changed at all. Nothing has changed. And I'm 40 now, so go figure. That's one other lie that they tell us. All right, I'm gonna take off. You guys take care. Be
Stay
safe.
blessed, man. Have a good one.
See you next time.
I'm back for a short bit. Kimbo, are you still here?
Yo, everyone's muted. Are you watching something?
Hey, what's up, man? It's pretty quiet in here. I'm just eating at the moment, listening a little bit.
I know, that's what I was wondering. Like, the lights are on, but no one's home.
Yeah, the lights are on. Bring the globies home.
I don't know. I just got done doing a bunch of work, so I felt like I'd like sit back and relax on it.
Yeah, same. I'm just chilling.
It's Monday, right? Right. Yeah, it's Monday.
Hey, what's up, guys? Jess. Hey, what's up, Jess? Path of Light. You don't talk?
Well, I do, but I just stepped away from my computer. How are you doing?
I'm doing okay. Tell me, are you a flat earther?
Not yet.
Oh, thank God, man. It's good for you. So, are you planning on being a flat earther?
Well, I'm planning on following whatever the truth is. So far, I've measured gravity, I've measured drop over distance and curvature, and I've measured Earth rotation with 3 gyroscopes. So it's not likely I'll end up as a flat earther, but the flat earthers are still trying to convert me.
Oh. That's good, man. Honestly, I'm happy I'm talking to you now in this channel. Thanks for being rational and critical thinker.
Certainly.
Anyways, have a good day, man.
You too.
the gas wouldn't disperse evenly everywhere. It would fall down.
Can you show us that? Can you show us that?
What?
Why do you need that type of size, though?
It's only for demonstrative purposes. You don't need it.
You can have a small vacuum chamber and present the same.
Yeah, and you could also have a smaller bit of gas. Yeah, you could do that. Yeah.
Yeah. Any volume will work. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Dude, that's not what gas does. Gas doesn't. When you insert gas into a vacuum chamber, let's say you've got a fairly low pressure vacuum, right? And you insert some nitrogen gas into it. It's going to do what gas does and expand to fill the available volume of its container. It's not going to just settle on the bottom like liquid.
I'm not sure that's true.
And why would you need containers, right? Sealed containers with valves, cart nitrogen around in?
Oh, I mean, that's because nitrogen acts like a fluid.
So you don't need the top then and a valve to show you how much pressure is inside the tank?
What?
You don't need a little pressure gauge on it and a valve which would help release the gas from the container. You can just carry it around in a bucket, can you?
You could conceive of if a gas is of high enough density, you could contain it in a bucket.
Oh, my friend, you're not going to be able to do that. If you were selling nitrogen gas and someone purchased some off you,
I'm not saying nitrogen gas.
Not going to deliver it to them in a bucket.
There are noble gases that are dense enough to be carried in a bucket. So it's not a property of gas to be evenly distributed everywhere.
Maybe temporarily, right? You're not. By the time you get to where you're going with it, you're not going to have the same amount of gas inside the bucket as you did to begin with. Time you deliver it to your customer.
Possible, but
they say, "Where's my
maybe
nitrogen gas? Why did you give it to me in a bucket? It's going everywhere."
Okay. Why is it going everywhere?
Because that's the fundamental nature of gases, for them to expand in all directions.
No,
Yes,
because
and
if
fill the
it
available
was,
volume.
if this bucket of gas, if this bucket of nitrogen gas was contained on a planet with a hydrogen atmosphere, it could conceivably stay in the bucket.
What do you think? What do you think the hydrogen is going to do? Do you think it's not going to also expand into the available volume?
If it's being held down by gravity, it's not going to go anywhere.
So it comes back to, can you demonstrate this for us?
What do you mean, bro?
Now saying that hydrogen in a vacuum chamber would also fail to fill its available.
If it was a planet with hydrogen atmosphere, or if it was a okay, let's say that we fill a vacuum chamber with hydrogen gas. It's no longer a vacuum, so we have a quasi hydrogen atmosphere, and in that hydrogen atmosphere, I have a tube with nitrogen gas. I could conceivably put the nitrogen gas in a bucket and it won't spill.
But the same thing is going to happen with your nitrogen gas in a vacuum chamber. It's going to fill the available volume.
It's not going to do that.
Yes, it will.
Can you demonstrate that?
It's going to settle at the bottom like you're imagining it would. Otherwise, they wouldn't cart it around in tanks and sealed containers. Closed systems.
Can I ask a question about this, T-Dub?
Sure.
So gas expands into the available volume, is that right?
Under certain conditions, yes.
I'm asking T-Dub. I want to understand his point of view.
It's a fundamental property of gas.
Okay. So when I look at a gas, let's say close to the ground on Earth, there's a certain amount of gas particles, right, per, let's say, cubic meter. What's between those particles?
No idea, don't care.
That's kind of fundamental to understanding gas behaviors.
Yeah, it's the space that the gas is
Okay,
filling.
so no particles, right? So there's some empty space there, yeah? If we go above the ground, the pressure drops, which means that the proportion of the number of particles to the empty space per cubic meter is smaller.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. No.
Okay, please explain.
Well, amount of particles isn't necessarily the reason why there can be a differential in pressure.
So if we go to the top of Mount Everest, are you saying there's the same number of particles per
I'm not
cubic
saying
meter?
anything. I'm just saying, right, Peter, that it isn't necessarily the case that there's a differential in pressure due to a less amount of particles, because I can have a bottle of air, right, and not let any escape, and I can vary the pressure inside it with temperature. I'm just telling
It looks to me like you're
that's not
getting
necessarily the
very
case.
agitated. And why don't we just discuss, instead
I'm
of
not
discussing
getting
a bottle
agitated.
of
I'm
gas?
remaining pretty calm, actually, Peter. And if you
So
want
let
to
me
keep
rephrase my question.
insinuating my demeanor, right, based on
Let
whatever
me
is in
rephrase
your
my question
imagination,
to build
then
some
you'll just
bridges.
go on mute. How's that?
Can I just ask you, can I clarify my question, please, before I go on mute? So as we go up in elevation on Earth, not in a bottle of air, but on Earth, does the density of the gas decrease with altitude? Yes or no?
All I know is that as you get higher in elevation, there's a pressure change.
Is there a density change as well?
Don't know. I'm not making a claim about that. This
Do you think
stage,
there might
I'm
be a
just
reason
saying
why it's hard
there
to
is a
breathe?
measurable pressure change.
Okay, but you're not sure about density.
I'm not making a claim about it.
Why do you reckon it's
Are
hard to breathe?
you making a claim about it?
Yes, I'm making a claim that the
Okay,
reason
then
why it's
make your
hard to...
claim.
Okay, my claim is this. The reason why it's hard to breathe at 30,000 feet is because there's fewer particles of air available for us to breathe. It's not the temperature that
Okay,
bothers us.
fine. Does that mean the gas didn't expand to fill the available volume?
It would appear so, because there's a lot of
No,
available
it did.
volume upstairs.
It did.
It did?
Did. Yes, because there's gas there, is there not?
Yes, but the gas from below is not expanding
Okay,
into
so
the
it
available
did
space.
expand to fill the so that gas
it
that's
didn't.
there expanded to fill the available volume, did it
No,
not?
because just below it, there's more gas.
Didn't. So how did it get there then? How did it
Well, that's
get
my
there then?
question. Why is it not seeking equilibrium with the
Obviously, it didn't just
free
pop
space?
into existence.
No, it didn't. But why does it not expand
Did it
into
fall
the free
down from the
volume?
sky and get there?
Now you're spazzing out on me.
Did it fall down from the sky and
It
get
did
there?
not. It did not.
Right. So how did it get there, Peter?
Well,
What do you
that's
think?
what
How
I'm
do you
trying
think
to
it did?
explore with you. So why doesn't the gas below not expand into the much larger available
Did,
volume
or there wouldn't be
upstairs?
gas at Mount Everest.
But why
would
is
there
there
be?
less? Why is there less?
Not making a claim about there being
Well,
less.
let's explore it
I'm just
together.
interested in the fact that there is gas there.
There is
It
definitely.
got there by
Let's explore it
expanding into the
together.
available volume.
Why is it not expanding into
Did
the
it,
free
or did
available
the
volume?
gas at Mount Everest expand into the
Just a
available
little bit.
volume,
It
or
did a
didn't
little
it?
bit. But it's
Did a little
violating,
bit, right?
according
So
to some people, it's
I
violating the
disagree with
second
you,
law
Peter.
of thermodynamics.
I disagree with Peter a little bit.
Good. So according to some people, it's in active denial of the second law of thermodynamics because there's free available space, and the gas from the below is not leveraging the fact that there's room to expand into. Why is it not
yes,
leveraging
it
that
is,
opportunity?
or there wouldn't be gas there to measure. There wouldn't be a
But why
pressure
is there less per
to
cubic
measure.
meter?
I don't know, and I'm not making a claim about it.
That'd be a
All I'm
violation
interested
of
in
the
is
second
the
law of
fact that
thermodynamics.
entropy actually did take place, and it is expanding to fill the available volume.
But there must be
Not
something
making
that
a claim
accounts
about
for the
anything beyond that.
second law of thermodynamics
If
violation.
if entropy wasn't taking place, there wouldn't be any gas. Mount Everest, at the top of Mount Everest.
I'm not asking you. I'm not saying there isn't. I'm asking why is there so fewer particles up there than at the bottom?
I'm not making a claim about that. You are.
You're
that sounds
not
like a
making a
you
claim.
problem, a
I'm
question
asking a
that you
question.
should seek to answer and clarify for
okay,
yourself.
I've heard answers
I'm just
for
interested
it, but
in
I'm
whether
curious about your answer.
the gas that's there, whether it is there because entropy.
It's there because entropy.
Is it there because entropy took place and increased?
It's there because of gravity.
Stop with the gravity nonsense.
there
The
because of
question is,
gravity.
why is there significantly more gas at the bottom than upstairs?
That's not my claim. That's your claim. That's your claim.
Okay, is there anyone in the room that agrees with me that there's provably fewer gas particles at 30,000 feet than there's at 2 feet?
I agree.
I know you agree, but I'm asking people who are aligned with TDAP on issues of shape of the Earth and gravity.
If your claim holds any merit, it won't matter how many flat earthers you get to agree with it or not. So if you've got something to say about it, if you're making a point, if you're making a claim, make it.
It doesn't matter how popular the opinion is, honestly.
I'm not interested in making claims. I've made claims up the wazoo here. It's not the point. I'm trying to understand how you understand gas laws so I can learn from you.
Simple.
Clearly,
Gas
we
expands
disagree
in all
on
directions to
fundamental
fill
aspects of
available
reality.
volume.
Okay.
Okay, good. I agree. So why? Let's both try to discuss why there's significantly more volume upstairs than downstairs, free volume, available volume for the gas to expand into, and the gas does not over time equalize between the bottom and upstairs. Now, if you disagree, if you're uncomfortable with my claim that there's fewer gas particles at 30,000 feet, then maybe I should talk to somebody else. I think Heretic unmuted there for a second, so maybe he can engage with me if he agrees. Heretic, do you agree that there's fewer gas particles at 30,000 feet per cubic meter than 2 feet?
Sure, I was unmuting because my phone was glitching, but it sounds good.
You have a case of a glitching thumb. So if you agree, why, according to, what are your thoughts on why the gas at the bottom does not expand into that available volume upstairs above it?
Sorry, I didn't hear that. I'm actually kind of busy. My bad.
Okay, I didn't want to pick on you, but I'll engage with anyone who agrees, unlike TDAB, that there are fewer particles at 30,000 feet per cubic
Never
meter,
disagree.
significantly fewer.
I just said I wasn't making a claim about it.
You're not. I will never accuse
Is it
you of
relevant?
making a
If
claim.
there's a relevance to it, then tell us about it.
The
And stop
relevance
trying to
is
get
understand.
agreement.
No, I'm trying to actually get a disagreement. I'm trying to
You're
find where we
trying to get
disagree.
a got you.
No, I'm trying to pinpoint where
Yes,
my
you are.
understanding
Peter,
of
just
gas
get
laws
to
and
your
yours differ.
fucking point, dude.
Okay, here's my point. Help me understand where you and I disagree on.
And not help me understand, just make your point.
My point is,
shut up.
Clearly, somewhere we disagree on the behavior of gases. I would like to understand exactly where we disagree.
Bro, Peter...
Don't disagree. We both
listen,
agree
bro.
that gas expands to fill available volume.
Okay.
Yet
The
it
question
doesn't.
was gravity, Peter.
Yet it
The
doesn't.
question was gravity, not gas. Gravity was the question. What is the thing that holds down the gas on the Earth? And I said it was gravity.
Peter took too long to get to that, so you want to make a claim about that, right?
I think it's pretty... I don't know what could be something other than gravity that's holding down the gas here.
How about a container?
Are you talking about a glass dome above the Earth?
No, I'm talking about a container, as can be demonstrated every day, all day.
Why?
Many instances in nature and within man's
Why does it need to
destruction.
be a container?
I don't think that you're going to be able to demonstrate to me you can restrict the volume an amount of gas can occupy without the use of physical containment.
I agree.
Okay, then.
So
not gravity, then.
No, gravity is a physical force, so it doesn't matter. It's still physical containment, even if it's done by gravity.
What?
Yes.
The physical force.
Yes.
So gravity's providing something for. Do you know what gas pressure is?
I do.
Can you tell us what is gas pressure?
Gas pressure is the force that gas exerts on, for example, a bottle. The force that it wants to escape from.
On the walls of the container, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So are you telling me that gravity provides a solid surface for which gases can bounce off of and collide with?
No. But a container
so that wouldn't
doesn't
be
need
physical,
to be,
would it?
a container doesn't need to be solid.
Yes, I know it can be liquid, right? So is gravity a liquid?
No. Gravity is not a physical thing. It's a physical force.
I thought you just said it was a physical force.
Yeah. Force is not matter. What you're talking about is
It
matter.
can't be physical then,
form of
can it?
matter.
It can't be physical then, can it?
No, it is physical.
It's physical, but it's not matter?
Yes.
Dude. Right.
Hey, can that same magical gravity hold gas inside a vacuum you would create here on Earth, where you, I don't know, try to hold gas inside a canister, but the top half is cut off and it's within a vacuum? Does the same force of gravity hold that gas in there, or would it just disperse into all directions inside that vacuum?
Sorry if I didn't understand. So I have a soda can sized vacuum. Is that what you said?
No, if I have a vacuum here on Earth, right?
Okay.
You agree we have the same gravity, right? I mean, according to your model, you believe in the magical force of gravity, right?
Okay, yeah.
In that
The same
vacuum.
gravity that affects me affects you. Okay.
Okay. So if then I put a bottle in there, a container in there, and I would put gas into that container, would it stay in the container if I let the lid be open, so it's equal as a comparison to the Earth, which has also no lid, no container, it's just right next to the vacuum?
Okay. If you open the container, the gas from the atmosphere would pour into that container.
No, I'm not talking about the vacuum container, right? I mean, even to create a vacuum, you need a container, obviously. But I'm talking about the hypothetical. If you create a vacuum chamber and you put a half open canister inside of it and you try to pour gas into it, the same gravity, would it hold the gas inside that container, or would it just disperse inside the whole vacuum?
It would disperse inside of the vacuum chamber.
Okay,
But not,
so what makes you believe that the same phenomena with the same force you talk about, which is gravity in your paradigm, why wouldn't that same anomaly happen with the giant spinning, wobbling, tilted space ball shooting through an ever-expanding void of darkness?
because the force of the Earth is stronger than whatever the force of the vacuum chamber is.
But you
That's just
already
your imagination, man.
You already clarified that the force isn't strong enough to even beat the smallest and lightest of a vacuum that is literally imperfect compared to
No, that's not true.
space.
No, that's not true.
Where you just admitted that the gases will disperse.
The force
That's
of
just
the
tag me in.
sure, what you call, bro? What? Thanks,
See,
thanks, Phil.
the
Thanks, Phil.
vacuum-
Please come here.
Sec, the
Come here,
vacuum
man.
is on Earth, right? The vacuum is on Earth. So,
Sure.
so the example that Clay just gave you, right, is on
The
Earth,
vacuum was on Earth.
right? And so inside the vacuum, there's another chamber, right? We're going to open that up. It's got gas in it. We're going to open it up, right?
Yeah.
Gravity, your gravity is not stopping it from going anywhere. It comes out of the little container inside the bigger container and fills the bigger container.
Okay.
Gravity
So?
didn't stop it. Gravity didn't stop it from going anywhere like you're claiming.
But the vacuum chamber
This is where the
is on Earth.
disconnect is. The disconnect is between what you're imagining can happen and what you can actually demonstrate to happen. Let's just agree that you can't demonstrate that your claim of gravity-containing gas is true.
Furthermore, you can only demonstrate the opposite, which would be devastating if that is the reality.
Because the experiment can only be done on Earth, which is not done by gravity. So how is this an argument?
Sir, what is a spacesuit supposed to do in your paradigm?
It's supposed to give astronauts breathing ability.
Okay, so what happens if you poke a hole in that spacesuit?
Gas would escape into the vacuum.
Okay.
Because the pressure of the spacesuit is usually 1 bar. And 1 bar is the equivalent of a force of 20 tons on 1 square meter surface.
So
there's
everything
lots of
needs a.
pressure.
So everything, in order to keep pressing against something, needs a containment, except for the whole thing we live on, right? That just doesn't.
Are you implying that there's a dome surrounding the Earth?
No.
That would be yours. That would be your assumption based on the information.
T-Dub is assuming.
Well, no, that's what the flat earthers are saying.
I wouldn't say
Would be
dome, I would
your-
say container.
Oh, so there's a
Yeah.
container around
Yeah.
the entire Earth.
Yeah.
Based on the information that you've been provided, you've naturally drawn a conclusion that there must be some form of containment.
Yeah.
For the,
So what do you
for the
think that
air you
container's
breathe.
made out of? It's got to be
It
made out of like
doesn't-
the craziest material ever.
Listen, it doesn't matter.
Oh, see, that's where they lose.
No,
not a physical
They can't
no one is
explain what the
losing.
container's made out of.
I said that gravity
Made out of
contains
pixie dust and
metal.
fairy salt.
That's where you
stop
lost
hiding.
because you're
Don't
pushing a
destroy your
straw man,
credibility,
bro.
man.
We never made a claim as to the composition.
Yeah, you're
of any
claiming
container.
that there's got to be a container around there. So what the fuck's it made out of? Diamonds?
Yeah, due to gas pressure.
Glass?
Yeah, due to the presence of
It's
gas
gotta be crazy
pressure.
big.
Yeah, we didn't make a claim as to the
You are
composition.
making
of
that
any
claim. You're
containment.
saying that there's a
It's just
there's a
natural-
container
okay.
around the
Well, I
whole
guess I
Earth.
will just
You're
have to
big
mute you.
boys.
I will
We
just
can
have to
use
mute you.
an
Yeah, so I
educated.
will just have to mute you. Yeah, because you can't just talk through the moderators here. So it is a natural antecedent for gas pressure. You're going to have the containment first in order for gas pressure to exist, because that's what gas pressure is, the force that gas exerts on the walls of its container. So the first thing that you'll need is a container. That's not making any claim about what the container is made out of or anything. It's just that you would need to have one for gas pressure. That's it. So anything about like what it's made out of is a straw man, and that's where you lose, bro.
This is true. Heretic, this is
Yeah,
true.
but we can use our educational guesses to assume what the material that would be so massive that it would encompass the entire Earth, all
go
of the
for it.
air,
Yeah,
everything.
go for it. Good luck. Yeah, good luck.
Okay, well,
I
that's
wish you
y'all's
luck.
job, man. I believe in fucking gravity like a reasonable
my
person.
job
You
is
guys
not
believe in
my
a
job
fucking container.
Okay, so your
Come
job
on.
then will be to prove that gravity can contain gas. Can you do that?
Okay, and your job is to prove what the container's made out of that can
That'll be a
encircle the
deflection,
entire
right? And another
Earth.
straw man. So that'll be a deflection from your burden and another straw
Look,
man.
you
You just
can
claim
make
that
up
gravity.
whatever words you want in
You're not going to talk
philosophy. We're
through me.
talking.
You're not going to talk through me. That doesn't work because I just mute you, right? So you just made the claim that gravity contains gas, that you don't need a physical container. So now demonstrate that, and don't deflect to like what's the container made out of and other shit that nobody brought up but you. Go ahead.
Look, when you mute people.
Yeah, I really don't care. So what I'm asking for is you to demonstrate gas pressure being caused by gravity. Go ahead. I'll give you another try.
You have a tiny dick.
Okay, so that also didn't do it. Okay, he's gone.
Okay,
No, he's not. He's still here. All right. Yeah, he's gone now.
I'm too.
Yeah. All right. I'll just keep you muted. Anybody else want to try? Because he's tapped out.
Yeah. I mean, I believe that gravity is enough for a containment measure to prevent gas escaping.
Is that a
the pressure.
belief or is something you can demonstrate?
I love that word, believe.
For me to demonstrate this, the force of gravity is weak on small objects.
So you
For me
say
to
you
demonstrate-
can't demonstrate it then, basically.
Yes.
Okay. Well,
See, this is where
thanks for your honesty.
yeah, this is where the cognitive dissonance kicks in because he has two conflicting opinions, right? In one breath, he's saying gravity can contain gas, and then in another breath, he's saying it's too weak to be able to contain it.
It's too big to be able to contain it, in the sense that of the whole atmosphere, but not in if you were to put a little bit of gas and a little object, the gas would surround that object in a vacuum of space. So it would contain it a little bit. It wouldn't just seep into outer space randomly. Gas acts like a fluid. It doesn't
Again,
act
we're
like
talking about things that you want to imagine can happen, right?
Okay,
Can't
but
demonstrate it. And in all instances, in
to me,
actual
being-
reality, whenever you attempt to try and demonstrate something like that, the gas doesn't behave the way you want it to. It just does and pisses off in all directions. Expands into
No,
the
sometimes it
available
does act. Sometimes it does act. How I say it does. Because when you use a gas that's denser than air, it does act like a fluid, and you can contain it.
would be in
a
an already
non-pressurized-
existing pressurized system. We're talking about just the behavior of a gas alone, all by
Okay.
itself. It's little lonesome. It's not
The
going
gas
to
by itself.
stick to anything. Gonna
If a gas by
go in all
itself,
directions.
if a gas by itself were to just manifest out of nowhere in the vacuum of space, it wouldn't move anywhere. It wouldn't have the energy to move anywhere. It would just stay there.
No, we'll go everywhere. Where are you saying that if you have a gas stick there, what will happen to the gas stick in there?
If I had a gas in a container, and that
Oh, so
container
you're
was
like
in a
a- so
vacuum
you're
chamber,
going-
and I were to release the gas would spread around the whole chamber, and it would no longer be a vacuum.
Yeah, correct.
He wants to imagine if you could take it way out into space, away from the galaxy, right? And then just place it there, take the container away, the gas would just like sit there. It wouldn't do anything.
Yeah. No,
Yeah, that's true. That's true. The gas would not
go
go anywhere. Why would it go anywhere?
Because
Where
gas
is it?
expands in every direction
Where is it getting this energy from to expand?
from the gas itself. What are you talking about?
No, because
Gas always
the gas
is-
is inert. Gas is inert. If you're,
Gas
we
is
usually talk
inert?
about. We usually if you were following, we were saying nitrogen gas. Nitrogen is inert gas. It's not gonna react to anything if there's nothing there but nitrogen. So for the gas to expand in a vacuum chamber, it's getting its energy from somewhere, and that is getting gravitational energy, it's getting kinetic energy from gravity, and that's what it allows it to expand.
Yeah, prove that.
How am I supposed to prove this?
Yeah, exactly. So you're just making stuff up, and you can't even
Just
prove
because
it.
I'm not able to prove it, that doesn't mean I make it up.
Yeah, you're just asserting something without having any evidence for that.
Do you have evidence towards the contrary?
You're the one making the claim of something.
Sure. Okay, so I don't know. If I say I don't know, could you please enlighten me and tell me why I am wrong?
Am I making the claim? I'm not gonna do it. So that now you're doing a proof of
Well, just because, so for you to be sure that I am wrong, you have to know something that I don't. So what is it that you know? Or do you want to keep me in the dark and, you know?
Yeah, the thing is that you're making a claim that gravity is the one that gives it the energy. How am I supposed to believe what you're saying if you can't even prove it?
Okay, but what is giving the energy if it's not gravity?
Why would gravity give it energy of anything? You haven't improved gravity first. Start with.
No, I don't need to. If I say I don't know,
Yeah,
could you please explain it to
then
me?
why are you making claims you don't know?
No, I do know. I just can't prove it.
Well, I mean, how do you know if you can't prove it?
Well, I believe in something,
Well,
right?
then that's your belief. You can have spiritual belief all you want, bro. That's your religion.
Okay, but this is a channel for believing in a flat earth. We have to believe in something to prove.
That's not.
Are you, is it, you believe in forces? Are they dark or light forces?
straw man.
Are you a Jedi or Sith?
This is not Star Wars, please. It's not
No, I'm
Star
just
Wars.
saying to help me kind of frame what you're talking about. You got a belief system in supernatural galactic forces. Are they light
Sure.
or dark?
Why would they need to be light or dark?
Well, because you have two different explanations inside the heliocentric model. You got regular Newtonian, Einsteinian, a conglomeration of gravity, and then you've got like a Lawrence Krauss, dark matter and dark energy. Like, which one are you? Team Jedi or Team Sith?
What is Lawrence's Krauss position on this?
That 96% of the known universe, the observable universe, is unobservable.
But how is this relevant to the Earth?
Because that would give your dark gravity, your dark forces.
How?
Because if you take all the movement and you do a meth field supposium, that if these movements are universal, that the laws of physics do not vary across the known universe, then there are some dark forces at work. Because it's moving. Let's see if I can get that clip from. Was it Dr. Tyson did a whole speech on this, a whole presentation. It's called Dark Universe. I'll give you a little clip here.
Tyson.
No, Tyson. Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Neil deGrasse Tyson isn't a scientist, he's a
He's
media
a
personality.
doctor of astrophysics
Are you sure?
in astronomy. Well, he says
I
he
think
is.
he's a fraud.
He has PhD, man. What are you talking about?
Maybe that was Bill
in
Nye.
charge of the Hayden Planetarium, a working flat Earth model, mind you, too. Because that's another topic.
I mean, sure. I would like to see this.
Yeah, let me get
Tyson,
it.
Mike Tyson.
Yeah, no, Neil deGrasse Tyson. Mike Tyson's a flat earther. He's a professional boxer. This guy's Neil deGrasse Tyson, or some call him snake in the grass.
Okay, show me Neil deGrasse Tyson, please.
Okay. I haven't pulled this one up for a while, so I don't remember exactly what I saved it at.
Take your time.
Hey, what's going on with Peter?
Took too long to get to his point.
All right. I was about to click on take him off mute, but you never know with Peter. He's like a, you know,
We were engaged in a conversation with Matages, and Peter wanted to step in. So he took too long getting to his point, so I just wanted to get back to the conversation with Matages.
Yeah, Peter, free speech has 5 things to it. I know you guys forget this. It doesn't mean you get to blurt whenever you want to blurt.
I think free speech is like there are certain restrictions, like you can't call out violence against people publicly. Like you can't.
Yeah, advocate for violence. Yeah.
You can't like incite illegal activities out loud and tell people to do it or something.
Yeah, you also got freedom of association, freedom of press, freedom to redress governance for grievances, freedom of association, and freedom of religion. Is that good enough, Peter? Was that all 5, or are you confused still? He advocates for the second law. What about number 1 and number 3? The globalists dunk on those ones too. The laws of thermodynamics are strike 1, strike 2, strike 3. That's out. The heliocentric model is a strikeout, just with natural law.
I think I've been pronouncing the name wrong. Is it Mateus?
Yeah, it's Mateus.
Mateus. Sorry, I was pronouncing the J.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay.
Correctly, right?
Does anyone want to?
Yeah.
Does anyone want to argue, or should we wait for it to
No,
find the video?
I don't remember where I saved it. It's been a long time since this topic came up. Because a lot of people don't know like what's going on with the current model and why Michio Kaku had said this is the biggest mismatch between experiment and model in the history of science. There's not one other point in all of science, in the history of science, from Renaissance till today. Not one other example in which he could find a bigger mismatch between experiment and theory, other than the heliocentric model. It's that bad. It's off by 120 zeros. He said normally when you talk about models, and if you're off by a factor of 1, you're like, fuck, something's wrong with either the theory or the model.
Do you know what he's talking about there?
Yeah, he's talking about the mismatch between experiment and theory.
But about what?
Between the model and the theories that go behind the model.
He's talking about one specific prediction, only one single prediction. Do you know which prediction?
Which is huge.
But do you know which prediction he's talking about?
Yeah, something to do with the pressure in the vacuum.
Close enough. I'll give it to you. It's about the Casimir effect. The Casimir effect didn't match the predictions from quantum field theory.
T-Dub, if you want what Crit is finding video, I can find you a video of a gas being held in a bucket. You want me to show you the video? T-Dub, are you there?
Yeah, go ahead, post it.
Yeah.
It's like I'm finding everything
I'll just
but
go.
the one I'm looking for. I got dumb as a box of rocks. I got
If it takes me a bit while, just be patient because I don't have a keyboard. I use on-screen keyboard. So sorry.
No
yeah, I've
worries.
done that in the past. You can add a enter key into the text box, so you don't have to push enter the keyboard. You can click it.
No, my keyboard doesn't work, so I have to use the screen keyboard.
Yeah, I mean you can put a enter key on Discord.
Sounds like GF6. Whoa, damn it, what's his name? Does he not sound like the GF6, one of the GF6 guys?
Peter?
I think they've disbanded.
Well, just here. They still do their stuff on other servers.
Okay, Dub, can you look in the side chat?
Mez.
It's not exactly a
GF6.
bucket, but it's something similar.
Is this GF6's Mez? Is it Mez?
Oh, Mez, yeah. He's like the dumb one though. He's the one that doesn't really count. But if they put GF6 in front of their name, that's an automatic ban.
What is GF6?
Oh, have they finally been banned from here? I've been gone
No,
for a while.
that it creates a negative environment for other flat earthers who were a target of these really extreme cyberbullying events. So if they're going to put GF6 in front of their name to try to invoke that kind of fear response, then we'll just bounce them the fuck out of here. We don't. If they're not willing to even try to engage in good faith.
All right, so what you're trying to put with this?
What?
You put the
With the gas.
what about
This proves that gas does not immediately just disperse everywhere.
it's
It has a
contained, isn't
density.
it?
It has a density, so
It's
it
contained,
actually
isn't it?
proves it. What?
It's contained, is it not?
Sure.
All right, so it needs a container.
But it's not contained on all four sides. It's just in a aquarium tank.
What's above it?
Is that a container?
Air is above it. I don't know. Nothing is above it.
Is that a container?
It's not a gas container. It's a.
Does it have four walls?
It's like a thing that you use to hold water. It's not a gas container. So
Is that gonna stay there?
yeah,
I
it's gonna
guess?
stay there.
Throughout the whole
Yeah.
day, in an hour or two, would that stay there?
Yeah, it could stay there.
No, it wouldn't. It will be dispersing. It will definitely. As soon as the air starts moving, it starts just mixing up with the other airs, and it'll start dispersing. It's not gonna stay there for 2-3
Can you
hours.
show that? Can you show that? I mean, water will evaporate. So what do you mean? That doesn't mean water doesn't exist or something.
Plus, you put it in a container. Anyways, I'll look up.
That gas is still expanding to fill the available volume. It's meeting obstacles at the top of the tank, namely air particles, right?
Yeah.
It may, and the gases that are inside the fish tank may be moving slower than the air surrounding it, right? Which means that the air above it is moving. Air particles above it is moving very, very fast, right? Faster, providing less of an opportunity for the gases that are trying to escape that tank right, to get past. But eventually they will find gaps through the air particles above it, and they will diffuse into the surrounding area. If you watched that, if you did a time lapse of that, you'd see that eventually, like that little boat on top of there is going to sink.
Yeah, sure. I don't disagree.
All right, here I
But
posted
that
it.
doesn't mean that the gas, like, it's not gonna disperse evenly everywhere.
Yeah, actually, it would, and it does just over time. So, like, if it is a heavier gas, right, it will take a little bit longer, but it's still going to do that. If you think that all heavy gases just sit on the bottom of the surface of the Earth, then that means logically, I can go into my backyard and I could take like a bucket and I could swipe the ground, and I would only have inside of it heavy gases. But we both know that that wouldn't happen, right? Because if I go outside
Yeah.
and scoop, it's just going to be air, right? You understand that,
Yeah,
right?
I presume it's because there is empty space between the gas atoms, and that's what's pulling the individual atoms of heavy gas into the empty space.
Okay, because gases fill space, right?
Yeah.
And then gas, once it fills that space, you can measure the pressure of that gas because of how it's contained, right?
Yes.
Okay. Welcome to. We all know the rest. Thank you. I'll just mute up.
Hey, look at the video there I posted. It's like 1 minute long. He'll break it down. Like,
Okay, I will watch the video and then I will respond. But it doesn't have sound.
There should be a button to turn the sound on.
Maybe it's something to do with my computer, but it doesn't. I see Neil deGrasse Tyson. He's like waving his hands and stuff, but I don't. There's
Here,
no
look
noise.
I'll show you.
Where?
Right. Yeah. So mouse over right here, and a volume bar should pop up.
No. The sound doesn't. Just that the sound doesn't like. Maybe it's something to do with my computer or something, but the sound doesn't. I don't know.
Yeah,
Is there a
mouse
video on
over
YouTube?
right there in the corner? There'll be a volume that you can adjust.
Yeah, no, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Is there a YouTube video on this?
Yeah, but it's like 2.5 hours long. He goes on and on about it. I mean, he like definitely tries to hit that word count.
Just apocryphon. So
It's like Neil deGrasse Tyson, Dark Universe.
okay, so guess maybe does that like disperse evenly around an area, but what's holding it on the Earth?
Again, we're talking about a pressure system, right?
Yeah.
But we're trying to first come to an understanding that you can get it, that to have pressure, it would need a containment. By definition, would you agree? So if there now is a container where the higher you go up, the less pressure. Like earlier, someone was saying, oh, if I go really high, can I breathe? Right, because the air is thinner. Yeah, we get that. That's why like sports people train in high elevations, because then if they ever have to like let's say a football team, because if they ever have to go to a football team and where they are practicing in that environment, they will like beat them just by the environment because they've conditioned themselves to do so. So we know that the higher you go, the thinner the the air is, if you will. But so if there's a pressure that's constantly, present with us, then doesn't that make sense that could be it? Although this isn't Speculation Sunday, and we can't just go off and say this is what we think it is. But you're making a claim, a positive claim, so we're trying to just narrow it down for you to understand. You are wrong, and you can't say it's gravity alone, mass attracting mass. That was talked about for hours earlier. But now we're at a place where at least you're understanding that there has to be a container for us to have a pressure. Finally, at least one of you guys finally get it.
Well, he keeps asking what's holding the gases down. I mean, already agreed that fundamentally there is nothing stopping the gases from expanding in all directions. So there's nothing holding them down.
Wait. Can Apollo finish what he wanted to say?
No, I'm good. No, he can break it down even better than I can. He was saying how the gases, if you're saying everything's going down and gravity's pulling down, but gases are going up and defying your very said gravity, that's on you to understand and come to a conclusion in your own brain. Okay, wait, maybe it's not what we think it is. But I don't know. Go ahead.
Well, I would assume that on the higher. So both of us agree that density does change. So I would assume that I have no idea. I will Google it, but logically,
no worries. You're getting there. We'll get you there. Don't worry.
Denser gases would be on the lower part of the atmosphere, and the lower density gases like hydrogen will be on the upper part of the atmosphere.
Well, again, we live in a dynamic system. Go ahead.
I think that's the case.
It's a homogeneous atmosphere, so there's a mixture of gases, right? And actually, we're told that we need to worry about what gases we do release into the air, right? Tell us, you need to worry about what gases go into the atmosphere, right? They'll go up, right up to the protective ozone layer and destroy it, and then we don't have any protection from ultraviolet radiation, right? Just those gases that they're worried about getting up there are heavier gases. So, no, that's not how, the air that we breathe is a mixture of all different types of gases with varying densities and varying weights and varying this and varying that, right? But still, they all have that fundamental property of being a gas and expanding in all directions to fill available volume.
Yes, but the gas in the atmosphere, higher up, is not the same composition as it is on the surface here. Up top, it's less dense gases. Up here, just down here, it's more dense gases.
I'm telling you, not necessarily, right? Or they wouldn't be worried about those heavier elements getting all the way up to the ozone layer. But this is within your paradigm.
Are they actually
in both paradigms, right? In both instances, right? If you have a container or you don't have a container, what you're saying is there's a restricted area, right, within which the gas is allowed to move around freely within. Also affected by other variables such as temperature, right?
Yes.
Dynamic forces, right? Okay.
Right.
Things moving through the air, like solid objects.
Okay.
In either case, right, there's a restricted area within which the gas can occupy.
Yes.
Is demonstrable with physical containment. Other, you're saying, is this force, right? Gravity, right? That was where the contention was, because it all came down to people. I don't know why, but gravity. When I came in, gravity was being discussed, right? And then someone brought up gases. Gases aren't pulled down. Gases are doing the opposite. They're expanding in all directions and going up as well, right?
Gases are pulled down.
And we got to the point where
everything with mass is affected by gravity.
Yes, that's the claim, right? But the demonstration is lacking. You've failed to
Not
actually give us a practical demonstration.
It's not lacking because the air that's on the surface is denser than the air that's in the stratosphere.
Yeah, doesn't matter. That's a variable within the existing pressurized system. You're saying there's a reason for that, and that reason is gravity. But that's just a declaration of that, right? So specifically, we're talking about restricting the area which an amount of gas can occupy without physical containment. Physical containment. But you're not going to be able to demonstrate that. You have is to declare a certain aspect of nature to be true and then declare the reason for that without demonstration.
I know what you mean. It's like I'm declaring an invisible force that I cannot prove to exactly be gravity. I just call it gravity. Is that what you're saying?
Which one, dark or light?
Bro, I mean, I'm like, I haven't watched Star Wars, so I don't know.
Watch the Dark Universe lecture there from Tyson.
But the model I am using is not relevant to modern science. It's outdated already, so, you know.
Fuck.
It's not exactly it's not the thing that Mike Tyson preaches. It's the thing that was being taught in elementary
school. Symposium.
No, this was a scientific idea that existed, but now has been replaced by some new theorem. But this thing that I'm talking about is still being taught in elementary school and high school.
By who?
Like you know the model of atoms that we learn in school. It's outdated, but that doesn't mean it's completely false. You know, it's just not completely true.
Like Santa Claus. You do give presents for being a good boy. They just come from your parents.
Yeah, the Santa Claus model works, man.
They teach it in school.
No, they don't teach it in school. They don't teach Santa Claus in school.
They definitely teach Santa Claus here in America. Definitely. They even decorate they even give like kindergartners, they literally make a Santa Claus out of a paper plate and cotton balls with red crayons, bro. Come on. They definitely teach.
Yeah. But they don't teach Santa Claus in science class, bro. That's not, you know.
They even have NORAD track him on Christmas Eve, right?
Sure. I mean, Santa deniers can like blow the fuck out. Yeah. But we're not talking about Santa Claus. We're talking about gravity. And
the story.
Okay, if it's not gravity, what is it?
Not our problem.
Why is it not your problem?
I don't have a
That's your
claim.
story. That's your magic dragon religion.
Okay, so if it's not gravity, it's magic. I don't know.
We don't know what it is. We don't know what you're talking about. So if it's not imagination, it's imagination dragon. Yeah, you're good, buddy. We got you.
So because it's not gravity, it's magic. I don't know. What's
No,
your
because you're imagining stuff. You're imagining stuff. We don't know why.
So when I say I don't know, it's because I'm stupid. When you say I don't know, it's because I don't know.
It's because you don't know. Because you should stop making
When
shit
I
up
don't
that
know-
you don't know. No, if you
When I
don't
don't
know,
know,
stop
I'm an
making
idiot.
shit up. No, idiots make shit up when they don't know stuff, like you. You want to make up some
when you
word, then you make up what the word does, and you have no clue what the fuck you're talking about. Then you want us to help you with your magic word. It's weird.
So I'm just supposed to stay an idiot. That's what you're saying.
It's up to you.
No, you're not supposed to make shit up. That's not reality.
Can you point to me what the reality is then?
Yeah, vacuums don't hold gas balls. They don't hold water.
Okay.
That's reality.
Okay. What is
Yeah.
holding the gas on the Earth then?
See,
Not
there
a
you go again.
vacuum, stupid.
Holding it on, holding.
Not a
It's
vacuum.
it's a loaded question, man.
The answer's not
Loaded
a
question.
vacuum. His only
What is
answer is vacuum.
what is the gas doing on the Earth? If
It's being
what is-
contained. It's being contained. Now ask, how do you contain gas?
Can you answer this question?
I rephrased it so that it wasn't a loaded question. It's being contained. So how do you contain gas?
With resistance.
Oh, I'm asking you.
Vacuum
If
is
it's not
not
gravity.
resistance.
With magic forces.
Let's say I don't believe it. Let's say I admit that it's not gravity. Can you tell me what it is if it's not gravity?
Yeah, it was pretty
What
obvious.
is?
The question. It's a container.
No, hold on. What is?
How is it containing it?
How is what containing what? What are you saying is containing
Gas on
stuff?
the Earth. How is it containing gas on the Earth? Why
The
is
dirt's
gas on the
doing
Earth
it.
not escaping into outer space?
The dirt in the medium itself and temperature.
The very fact that
Not
there's
a
gas pressure
vacuum and
tells
not
you
a
there
brazen. Yeah,
there is
not a
no outer space.
non-existent vacuum. All you have to worry about is there's no vacuum. You're trying to prove a vacuum's doing all this shit. We're trying to prove there is no vacuum doing it. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because the presence of gas pressure takes away your outer space, right? That's how we know there's no outer space.
So
This isn't about what you think to be true, and then when you find fundamental problems with what you think to be true, such as, well, then how is this why isn't this happening, or why isn't that happening, right? Then you start inventing reasons why, right? Because you're starting with something first that you don't observe, you don't experience, you can't demonstrate it to be true, right? But then these other things that we do observe and experience to be true conflict with that idea. So then you need to invent reasons why a certain thing isn't happening because of this fundamental flaw in your logic to begin with. Thing that you believe to be true in the first instance, which you haven't observed, experienced, or demonstrated.
Okay.
Like, right? Okay, if we're on a big giant ball and there's air stuck to the outside of it and we're in a cosmic vacuum, then there must be a reason why the gas isn't expanding into the available volume of outer space. Oh, it must be because of gravity. Well, let's get back to the very first fundamental assumption that you've made to begin with. That first axiom, that postulate, that Earth is a big giant ball.
Okay.
Part true?
If it's not a big giant ball and it's flat, what is holding the air together on the Earth?
Fucking bricked, dude. Waste of time.
Am I stupid? What?
You're bricked.
What's the conversation been about?
So I'm arguing on the side of the Earth is round and gravity exists.
How do you demonstrate that? How do you demonstrate a dirt turd ball with water on it and gas in a vacuum? How do you demonstrate that? Why are you asking us to do that?
The topic has been whether or not you're experiencing gas pressure in a vacuum. It's most likely the case that you're not in a vacuum, you're actually in a contained gas pressurized environment. Because if it was the case that you were in a vacuum, you would not be breathing air right now because all of the air pressure would be rushing off into the vacuum to fill it, to equalize.
This is logical. When you don't believe in gravity, this is the logical conclusion.
No, reality is logical. In a vacuum chamber, listen carefully. This is what fucking happens in reality. What you're saying is fucking illogical. So yes, this is very logical reality. Not a made up fucking story you got that doesn't happen. Only what happens is reality, brother. Not your story.
So the problem is though, you guys are confusing vacuum with vacuum cleaner.
Mhm.
So that's not how it works, by the way.
Absolutely not.
Show us your vacuum. What vacuum do you have?
The exact thing that we're talking
So
about.
if we look up the scientific definition of vacuum, it just
Demonstrate it, dummy.
They listen to you better.
It just means an area where there is little
That
to
you're
no
not demonstrating.
No. You're conflating the definition
No,
of
you're
vacuum with vacuum
conflating
cleaner.
what? You need to demonstrate,
Space
dumbass.
is
so
not
we
a
don't
vacuum
conflate.
cleaner. Space is a vacuum.
No, shit.
You're fucking goofy.
Don't add the
Nobody
word
claimed-
cleaner to it.
Environment.
Yeah,
All we
nobody
can
ever
do is
said that.
conflate.
Nobody said. We've said on several occasions that gas has the propensity to expand in all directions to fill available volume. And then the claim is that the sky above us is an ever expanding volume, right? Area lacking in the stuff that we're breathing. Gas that expands in all directions.
Does this
So we're not
expansion
talking
have a
about
force to it?
outer space sucking the gas up away from the Earth. No, we're talking about the gases surrounding Earth, right? Failing to expand into available volume, which is claimed to be there. And the excuses we're given as to why that doesn't happen. But fundamentally, we need to go back to the drawing board and see if the axioms, the base axioms for this claim is true to begin with, such as, is Earth even a ball?
These globers have a lot
I mean,
of bravado,
Earth does
huh?
need to be a if
Earth
the
what?
gas is
Hold on,
if the
Mateus. Hold on. So you think that the Earth is a globe, right? Is that true?
yeah.
Okay. What is your evidence that it's a globe?
Okay, but can I please say what I wanted to say
Real,
first, and
real
then I'll
quick,
address.
sir. Because I don't know where you're standing with all this. It just sounds like you're asking for evidence that the Earth is flat and no gas pressure. I don't know if you've
Okay.
ever demonstrated that the Earth is a globe.
Do you want me
I
to
don't.
tell you the beginning of
No,
my
I want
story?
you
Or
to tell me. I want you to tell me how the Earth is a globe. Simple.
the Earth is a globe because of gravity.
Because of gravity.
Yeah.
So the curvature of the Earth exists because of gravity.
Yes.
What is gravity?
Gravity is a force that exists on all matter. So
Okay. What's the scientific evidence that gravity exists?
everything with mass attracts one another.
What is the evidence of that?
Well, if you believe
No,
that
we don't
we
need to
went
believe. I need you to provide evidence of this. It's not a belief. Provide the scientific evidence that gravity, according to you, things attract themselves to each other. I need the scientific evidence of that.
for me to show you something and for you to not believe
Sir,
it.
do you have it? Do you have the scientific evidence that things attract each other to themselves?
Yes.
Where is it?
You need to believe my evidence
No,
first.
no. We don't believe. Where's the evidence?
Do you want me to show it to you?
Yes.
Stall much?
Okay.
When ready, present. When ready.
Yeah.
Okay.
When ready. Okay, but how do I know you're not gonna dismiss this evidence?
No, because I'm asking you for the thing that you're staunchly defending at the moment, and it sounds like we're at the crux of your argument. So we're at the point where you're going to make things happen, which is the demonstration of the very claim that you're defending.
Let me just patience, please.
Sure. We're here 24/7. You want me to come back to you?
I mean, we can address points that I've talked to before.
No, we don't have to address anything. I need the very thing that you're staunchly defending. And if you don't have that, I'll come back to you. That'd be fine?
Yeah, he just wants you to believe everything he says before he says it. That's all.
Yeah.
We don't do that. We don't do that here.
What is it? Alpha. Look in the side chat.
Let me look in the side chat. Yeah, I see a link that you posted, but I don't care about that. I want you to use your words and articulate that point that you're trying to post something in the text chat. What did you
Okay,
just
for me
post
to
there?
prove gravity.
No,
if I want
no.
to prove gravity.
No, it's not if I want to. I want you to tell me how it's proven by science. Use your words.
Okay.
You've been using them for at least
I'm
30
gonna.
minutes to an hour. You can do them
Okay,
now.
okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna take a shoe and I'm gonna drop it.
Okay. Now, what
And
have
the
you
thing
proved?
the thing that allowed the thing to drop is gravity.
Okay, there's questions now. How do you know that?
I know it because the force that allows the shoe to fall is called gravity.
I know that's what you're saying. Where's
Yes.
the scientific evidence that that claim is true? Because
This
that
is
right
enough.
there is that's a demonstration of something happening. Now I need you
Yes.
to tell me there's an effect occurring. Now I need you to
Yes.
tell me how the science proves that there is a cause that you believe is true, that it's a force.
It is a force.
I know that's what you're saying. You can't just keep saying something. You have to provide evidence that it's what you're saying. We see something happening.
You
That
can
is
replicate this. You can replicate
Mateus.
this right now.
Yeah, I know. Mateus,
Pick
you're
up a pen.
you're providing an effect. Everybody sees an effect, right? If I move my hand around in the air, that's an effect. What is causing that effect? So you can tell me what's causing that effect. You can say, well, you're moving your hand. Your body is moving, right? There's energy input into your hand, so now your hand is moving. So now we're gonna do that with the shoe falling. You see an effect. Now tell me what is the cause of that effect.
So gravity is exhibiting a force on the shoe, and that force is
Yes.
pulling the shoe towards the earth.
Yes, that sounds like an explanation. Once again, that's the claim. That's an explanation. You're telling me because you
That's an
see an effect.
explanation.
Sure. But scientifically, how is it proven? Using science.
Science is just a tool.
I know.
And science doesn't need to be complex. The instrument doesn't need to be complex for it to be true.
Yeah, the cause needs to be demonstrated and not just the effect. We can quantify the effect. We can calculate the average rate of fall, all kinds of good stuff with it, right? Use an equation.
Yeah.
But the effect is not the cause. What is giving that thing the reason to do what it does?
Are you asking me what the cause of gravity is?
Yes, that's your fundamental position, isn't it? You're saying that's the reason why the Earth is a globe, and so I'm digging down to the root base of your claim.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
The cause of gravity.
Yes.
We do not know what causes gravity.
Well, there went your fundamental position, didn't it?
No.
That's the whole reason. Yes, sir. That's the whole reason
No.
why you think. That's the whole reason why you think things are the way they are as a globe, being a globe, because you were going to tell us how you know that it is scientifically, and you're unable to do so. It seems.
The force.
No.
Force that I say.
You're done with saying the force because you didn't demonstrate that scientifically, and you, admittedly, sir, said you don't know what causes it. You said so yourself right now. We have you recorded that that's what you said.
This is true. Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir. You may have a seat. Let me talk to the other guy now because I'm looking for science, not your ideas. All right, TDA, are you there?
Why don't you ask a scientist? Why do you ask me?
I'm not going to ask a scientist. I'm asking for people who think they know the answer. And, sir, you didn't demonstrate
Scientists
that you do.
don't know the answer. Scientists
That's fine.
don't know the answer.
Mateus, you're fine. You're just like everybody else. You're a believer in the Earth being a globe. Let me ask somebody else who thinks they know that it is. Okay?
Ask me the question.
Everybody's taking turns.
Yeah, hold on, Donald. In case you missed it, Alpha, earlier he said he kind of had an unstructured colloquial belief from childhood that he could be an astronaut someday if he aims high enough. So that's about where he's at.
He's got hopes and dreams, but that's not what builds reality. We're built with the fundamental knowledge of what science is, and it's applicable to all things.
No, wait.
So we don't deal with hopes and dreams in this forum.
If you can think,
sir, if you're able to articulate yourself in a way that is constructive, concise, and you have the ability to point out how you know something causes the effect, then yes, you're able to continue. But you weren't able to. It seems like we reached the end of your position, which is you don't know. That's fine. We don't need to go any farther with you. You can have a seat. Let somebody else champion the point.
Yeah, talking to you
All right.
would be the same as like discussing which Starfleet ship has the fastest warp drive, or who's quicker, Superman or the Flash.
We reached the running end for you, Mateus. So I don't need to explain to you anymore. You can put a little white mic next to your name so I can talk to someone else. I'm asking you nicely because I don't think that red micing you should be the case. Is that cool?
Sure.
All right. TDA, are you there?
Yeah, what do you want?
So you were screeching just a while ago, and I want to give you the opportunity to present your case.
I don't have a case to present. I'm not gonna bother.
Did you just give up right now?
No,
because I was gonna allow you the floor.
No, you guys just have like all the definitions wrong. So
All right, back to screeching. So it's simple, right? If you have the information to substantiate the claim that you're providing right now, which is that the Earth is a globe,
we always have the same issue.
So just over talking me is the way to do it.
All right, I'll let you finish, and when you finish, you don't interrupt me. Do we agree?
No, I didn't interrupt you, sir.
Okay, go.
Need your permission.
So, if you're able to provide the evidence or substantiate it, actually, that the Earth is a globe, we'd be doing well with everybody in here that thinks that it is. Okay, so if you can do so, sir, you think that the Earth is a globe, correct?
I'm not going to answer that question. I'm not going to.
So refusal to provide evidence for the claim that you've been.
Can I have my spiel now? Because you just talked.
You refused. You refused.
Did you?
No, sorry, you refused.
What's he shouting? What?
Did you? I don't know. That's.
What's he shouting?
Is that it?
Just keep shouting. I don't know. It's really weird.
You don't have to shout, TDA.
So the problem is we just have like different definitions, and we just can't proceed because we just have to. No, really?
That's not. The problem is that when given the chance to, you're not able to substantiate your claim because you said I refuse. That's what you said, right? You're having the permission.
That's not necessarily true. Maybe I don't want to. Maybe I want to
try again.
No. I just don't.
Okay, then there you go.
I want to listen to. I want to listen to someone else explain it, or maybe I want to listen to you. I want to listen to you to justify why you think the Earth is flat, or is or isn't. You know, maybe that's what I want to do.
Well,
screechy.
Yeah, you can then just allow other people. Then, if you're not the guy that can champion the point that the Earth is a globe, we'll let somebody else.
I'm too dumb. I'm too dumb. Clearly, the Earth is flat.
You don't listen, TDA. You don't have to castrate yourself. Okay, you are an intelligent person. You're in here. You're talking, and I'm just saying that because you don't have to be saying that you're stupid. That's what Globers do, and I don't like it for anyone to say that. But it's up to you. You don't have to be the way you are. Anyway, is there anybody else that wants to champion the point there? It's a globe in here.
I mean, you could ask me the question you wanted someone to answer earlier.
Well, I want to start fresh with every person, making sure that everyone has the available time and floor space to do it.
Well,
do you think
Donald's been going off about gravity in the side chat for quite a while now.
Sure.
He has what?
I know who Donald is, but with every interaction, I just want to make sure everybody has for the audience that's listening on YouTube, because it sounds like if we just jump in the middle of a conversation that's happening on text, everybody's lost.
No, you're good. I just wanted to point it out there because that's what we were talking about for like the past 10 minutes, so that Donald can continue on voice.
Yeah, that's fine. So, Donald, do you think that the Earth is a globe?
I do.
Okay. Do you know that it is?
I mean, with the amount of certainty that's possible.
The amount of certainty. How much certainty do you have? What's the scale value for that?
I said with the amount of certainty possible.
What amount? Can you quantify the amount? Yes or no?
99.99999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999.
How''d you do that? How'd you
No,
derive
it's
that?
repeating infinitely.
Can I see your work?
Why would you want to see my work? I can teach you how to do it.
Sounds like a made-up number.
I don't think that number exists.
What, 99.9 repeating?
No, the fact that you can prove it to that extent.
I would never say prove unless you just want math, but you don't.
What's something that's higher than that, and what's something that's lower than that?
99.8 repeating and 100.
Yeah, what's a factoid or something that you believe that would be higher and lower?
Oh, I have practically none with that kind of certainty.
Really?
Interesting.
Quantum field theory? I would go with quantum field theory with that kind of
Can you tell us
certainty.
what,
Relativity?
Can you tell us what that certainty is based on?
My measurements of the planet.
Can you provide those?
I mean, they pretty much match what science says.
What measurements?
I've measured the circumference of the planet.
Okay, can you provide that?
It pretty much matched the science. I was off by about 8%. I was 8% too short.
He got robbed. His dog ate the homework.
He said he's off by 8%. Wasn't that 99.999999999? What he just said was not true. Then he's off by 8%.
No, my margin for error on the measurement was 8%. That has nothing to do with my certainty of the globe.
What measurement?
Of the circumference of the planet.
Post it.
How?
See, the point of me saying this, that I did it myself personally, is that I can teach you how to do it, so I don't have to give you my work. You can do it yourself.
You didn't do shit.
How?
Bullshit.
You still can't hear you, Jedi.
How?
I keep hearing someone say how, but it's relevant. I can teach you how to do it yourself.
Keep stalling. Yeah, tell us how.
No, I said it's irrelevant. That's not stalling. That's saying it's irrelevant. I can teach you how to do it yourself.
Yeah, how?
Awesome stuff.
How? You need a protractor. You got a protractor?
Yes.
And go pick one up.
Got a piece of string.
Okay.
You got a piece of string, preferably like fishing line?
Yeah.
Okay, and do you have something that has any kind of weight to it at all? Small, like a few ounces.
Why do I have to do it? Didn't you already do it?
Yeah, I've done it, but you don't believe me, and you'll never believe me, so I'm trying to teach you how to do it yourself.
Go on.
We want to know what you did.
I'm telling you right now. So what you do is you take a protractor and you tie the fishing line in the little hole that you usually put your pencil in, and then you tie a weight at the other end. Now you take that little protractor and you point it at the sun, wearing eye protection. You should always wear solar glasses when looking at the sun. So you line it up with the base of the sun at noon on any of the solstices or equinoxes.
Okay, can't wait for you to try it and then provide your results to us. Looking forward to it.
Well, I mean, I'm trying to teach you how to do it yourself because you'll never believe my results.
It's not my problem. It's not my claim. It's your burden to bear. So go do it and get back to us. Can't wait.
Well, I've done it.
I mean,
I don't need to do it again.
You probably already believes it, right? It doesn't make sense.
What?
There's a couple things we could point out there, though. One, he talked about a protractor where we all know that it has a flat zero horizontal line on the bottom of it, and then
you use it at the top. You put it at the top.
Then a half circle for degrees.
You guys didn't even let me finish.
So then, when you took an angle to the sun, let it be known that your protractor created that horizontal line for you, so that way you can actually take that angle to it. So congratulations, you did a great job. Thank you.
That's not how you do it. That's not at all how you do it because you didn't let me finish. You don't know how to do it.
Go ahead.
So
never did it. Can you just cite somebody who's done it? Can we just cut to the chase? Like, I mean, it's already claimed to be known that it's a globe, right? So clearly somebody must have used this or some other method to demonstrate that. So can you just cut to the chase? and post the method that was actually used? Just give us the citation from yourself.
Well, I'm sure you guys I'm sure you guys have been presented with measurements of the globe many, many times.
No, never. It just goes like this.
What I'm trying to do,
Yeah, they just say it's already been done, and then they never do it, just like you're doing right now.
No, what I'm trying to do is to teach you to do it yourself.
Oh, no, thanks. It's not my claim. I don't really care. You said you did it, so I want
this could demonstrate that the Earth is flat, too. You could demonstrate a flat Earth with this.
Not my problem. It's your claim that it's a globe, and you said that this would demonstrate.
But you could demonstrate it to be flat this way. I could teach you how to make it.
Why didn't you do it? Why didn't you do it if this is the way to do it, and you claim to have all this certainty that that's what it is?
I did do it. That's the thing.
Okay, show it then. Show your work.
You'll never believe me even if I did show it, so there's no point.
Oh, okay. That's a cool excuse.
No, it's not an excuse. It's what you will say. I don't believe you because I didn't do it myself.
Why are you reading my mind? Just show us what you got.
Oh my god. I'm trying to teach you how to
even if I don't believe it, even if that's true, what does that matter? Everybody else
Somebody's getting trolled fucking hard.
Yeah, someone else in the room will see what you've done, right? Who cares if I believe it or not? Just put up your proof if that's what it is. Don't you want to show these people?
The proof is you doing it yourself. That's the proof.
No thanks. It's your claim.
If we do the same experiment and we come up with the same answer, but we talked beforehand, then you don't know if it's right. But if neither of you talked about the answer beforehand and you both get the same answer, then you know it's right.
Okay, you don't have.
Sorry, Arthur.
He's all kinds. He's all over the place. He thinks it's an experiment. He thinks he's providing evidence that the Earth is a globe.
What do you mean? You know it's right, isn't it? 999999999.
I don't require certainty.
He also said within that ramble that it can work on a flat Earth as well. So I'm still.
I was gonna say that.
Dude, don't.
I was gonna
Why
say
did
that,
you do
Jedi.
that, Donald? You just gave up the ghost, bro.
What happened without me speaking a word?
Well,
you said earlier. You said that we can learn how to do it, and it can even prove that the Earth is flat. So when you said that, then immediately I thought, "What don't you get about what you just said?"
If the Earth is flat, oh my God! If the Earth is flat, this would demonstrate it.
You looking at the sun isn't going to do it, bro. Sorry.
Yeah, that was only the first step. There were many steps to follow, but you interrupted me, so I didn't get to them.
He said if the Earth is flat. Well,
sorry.
Go ahead, Jedi.
Yeah. So far, we've got equinox.
What?
You're breaking up.
Is he breaking up for anybody else, or is it just me?
Jedi, you're breaking up.
Oh,
Oh, he just left. I'll give him a few seconds to come back, but I'll let him interrupt me when he comes back. So, you're saying with this demonstration, you provided evidence that the Earth is a globe, Donald?
Well, for my own satisfaction, not for anybody else's, because no one else was there. But I can teach you how to do it, and if the Earth is flat, this would demonstrate it, and then you would have evidence.
No,
you would have very good evidence.
No. Not if the Earth is flat. We're looking for a demonstration that shows us that the Earth is a globe. You're saying this is the thing that's going to show us that.
This will do that, but I'm also saying that if the Earth was flat, this would demonstrate that.
Okay, so what? You're just using a protract. Oh, Jedi, are you back?
Yeah.
You want to repeat what you said because we heard mid-sentence, and I was gonna wait till you get back.
Yeah, sorry if he's already said it, but the last thing I heard is him measuring reference to the equinox. The last thing I remember.
No, I didn't say that.
Okay, sorry, Don, I do apologize. So
well, maybe I misunderstood what you said. You're still kind of soft. I'm having trouble hearing you. Let me turn you out. What's your name?
Jedi.
Oh, Jedi. Let me turn you up. I'm having trouble hearing you.
It's okay. I don't want to stop you from explaining what you've done.
No, it's fine.
I don't know if you said it before. I haven't heard what this is, whether you call it an experiment or not. I just want to know what you did. That's all.
It's a measurement. I took a measurement.
Yeah, what? You used a protractor, isn't that what you said? And some string?
Well, I used a quadrant, but you can use a protractor. It's the same thing practically. It's just half of a protractor.
Cool.
It's more accurately graduated for long distances.
Awesome. So you measured an angle, okay?
Well, So what you do is you take your quadrant or your protractor with a plumb bob on it, and you take the flat edge of it and you point it at the sun. You always use the proper eye protection when looking at the sun. Wear solar glasses. So from there, you can get the angle from your point on the surface to the sun on an equinox or a solstice at noon. And then you have a buddy who's on the same longitude but a different latitude, do the same thing at the same time. And then what you can do with that is you can get a position of where the sun was for each of you at that time and plot them on a curved surface or on a flat surface. And if the suns are in the same position, that's the right one.
Yeah, but
False. Sun's in apparent position.
The sun's in apparent position, and also what we're trying to figure out, Donald, is that if the surface is curving, not where the sun's going to be, or
Yeah, I know
position in the sky, because of course that's going to cause a problem with what Heretic said. It's an apparent position when you see it in the sky.
What do you mean by apparent position?
So according to the heliocentric globe Earth explanations of how you see the sun, you don't see the actual position of the sun. You see it in its apparent position because of how light travels through the medium.
Yeah, no. Refraction from the sun going straight down to the surface is not a big deal at noon. There's nothing that would refract the sun a great deal, like within maybe a 1% margin for error at noon.
It's not always going to be directly above the observer's head, though, right?
Well, no, because the photons are traveling in a straight line through no curvature. If you're at noon, the atmosphere isn't causing.
Sorry, are there any other measurements throughout the day, or are you just trying to measure solar noon?
So you have to know what the ground position of the sun is and how far it is away from you.
Okay.
Only at solar noon and only at the equinox.
Or solstice.
Or solstice.
You said there was nothing that would refract its apparent position, right?
Wow. Yeah, exactly.
I'm wondering if you know that. Yeah, just real quick. Do you know that the sun is inside of or outside of the container?
Well, okay, the sun is 93 million 93 million miles away on average.
Okay.
You don't have to make that assumption for this. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, hold on, Donald. Heretic, did he answer your question, the one you specifically asked?
Not at all. No, I was wondering if it's inside or outside of the container.
What do you mean by container? What is the
he's
container?
talking about the container, dude.
We have gas pressure.
I don't know what the container is that you're talking about.
We have gas pressure, so there must be a container. I don't know where the sun is. If it's
we have atmospheric pressure. We don't have gas pressure. We have atmospheric pressure.
Okay. But either way, if you're holding up two models in dichotomy against each other, then you'd have to understand. You said you could prove a flat Earth or a globe Earth with this?
Sure, yeah, my apologies. I misunderstood. Yes.
Good. So at the moment, you're just measuring angles. If you want to do anything else than measure angles, then you're going to invoke a model. And secondary to that model that you're invoking for a flat Earth, how are you doing that? What's the sun then? What's between us and the sun? What assumptions are it doesn't matter. You can't hold up.
What?
You can't just assert your paradigm to prove your paradigm, you know.
I'm not doing that.
Now, one of the things I mentioned to you, Donald, is that the fact that the heliocentric globe Earth talks about the apparent position and the actual position being something that you have to reconcile when you're looking at the sun. And it's not what you've done. Yeah, but it's not what you've done in any of this. Donald, you haven't done this in
stop
the
speaking over him.
In the explanation that you've actually, well, with your demonstration, you haven't provided the evidence that you've mentioned this as a part of a factor that you would have to account for. And so I think that's the issue at the moment. Because of that fact that you haven't said anything about it, you're making it inconsequential. And a part of to say, well, you haven't mentioned it, Donald. And I am doing so now.
I haven't finished yet.
When were you going to mention it? Because it was nowhere in your explanation as to what you have to consider as a factor.
Because I was not finished yet. So the reason why
go ahead.
Yes, the reason why you do it. The reason why you do it at noon is to minimize the effects of refraction. Because when the photons are going directly down through the atmosphere at noon, there's very little refraction that can take place.
So what you're telling me is that the person at a different geographic location has seen the sun at a different angle of degrees in the sky than the person that sees it at a, let's say, 90 degree.
No, the angle should match pretty well.
So everybody should see it at a 90-degree angle on
No.
No.
Whenever you look at the angle of the sun from similar longitudes but different latitudes, the angles will be similar if you
No,
don't
they
get too
won't.
far apart.
No, that's
If you don't
incorrect.
as long as you don't
That's
get too far
incorrect.
apart.
That-
As long as you
yeah,
don't get too.
But you have to. That's the whole point, Donald. You need
You
to
don't
have
have to.
distance. You have to have distance between the two observers if you're
You can
even
do it
attempting.
within 1 degree. You can do
Yeah,
it within 1
Yeah,
degree.
but you're too close. In order for you
No,
to
you're not.
demonstrate,
It's 70 miles, man.
you know why I'm saying this? Because what you're trying to
I have
demonstrate,
no
and
idea.
this is a very bad way to demonstrate curvature of the Earth because it's
Excellent
not
way, actually.
I know, but it's not identifying the fact that the distance between the two people, according to the surface, would be a demonstrable way that you can provide evidence that the surface is curving from point A to point B, which is the two observers, and you
That's what you're doing.
You'd have an arc over the distance, a greater arc with greater distance. Now,
Well,
what
it doesn't matter. You don't need a great deal.
Yeah, this is important because what we're trying to get is that the surface is curving, not where the position of the sun is. Now, mind you, you'll even have your explanation for how you see the sun and its apparent position according to each observer is going to be very different in an angle of degrees to where the other observer is. Now, with greater distance, greater angles of degrees. So,
Oh, God.
this is important. If you don't make this a part of your explanation, even just looking at the sun and talking about how you see that, it's gonna fall through.
Wait, how can you look at the sun?
With solar glasses.
You just look at it.
we're
You
talking
can't
about.
look at the sun.
Yeah, you
You can if you wear solar glasses.
You don't need to.
Wait, that's not true. Solar
That's
glasses
what?
don't exist.
Oh my God!
No, just wait. Just wait. Let
Have you
Donald
ever
finish.
heard of eclipse glasses? Those are solar glasses.
Don't entertain him. Don't entertain him. He's just distracted right now.
I thought that was for a different purpose.
Yeah, just relax.
Doesn't matter. You can still do it.
Okay, I just want Donald to get to the end of without distraction
I
about
have
how you
been
see the sun.
trying my best. I have still not gotten to the end of it.
All right. So, and the only thing I was saying is that. Go ahead. You have something else?
Me? Yes, much.
All right. Well, the only thing I was saying is that the two observers that see the sun with greater distance would be an exaggerated amount of ground curvature between the two. Now,
Yeah, but you don't need that.
We're like in this room, we're focused on how the ground is noted to be curving on its surface. Like it's
That's
great that
what
you're
I'm
looking at the
trying to
sun.
explain.
No, we're all at this moment. The only thing that we're doing is comparing two observers and how they see the sun and what position of the sky they see it. Now that can be
I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet.
I know, Donald, but that can be rectified with the fact that
If you let me finish, you would be rectified.
No, I'm telling you, that can be rectified with the fact that we use the celestial sphere as a conceptual tool. Now that is the most
It's
important
not a
bit of information. What the celestial sphere? Yes, it is. It's a conceptual tool, and it's the concept of it. Somebody's backfeeding.
Okay, I have a question.
Yeah, but it's not the time for that.
I'm never gonna finish. I'm never gonna get to the end of this.
No,
I just have a
that's not
question.
time. It's not the time for that. We will take your question, but the man's in the middle of me and him discussing the reason
You're a
why.
fucking vampire, bro.
You're in the middle of interrupting my explanation for the thing that you're trying to let me explain.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate that you're trying to explain it, but there's a lot of things already in front of what you're saying to kind of like address, which is the fact
No,
that
I
you
was
have
about to get to all of those things that you've mentioned. I was about to get to
the
all
celestial
of them.
sphere, the apparent position. You haven't
No,
mentioned
stick with that
any of that.
nonsense. I don't require the celestial sphere. It's the surface thing that we were talking that I was about to get to.
Okay. Go back to telling us about the angles that you measured.
What?
You Jedi was chomping on the bit.
What did you say?
Go back to telling us about the angles that you measured.
There's only one angle that you measure.
So when this is why we're confused. You said lots of observations to begin with. Now you're just making one angle, one observation. The sun
I never
directly
said
above
lots of options. Whatever.
You did. You said many observations along a line of longitude, same latitude, line of
I
long
never said that. I never said many observations ever.
Right. And another conversation's happening, mate.
Two observations.
No,
You need
I
you
think
need
you
to
did
take
describe
two measurements. That's
Donald.
it.
You did describe 2 observers, didn't you?
It's 2 measurements is all you need.
Well, you said only 1, and you told Jedi 1. Now you're
Each
telling that
person takes 1 measurement. Each person takes 1 measurement.
how many people can you're that's
The
what
two
Jedi's
measurements
asking.
done. So 2 measurements, Ken. 2 measurements done by 2 people. Each person takes 1 measurement.
Yes, that's what I said.
Yeah, that's what I fucking said too.
I was just clarifying to make sure we understood each
You
other.
were acting dumb. That's what you were doing.
No, I can barely understand you with your mic, so I was just making sure we understood each other.
Am I really quiet for everyone?
No,
Not
it's
really.
just garbled.
I hear you.
It's kind of garbled for me.
All right, carry on telling us about the 2 angles that are measured.
Okay, I measured 1 angle. My buddy measured 1 angle. So what angles, is that what you're talking? They were, so I don't remember what he got. I don't remember what I got. I got like 32 degrees from where I was.
Mm-hmm.
From my position to the sun.
So you measured an angle. Sorry, you measured an angle and the sun was 32 degrees above the horizon?
It was 32 degrees above my position on the surface.
Yeah, above the horizon.
Please don't swear in the chat. Not cool.
Hi, right. Why can't I see Russia from Alaska right now?
Dude, we'll answer all your questions, but there's a conversation happening. Like, just stick
Oh, I'm
around.
sorry.
Yeah, I'm just saying,
We'll
like,
answer
don't
your
swear
question,
in the chat, man.
Okay, okay, but can I have to go in like 5 seconds.
Oh, but you're not going to hear the answer then, are you? Because we've already taken 5 seconds for me just to say that.
Go ahead, Jedi.
Let's go back to measuring these 2 angles that only you've got 1, and that's 33 degrees above your horizon that you sneakily said is your position.
No, it was a 32 degree angle from my position on the surface. My position on the surface.
That's what I was saying.
My position on the surface.
So now I know why you're getting upset, because I'm pointing out your magic trick.
It's not a magic trick.
Sorry. You think that an elevation angle, because this is what this is, it's an elevation angle of the sun, can be taken from a point.
Yeah.
You need 2 lines for an angle, don't you?
No.
No, you do.
Yes, you do.
You need a point. You need your point on the surface. The surface is what you're taking the measurement from.
Yeah.
And then to the sun is where you're getting the angle.
I'm not going to take this. That's the point that the 2 lines are coming out from.
That's the point where I am on the surface. It's the point where I am on the surface. I'm taking the measurement from the surface to the sun.
On the surface, and the horizontal line that you're standing on is the surface you're standing on, right?
It has nothing to do with the horizon, which is what you said earlier.
It's a horizon. I said horizontal surface.
You did earlier. You did earlier.
Reference, my friend, to the angle of the sun above the horizon. The horizontal plane that you're standing on. Excuse me. Don't interrupt me. Now, what I'm doing is
don't interrupt him, dude.
What I'm doing is pointing out your magic trick, your sleight of hand. This is why you had your plumb bob, your bit of string and a heavy weight, because you wanted to reference vertical, and you wanted to completely disestablish yourself from a horizontal line, the one that you're going to be making your angle from. Whether it's your vertical line or your horizontal line, you have to have these 2 orientations, because one is perpendicular to the other, right?
Hey, Jedi, that rude little prick just put his fingers in his ears.
Yeah, he deafened.
Well, that's
anybody else want to go next?
Yeah, we could take it. If you listen, the forum's open for anyone who thinks that the Earth is a globe. All you got to do is provide your evidence, and we're ready to listen to you. So you have the floor and the mic.
Rich Evans, you wanna chime in now?
Yeah, Donald's gone. He does this every time. Every time you mute him so you can get 2 words in, he deafens, so I'm gonna get rid of him.
Yeah, thanks, Crypto. And like, if you guys are in here, and
Yo,
like
have you ever been to Cuba?
So, Horse, do you think that the Earth is a globe, sir?
Have you ever been to Cuba?
I need you to know if you're responsive to any questions that we ask, or if you're just going to be a waste of time. Because I think we're waiting right now. We're live streaming on YouTube, and they hear how ridiculous some people sound. So I don't want you to sound ridiculous. If I ask you a question,
Oh,
are you
okay.
able to
Have you
provide
been
an
to
answer?
Cuba?
Yeah, you're done.
Oh, nice. I live in Cuba.
That's great. Put yourself
And
on mute, sir.
So Rich, I'm only gonna talk with you in voice chat and discuss.
Yo, I
a
don't
few
really want to answer your question.
Okay, well then you're not gonna hide in the. I'm not gonna engage with you in the side chat where you've been doing circular arguments.
Yeah, Horace is
circular.
not one for a conversation. Anybody else that thinks that the Earth is a globe? Listen, the forum is open, guys. You can come in with the evidence.
We know it's open. Go ahead, Chester.
We have a whole bunch of people. We got Spoon. We got I guess there's Horse. I don't know. There's a bunch of new people.
Yeah, no, I'll go if you want to engage, Rich.
What do you think me saying "go ahead" means?
Okay, so let's go back to the original point we were discussing. Where is your real-world example of gravity holding a large mass of water to a spherical object?
The oceans, obviously, because the Earth is the only thing
Or even-
sufficient
or even a
size.
small-
Oh,
Hold
sorry.
on,
I thought you were asking a question. But if you want to preach, then go ahead.
Let Rich respond, dude.
So it is the case that the Earth is of such a size that it is capable and creates enough of a gravity well that all of the water stays on the surface, if not goes
Yes.
lower.
So prove that, like on a smaller scale, then, because you're proving your argument with your argument. I need to see something that's repeatable on a smaller scale,
Why do you need to be able to see it repeatable on a smaller scale?
because that's science.
In order to do science, you have to do something repeatably and at a smaller scale.
Well, it's just a theory if you can't prove it with the scientific method.
No, what you have is a hypothesis. You're saying that we should be able to replicate this at a smaller scale, when we are saying it's because of the scale at which it is at that causes this phenomena. So saying that we then have to provide it at a smaller scale does not follow.
Circular reasoning, then.
Yeah, well, if
Okay,
you can't
so
provide,
then-
can he provide it in the macro scale? Because it sounds like the testable, repeatable evidence could be done on the macro scale. Then, because if you can't do it on a smaller scale, Rich, according to Chester's asking, then you can do it on a macro scale.
Right. So gravity is the explanation for the phenomena of why things fall down.
Okay,
right?
we're going. It's a regression. So now we have to know how you understand what gravity is. What is gravity, Rich?
I just told you. What, you don't have to
You're
go in
using
circles like
gravity
this. Then
to
I was
explain
talking
gravity.
to Chester, Alpha.
It's okay.
Well, you're using gravity to explain gravity, so he's actually trying to
No,
progress the
I'm
conversation.
using gravity to explain why things fall down.
Yeah, that's fine. I understand. So what
ahead,
is
Alpha.
gravity? Sorry, Heretic. You want to go? You go.
No, it's all
Rich,
good.
can you manipulate gravity? Can you manipulate it?
Do you guys
ability?
need some time to figure out which
hold
one
on.
of you guys is going to talk to me?
Yeah, just let Alpha cook. He's got a question. Go
Why
ahead.
not Chester? Chester was the one that challenged me.
Yeah, but you weren't able
Because
to provide the
because
evidence
you're doing
that
this
he-
annoying tactic that you did in the side chat that you're now doing again, which is you're being evasive and you're not answering it in an honest way. You're trying to argue gravity with gravity. Do you not see how that doesn't make sense?
Yeah,
What argument did I make of gravity for gravity?
Rich, he actually asked you for something that you were unable to provide. So you said, I cannot do it on the small scale. So he's like, okay. So I asked you, can you do it on the bigger scale, like the macro scale? So
yeah,
now you
and
said
we
the
obviously
answer-
observe the Earth from space and see it as a.
Okay, we obviously
Yeah.
observed the Earth from space. Have you
So then
done
we
so,
can-
sir? Have you done so, sir?
Have I done so? No.
Yes. Okay, so then it's
We
not
we
true.
as
the
in
statement is not true.
humans. No, we
Yeah,
as in
but
humans.
We as
The
in
royal
humans,
we.
The royal we.
Yes.
So how does the royal we qualify your statement that the Earth is a globe from a distance? How does that
Because these
qualify it?
other humans have shown
Mm-hmm.
images of and other evidences of their observations of it from space, which confirms the hypothesis, right?
Okay, let's
So-
kind of test that. Let's test that for a second.
Well,
right?
I actually would love to know your explanation for as to why things
Well, I'm
fall
about
down,
to-
because
I'm about
mine
to
is
hand you-
mine's gravity, right? So why
Yeah,
do
I
things
know.
fall
We
down
haven't-
to you?
You started going to what the Earth looks like based upon somebody else showing you images, right? That's what you said.
Well,
right now.
obviously, if we could see the Earth from space, then we can see the water sticking to the side of a spinning ball, right?
Right. That would qualify a primary observation of the Earth.
Exactly.
being
So then I
exactly
gave
they
you what he
described.
asked for.
No, Actually,
Still doesn't prove your claim.
What you're telling me is that somebody else showed you images or video. Doesn't matter what you choose, but then you're choosing to believe that that is the truth. Now, what I'm asking for is, in fact, the way that you would describe how you can compare those images to something in reality. Like your primary experience doesn't show that the Earth is a globe in any way. You don't see it in that manner, like the image that you see. So how can you know that those images can be verified to be true? Because you don't.
Because unlike a toddler, I don't have to see with my own eyes to believe a claim.
Really? So what is it you're saying, Rich? You just believe images to be true?
No, I take evidence on its merits and
so what is its
work
merits?
it with the merits of gravity.
Okay, so now let's go back to gravity.
So what were you asking me the merits for, Alpha?
Well, first of all, I wanted the merits from how you're verifying the Earth looks like the image that you're seeing, and you're unable to do that. So now you said the merits of that is the fact that gravity exists.
When we have the photo, when we have the photo or video of Earth from space, and then we have the explanation of stellar rotation, which is about the
verified photo.
Yeah.
Oh my
Rich,
god.
so here's an image.
You guys really need to figure out which one of you wants to talk to me. This is ridiculous.
You're a hot mess. Rich, you're a hot mess.
I'm a hot mess. Control you and your lemmings.
Listen, check this out, man. You went from stellar rotations. I'm just going to show you to images from space to now gravity. Like we're just bouncing.
Yes, because all of them. When you have the observation, right? It's vindicated in the explanation of everything that we have. When we say, like, if I thought that every star was actually just a light bulb that was 100 miles above my head, and then we see Earth from over 100 miles away, oh no, my idea that they're just light bulbs that are really high up can't be the case because we don't see them as we look down from the spacecraft.
Stop, dude, stop, relax. You're a runaway train when you're speaking. All you got
because I have to be very, very spirited in order to get my points out, or else five other flirts are going to jump in.
That's great. Whatever you're, saying is, it doesn't matter. The only thing that we're talking about is how you're able, because you just finished saying, well, like going to 100 miles away, you haven't done that. You admittedly said so. I've never been far enough to see the Earth. You said, Rich, why do you say going 100 miles away from the Earth, looking back is going to, that's not evidence for you to say. That's evidence for somebody else who's not in this call. But you can't say that. That's evidence for you. So now let's get to something you can describe as evidence, right? Which would be gravity. I'm only going for the things that you're able to provide in this call as evidence. So can we go to gravity, Rich? It'd be simple enough, wouldn't it?
You're telling him what his standard of evidence is, Alpha? I think that's
no.
cheap.
This is what he's saying his evidence is. Because
no, you're making.
How would you know? You didn't let me finish.
Mark, you're breaking up. All right, so Rich, you are breaking up, seriously. But Rich, if you're able to provide evidence that gravity's been substantiated by science, then we'll go ahead and let you have the floor. But
gravity is the explanation as to why things fall down. What's your explanation?
Excellent. So that
what's your explanation?
Rich,
don't need one,
brother.
Don't need one. We're asking to demonstrate.
We're gonna dig down to see if
I could probably.
Rich, we're gonna dig down to see if the premise is true, Rich. That's all. So how can you explain to us what gravity is? Can you demonstrate to that you have a knowledge of that? What's gravity?
It's not worth my time.
Dude, don't this is what
it's not worth it's honestly not worth my time to do this same rigmarole that you've trained yourself.
See ya.
Okay.
You couldn't finish the job, but you failed to do so. He left? Wow. Seriously.
Yeah, that guy was just a headache in the side chat, man, and he's doing the same shit.
I know, Rich.
You don't say.
Well, we had a white knight try to jump in for him. I guess it's his turn.
And Mark G, but
he left too.
Mark G left. Is there anybody else that thinks that the Earth is a globe and it has a way to explain with their voice using words that it's true that the Earth is a globe? Because you guys can come in here and do it in a hot second in 2024. Come on now, don't be shy. I know you can do it. You can do it. Anyway. Any more for any more?
Little film quote I heard.
What'd you say, Crypto?
Was that a cheeky little film quote I just heard?
Yeah, it is. Then I just said another quote from Nathan Oakley. Any more for any more?
Maybe Evil Ernie?
Evil Ernie.
I want to know if he knows Evil Bert.
Nicola?
If you're there, we summon you, Evil Ernie.
Anglo Nazarene?
He's gone to the great beyond. He's not here.
Oh, maybe next time.
How about Anglo Nazarene? Do we know that guy? British Nazarene, it says. Oh, there you go. You got a countryman, Crypto Jedi. That's what it says under his name. And you click his name, British Nazarene.
A British tangerine? What?
No, Nazarene. I don't know. That's just what it says in there. Oh my God, Hollywood's here. Don't crack jokes in the middle of us discussing things, Hollywood.
Oh.
He did that last time. I had to mute him. He's a loose cannon, Hollywood is.
Disappointing nowadays.
Freaking rogue, that one. I guess it's just us waiting for the evidence once again. Abu just joined us. Let's go. I know he's got the evidence.
What's up, Abu?
Everybody's saying you have evidence that the Earth is a globe, bro. Don't disappoint them.
Now the Earth is a banana, and I can prove it.
Oh,
monkeys. We're all monkeys, so that must mean that it's a banana.
Oh well.
Did that take you all day to think of that one, or was that like a off the cuff?
No, that took me like 4 years, honestly.
Oh man,
really
not
impressive, dude. Fucking hell, that's really bad. 4 years to come up with that. Fuck.
It's your thesis.
Hey, I took that gave me like confidence.
Abu Dam Dam.
But it shouldn't.
Die.
He's playing a game. Wow. Excellent.
Just waiting for the ethnic slur, then we can ban him.
You're telling me we got all these people in this room and no one's a Glober?
Well, not just that, but they don't have the evidence. So if they're in here, they're in their shell like a turtle. They barely poke their head out of their shell, and then when they hear another Glober getting destroyed, they go right back in.
Yeah, they're like, I don't want none of that smoke.
Hell no, dude.
Well, hey, I do appreciate you jumping in because, like, I thought I was going crazy at first, like, arguing with this guy, but no, I'm glad you guys saw right through it where I'm like, okay, yeah, take over. Like, it's not me running away, it's just that he's being evasive.
Oh yeah, no, we've been dealing with these guys for years and years. They're professional nut merchants.
Yeah, we're just not buying.
He demonstrated his gravity on a macro scale. He did with imagery.
with gravity, yeah, and the imagery, it's amazing.
Yeah, no, you did actually. You analysed very well what he was doing there, proving the claim with the claim. They do that a lot, and so there was a slight thing where you said about proving it on the smaller scale, which isn't necessarily true. But of course, the claim they're making is that it's not observable at all, right? So we have to then say, well, make it observable.
Yeah.
And then
I use smaller scale, and that's probably a wrong term, but I used it in a way to, like, we could repeat things, right? And like, so what's a better term to like say next time?
In a scientific experiment.
Just something that's observable. Okay, that's easy enough.
Yeah.
You needed to do it.
Sorry, Jedi, go on.
I just wanted to point out that he needed to do it within the scientific experiment, which is what you're asking him to do anyway. Demonstrate it. Don't need to bring scale into it. Just put it through the scientific process and demonstrate it. Sorry, Crypto.
No, you're good. Yeah, I mean, what they do often is they'll take like a slight misspeaking and then they'll run with that to run away from the point. So that's why you have to be quite careful with your words.
No, 100%. No, in the side chat he was doing earlier too, where it's just the tactics I'm starting to pick up on. Where I don't even know how to explain it. It's just super aggravating.
Yeah, just dishonest as fuck. That's all it is, really.
Yeah. The nut-on merchants. Yeah, I like that, Crypto. You're getting kind of wise with these things, bro. I like that.
What I wanted to say in response back to the testable, observable, repeatable thing that you're saying, and that's what we were arguing earlier in the side chat too. And him and his buddy were trying to claim in the side chat saying that that it's holy shit, lost my train of thought. But they're basically trying to say that it's that science isn't a theory. I don't even know how to articulate it honestly, but man.
Yeah, you're just upset. What happens is they get you. They're good at it, right? They frustrate the person because of the fact that they're not providing the evidence that you're asking for. So they give you this rigmarole that makes it sound like they do, and they string you along. They keep stringing you along, and then they bounce around from different topics, like what Rich was doing when I was asking him. He was a hot mess. And once you point out that they're all distracted and they're trying to, throw out a bunch of things, what did he do? He pointed to the room. Well, tell your flirt not to jump in.
That's what Donald did as well.
Yeah.
Donald tried to give us an explanation and didn't like the fact that he was deceiving us by not mentioning a horizontal to measure an angle up from. He covered it with a point. I'm at a point and I'm measuring an angle from a point. Don't need a horizontal line to measure an elevation angle up from. I'm at a point. You can't have points and measure angles. That's the point that the two straight lines intersect. It really fucks me off when they try and do that.
Yeah. So you just point out their scatterbrain and then they just run away, like they did.
No, I noticed all you were doing
Floating
too. Like it
cube
wasn't.
off of a sphere.
All you were doing was trying to get to the root of his beliefs, right? And as you kept getting closer and closer to the fact that it's rooted in something that's not grounded in science, he got more and more emotional, and that's when he finally dipped out.
Have you heard them tell us that our standards are too high yet?
Yeah. It's one of my favorite ones, that is.
That's what Mark said, isn't it? Sort of.
Yeah, that's what he said. I was going to jump in and say someone said that. I think it was Mark.
Well, you can't sell your science
There he
if
is.
you can't demonstrate it, right? So they had to take that out. And they had to say, well, guess what, Bob, the guy who's paying us all the money? We don't have to demonstrate it. We can just get you to believe us. And then 3 or 4 dudes, he said he paid another dude, and he went and paid a little bit to another dude and said, I'm a specialist at this, and I'm a specialist at that. And they all got the guy to fucking agree somehow, and he started paying the money. And here we are. Because the people that actually pay for engineering are the ones who are paying for stuff to be done. So you physically have to do something to appease the person that's paying you. And if you don't, what else are you going to do? Tell them science is fake. Then you can sell them any story you want.
Sabine. That's Sabine, woman, theoretical physicist on YouTube. Sabine Hasselhoff, or her name is.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about, yeah.
She did a video not long ago saying, like, complaining about, the tribulation that she's gone through, like, to end up just being a mere YouTuber, because she's got all this expertise in the field, and all it comes down to, for her to survive, right? She either has to write papers, theses, hypotheses that can't be tested. Just make up shit. Just like basically write out a paper about an idea she has, which may have some merit in reality to a degree, based on, but a lot of it's just going into like imagination, stuff that is not demonstrable. And then she gets paid for those papers, right? She said she lived on that for a long time, just writing papers. And
she's a good idea, Barry.
Yeah, she said that's what a lot of it is in that field, is just obtaining grants for a paper that isn't going to go any further than just the paper itself.
Hey, I got some good news for you guys.
What's up?
Mark G's back.
Oh, finally, got some glow.
I told you it would happen one day. He would return with this evidence.
Did you say good news?
Yeah.
Oh, He's
about to show everybody how the Earth's a globe. Oh, he was trying to, but Rich was in the way. He couldn't get the information out.
That bloody Rich always getting in the limelight. Sorry about that, Mark G.
Yeah, go ahead, Mark. I mean, man.
Finally, a real expert can take over.
You got this, Mark.
Yeah, Mark seems like a cool guy.
Plus, he has
I'm really
evidence.
I'm really not cool. Give me a second. I'm doing something right now. I'll give you like 5 minutes.
Hey, man, take your time.
5 minutes.
Sounds like platypus.
But this is going to be good.
Do we need to comb our hair? Put out some fine china? What's gonna happen here?
Have I got to shave again?
Yeah, again.
I'm gonna be so disappointed if he just doesn't if he calls you guys retards. It'd be so funny.
Yeah, he's got it together.
I was just gonna say, Eagle, you took the words out of my mouth. I was gonna say, no, this man has it together.
I've never called anybody
we've been riding too long together.
The only person I've really insulted in any demonstrable way is probably Gregory, because he is a retard, but that's the only person.
Hey, Gregory's a nice black man. Be nice.
Yeah, you
leave the beard alone.
He's a smart African American.
He's a black guy, and he thinks he's smart.
All right, let's move away from the talking about.
Yeah, sorry. All right, it's an ad hominem. He's not trying to defend himself. I'll move on. I'll be back in like 5. Just give me a couple minutes. I got to do something else.
All
It's not really ad hom, but it's just not stuff we want to air.
Don't forget to put the aftershave, because yeah.
Hope it's not another survey.
Some nice romantic music.
Yeah, Jedi's got it all fixed. He's got his tuxedo shirt. So
I'm breaking out the candelabra as we speak. Yeah.
I want to see gas pressure without a container finally.
Well,
someone needs to play Careless Whisper.
I would.
I think George Michael would go quite well. To be honest.
Exactly. I don't want to hear about your word. That's disgusting.
Now, would that be George Michael from Wham or George Michael from George Michael?
George Michael from George Michael. I think.
Yeah, of course. Anything less would be uncivilized.
Elevator music.
Never gonna dance again. Oh yes.
Oh, let's go.
Yeah.
That CB saving the day.
I wish.
Oh, Matrix saving the day. Very nice.
There it is.
And we just got a YouTube show.
It's actually blinking in and out, so maybe it's not. It's got his spotty connection kind of help us
You're
out.
supposed to sing with it that way. It's all right.
It's all right.
Oh, look at the text chat. I have an answer to that text chat. Actually, just recently. Subcord put this up that it was, I guess it was an argument from Starlife or something. Yeah. I'll respond with my image.
Oh, Starlife was another one in here earlier.
Yeah, you finally got banned.
That was the one that was teaming with the other guy that recently was on the VC.
Oh, teaming. I like it. I like it when they get in groups. That's more fun.
Oh, they do. What's their point with the picture? It's not even.
Gas pressure without a container was the argument, D-Monk. See that little purple thing inside of the container?
Yes, sir.
That purple thing doesn't have a container. So it's gas pressure without a container.
Bro.
The glass does, but the glass is its container.
But he said ignore that. But he said imagine it's not there.
Imagine it's not there is what he said.
Imagine that the physical glass isn't there.
Yeah, that's
He
why
says he has a mythical vacuum. He believes in a
oh,
mythical vacuum.
So just pretend there's no container, and that's how you demonstrate no container.
Metaphysical vacuum.
Right, he needs a container for his vacuum, which
I'm hearing all this, right? Sorry, Demok, but I'm hearing this all correct. Man tries to come up with a demonstration of gas pressure without a container in a fucking container. Who is this?
And then he responds and he says, when people start criticizing, he goes, "Well, don't mind the container because it's not containing anything."
Just pretend there's no container.
Heretic finally banned him this earlier. Like, he had enough of his nonsense.
Yeah, so that's who fucking James was teaming up with. That just shows you company they keep.
They keep the lights on, right? They pay the bills. Their content for this channel. To some extent. Every now and again, you got to just like, throw them to the bin because they've been. And then they get recycled somehow over time, and they come back and respawn, and then, we got to let some time pass though before they come back.
Yeah, and just take a little vacation, reflect.
Yeah, go away now. We don't need you now. You can come back later. Don't call us. We'll call you.
I've been gone for a while. Is Scott Mackey just gone?
Yeah. He's
Can I know what happened, or we should not talk about it?
No, I made him melt down in the chat, and he absolutely let his mask fall. You know how like the nice guy persona that he usually shows when he's in here?
Yeah.
I made him the monster that he really is underneath all that.
I almost can't believe it because I've never seen him outside of his monotone voice.
Yeah, he went full monster. Like it was just
really.
Yeah, dude.
Does someone have like a clip? Does anyone have a clip of it?
Yeah, if you could hear it.
Discord, where you at, brother?
Everybody was aghast, dude, when he did that. I'm serious. Like people, because they were like, I've never seen Scott this way. Like, I'm like, this is who he really is. Okay, he does this like psychological warfare when he's in here, kind of like these Jedi mind tricks. So when you have a conversation with him, he does little.
Yeah, don't diss the Jedi like that. Come on.
He does little jabs at you, like your insecurities, and then so that you can think about it later. Like it just eats away at you. Like you're at home, like, man, maybe I am not well articulated like I thought I was, or maybe
he's so calm in his delivery.
Yes. It's psychological. The type of thing that he was doing had nothing to do with evidence that he was proving, but to thwart the efforts of those who are able to speak well in this forum, and then make them feel like they're ill-equipped to do so. So and I've exposed him time and time again. And this was the straw that broke the camel's back. That day, he had enough with me to expose him. So he just let it loose on me. I mean, bitches and hoes and everything you can think about.
Wow,
it was glorious, dude.
So did he get banned, or did he just like gone? He's just left on his own.
He's permabanned. No,
Oh wow.
We took a vote and out you go. And of course, I even said you can come back under one condition. You have to accept Crit's newsletter. Crit gives a newsletter. He blocked Crit, so he didn't allow Crit to deliver his newsletter. I say under that condition, you don't block Crit. You allow him to deliver his newsletter to you. You can come back. I don't hold a grudge. I just didn't like his demeanor. So
no, yeah, I'm glad I got caught up on that because he was a frequent flyer in this room, and now he's just not here anymore. So I'm like,
oh no,
what happened?
If it was the case, he would be here right this moment, dude. He's in it to win it.
I believe it. Talking about maximum refraction distance.
Yeah, he like I said, he only wants to just like be a thorn on your side. He doesn't want to provide evidence of the case for the Earth being a globe because he's just a believer, like Rich and like the other guys. Well, not like Mark.
Something that also
Mark G is something he's going to provide evidence. It sounds like
something that also that like made Scott effective was also that, and it wasn't really effective, but it was just irritating. Was the hand waving he always did too? Was oh man,
that's gibberish. You don't know what you're talking about, and it's just like without even giving a specific retort to articulate a point to say how you're wrong. He didn't do that. He just like, you don't know what you're talking about. Like,
no, sure, Alpha. You think you're so smart.
You could literally make a soundboard off this guy.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, he even admitted at one point that there's water hills in the ocean. We called him we called him Sir Waterhill for a while, and he even changed his name to Sir Waterhill.
Oh, that's why he changed it? I never knew that was the reason. I was there at that point. Wow.
Just let me know when you guys are done walking down memory lane.
Got him.
Oh, Rich,
no,
don't get in your
I just had one last question. What was the argument? Like, what was the final topic that set him over the edge with Flat Earth? Like, which Flat Earth topic was it?
It wasn't a topic. It was me exposing his antics, his gimmick that he does when he comes in here.
Oh, okay.
In other words, the alpha script.
By doing that, yeah, Rich knows what I'm talking about. So by doing that, he just like fucking had enough, and so he let me have it, and everybody sounded like, I can't believe he's saying this. Wow. He's not who he really is. No, that's who he really is. That anger that he feels, that contempt against flat Earth, that's what he wants to say when he comes in this room every day and yell it from the top of his lungs. But he can't do it because he knows he has to keep this nice guy bravado position so that you can make it sound like, oh, he's just doing the best he can to, like, you know, no, he's not. He's not a nice guy. Neither is, you know, all the other characters who have come in monotone. They're just waiting and they're gnawing, chomping at the bit, waiting to, like, explode one moment because they're frustrated. You know, that's all it is.
Oh, 100%. I would just wish I was here to see that. That's, you know.
I don't know what episode it is on YouTube, but it's in there somewhere. So it's archived.
Oh, okay.
Was it like 3 weeks ago? It's kind of like a month ago or something. I don't know, but it's somewhere. Somebody has it somewhere, I think.
Well, good riddance.
No, they love it, but like he can come back as long as, like I said, he accepts Crit's newsletter. So
let me get this straight, right?
I think that's a fair deal.
So let's get this
I
straight.
thought you
right?
left, Rich. I thought you were
Yeah, I
leaving
did.
your apartment.
And then I came back after getting some vodka.
Coke.
No Coke. I don't drink Coke.
I just said cope, but
Cope
Gotta
with
get
your
that
bad
liquid
pronunciation.
Courage.
Oh no,
Hey,
I'm
no,
saving it for
there's
tonight.
only one way to
Reverend.
pronounce it. Retard. What the fuck?
it's never really a good thing for a Glober to come in here schnoggered, as they go in a bad way every time. Just they lose their
Sure.
ability to be
So-
situationally aware and stuff.
Okay,
They cannot
cool.
help themselves. They cannot help themselves. They have to.
Gotcha. All right,
fine.
so is it the case, this is a yes or no question for any flat earther who would like to step up, that any claim made about reality needs to be substantiated through empirical demonstration utilizing the scientific method?
What do you mean, like the Earth? Like the Earth is a globe?
No,
false.
No.
Okay, so then why do you proclaim that as the necessity when a Glober makes a case?
Well, it's a cause and effect
Two
claim.
reasons. Sorry, I'll do this. 2 reasons. One is to point out that this is a stupid question to ask if there's scientific evidence for a shape. That's kind of the primary thing, dude.
It's malformed for a reason. Because you guys think there's science behind the Earth being a globe. And when we pointed out that it's a category error, you guys are like, duh.
What doesn't make sense to
number
me is why you would put forward a standard or bar to reach that you do not affirm. Even if it were the case that we provided it, it would not be sufficient to convince you of
category
the
error,
claim,
bro. You don't
because
get
you
it.
are not. It's whether or not science says it is not compelling to you.
It
Double
depends what the question is.
Correct.
Sorry.
Correct, Creation Bear. It is a double standard.
2 seconds. It depends what the question is. If the question's about a cause and effect relationship like gravity, then the scientific standard, the scientific tool will be the tool to use when doing this.
Yeah.
When we're asking the question, what is a surface? Is it curved? Is it flat? We're not going to use the scientific method, so it's not a question for science, right?
So then why do you relentlessly ask for scientific experiments to show the
only
shape
when
of the
somebody
Earth?
claims it, only when somebody claims it's based on scientific merit.
Yeah, and not only that,
That's what Jedi's trying to point out to you.
Not only that, if we propose it as a malformed question, you need to identify that it's malformed. If you don't, that means you think it's the scientific evidence, Rich.
So you've
That's
put
why
the
we
standard
ask
on
it that way.
yourself. You put the standard on yourself if you say the word
It is
science is
blatantly you
involved in
putting
the
it on
geometry.
me. It is blatantly
incorrect.
you putting it onto me.
Incorrect. Incorrect. There's always you guys always have. I mean, and I'm saying Royal You has always said that the science says that the Earth is a globe.
It
and they have
obviously
evidence for it.
does, right?
Wow,
what
that's there you go. See,
No,
there
no,
you go. You
but the point
just
here-
believed it
I-
right
yeah,
now.
no.
Hold
I'm
on.
trying. Oh my god!
You just said it right now. It obviously does. But when we just told you it's a category error because the shape of something has nothing to do with science at all.
So So you're telling
then
me you
you're
can't
asked
use
to
an
put-
experiment to determine the shape of dice that you can't see?
No,
You can't.
you can't use an experiment to determine shapes.
Yes, you can.
There's hypothesis for
You can obviously use science to determine the
went
shape
headfirst into
of
this.
physical objects.
Even
Hey,
though
give me the
it would be-
dependent variable. Give me the dependent variable.
I didn't say I have the experiment in front of me. I can use it as a thought experiment and tell you what they would be. The dependent variable would be. I guess you don't want to. I guess you don't want to hear now. Fuck.
No, I could tell you an experiment which would have dependent variables.
Well, wait a second. He's about to tell us actually. What's the dependent variable for the shape or whatever you said? Dice.
Yeah, the amount of dice, right, and the set they came from are the dependent, and then you have to be able to organize them without seeing them, so you can put into effect certain holes that only individual dice could fall.
Wow, dude. So can you boil that down to a hypothesis, please?
Yeah,
No,
if the dice is 20-sided, it's going to go through this hole.
Dude, this isn't natural science. This isn't
I don't see how it's not, but we're straying from the point. No, we're straying from the point that I was trying to make. There's no need to go off on this red herring.
Mark, please, it's becoming frustrating. Two things. First thing, what you've done with your dice, you, the man, has created it. This is not natural science. Man has to be removed because we're studying the physical and natural world. Man has to be as far removed from this as possible. This is a man-made creation, the dice. This is point two, if we're trying to figure out the shape of an object, we have to understand that's a concrete noun. Within the scientific method, we demonstrate effects, things happening. A sphere isn't something happening. Unless you want to ask the question, how was the sphere created? You're probably going to end up with you drew it, you made it. But ultimately, we're not asking that question. We're asking a what is question, not a how something happens, which is what the scientific method demonstrates. Through hypothesis, your prediction of how that was caused, and then the experiment to test the hypothesis to see if the independent variable does indeed cause the dependent variable.
But we're going far past what my original point was, where I'm indicating the fact that if I were to use the same standards that you utilize in order to make your claims, it would be far, far inferior to any inductive case ever proposed by science. If I just said, obviously there's no container, I don't see one, you would all laugh at me, when it's utilizing the exact same level of logic as you utilize.
No, that's not true.
No.
Yes. Oh, who are the sellers again?
Because you point at the sky and say, "Look, container." That's exactly why it's not the same. You do that. We
I don't. I don't know.
Necessary
I don't
antecedent
think
just
I know
entered the
you.
room.
Anyway, he's all confused. He thinks that we use natural science to adjudicate shapes.
It all depends on the claim that the person is making. Flat earthers aren't making the claim to a cause and effect relationship with regards to the shape of the earth or demonstrating the surface contour.
Yes, flat earthers are definitely not doing that. Flat earthers are just saying a statement and then standing on it with all of their might.
False.
No, we're
correct, Rich. True.
Hold on. Rich, don't let Jedi tell you. He understands nothing about science. He's provided many false definitions of everything he's talking about. So don't fall into that trap.
Well,
which one? Can you point out which one?
Oh, sure. Yeah. Many definitions, right? First, he said natural science. Natural science is, in natural science terms, is in juxtaposition to social science. It has nothing to do with his definition of only natural world things. That's ridiculous. It's not why natural science is called natural science.
Can you cite that?
Where were you asking Jedi about his citation, asshole?
That's what science means, though. It's a study of the natural world.
Yeah,
it is. But his name, natural science, to stand in contraindication to social science, right? Where
No, it's not.
studying
That's not
people's
even
behavior.
that is not
What
natural
Jedi
science.
said was correct.
What we're doing is like T-Dub pointed out, we're studying the physical and natural world. We're not studying human behavior. Again, that's a category.
That's right. And a dice is part of the natural world. It's not a human behavior.
No. It's
So where was the dice?
Where do you find dice?
Engineering concept. It's not science.
Where was the dice created in nature?
Science does that. Science. So what? It's not human behavior. It's part of the natural world. Continue.
No, it's not. No, hold on. It's part of the synthetic world. There are three primary gases. There's
That's
three
not the
primary.
distinction for
there's
natural
the
science.
Excuse
That's
me.
not
the-
a distinction for natural
excuse me,
science.
Natural science, the physical and natural, as opposed to supernatural, which isn't physical and natural. And now what we're talking about, synthetic, man-made.
Yeah, the
Right.
cause of the die.
Please provide a definition that from natural science that excludes synthetic or man-made materials.
Yeah, of course, no problem. Give me a moment. It's not going to be hard, dude.
There's also several
be
other things he said that are just flat out wrong, right? Hypotheses can indicate relationships, but they don't have to, right? And science doesn't always have to have experimentation. Science can just be predictions, as long as it falsifies. As long as a hypothesis can be falsified.
No, that's called pseudoscience.
Yeah, you can't.
No, that's not
science
called
science.
pseudoscience. That's science. Would
No,
you like
that's
me to
just called
provide some
pseudoscience.
references
That's
to?
what you're
Would
engaging
you
in
like
right
me to
now.
provide some references to?
Yeah, by labeling
academic
that science,
textbooks?
yeah, you're just practicing pseudoscience. Thanks for that.
Oh, he said he could back up
Pseudoscience.
that it was science. Why don't we look at his citations?
All right, I'm going to provide some
Pseudoscience.
citations from philosophy of science textbooks. Thank
So
you.
pseudoscience, right, would be a set of beliefs or practices mistakenly regarded as being based on scientific method.
Right, yeah, so if you try to pass it off as science, but it wasn't actually based on the scientific method, then guess what it is?
Yep. What's the scientific method, heretic? Do you know?
Yeah, you can do a hypothesis test.
What's that? How do you test a hypothesis?
Called experiment, bro. You test the cause of a natural phenomenon, dummy. Like Jedi just told you. Yep.
You're wrong again.
So
You are wrong again.
What-
You do not know
what
what the
is
scientific method is.
what is a scientific method? Please explain that, Mark.
Yeah.
Since you have all the answers, which obviously
he
these
just
are
asked
wrong.
heretic. Why are we pushing it on the
Yeah,
Mark?
but he just told him he said no. I say he's incorrect. I want to see his.
Yeah, we can cite that. We can back it up for you. Now you're going to try to pass something off that doesn't follow that method as science, and that will be pseudoscience. That's what you do.
Right. I just posted a reference to the philosophy of science from a textbook. I believe. I think that's a textbook. It's been a while since I looked it up. But that's based on a philosophy of science textbook. The definition of the hypothetical deductive method. There you go. If you'd like me to provide more, I can do that.
How many scientific methods are there?
Well, it is a little bit of a fuzzy.
Put forth an answer in a number. I'm looking for a numerical answer.
Oh,
Just
Peter,
remember
I'm sorry. I do want to die in the hill. I'm a bit quixotic that
Remember,
way.
we're just specifically talking about natural science.
Yes, as opposed to social science. Thank you.
It says put forth a hypothesis. Can you define scientific hypothesis, please?
Yes, it is simply a statement about the physical world or the world that can be tested.
With citation. With citation.
Hold on.
Oh my god. The only thing I was trying to bring up was the fact that you all don't actually think that if someone provided you that a scientific experiment, it would change anything, because that's not the method by which you get
it's a
your
gotcha.
knowledge.
I've already fucking
He doesn't
told
get
you. It's a gotcha. He's just baiting you to fall into a category error, which you keep doing.
No, but
Well, how come
exactly,
you guys aren't falling for
exactly.
it?
You should just say science doesn't tell us shit. We don't do
Straw
science.
man. It's a straw man. It adjudicates cause and effect relationships in nature. That's what the
Okay,
method
then give
is
me
for.
one experiment that
You're trying to
explains a cause
apply
and effect
that to-
relationship.
If you're trying to apply that to a shape,
I just posted
a
two
category
references
error.
to
That's
what
the
a
whole purpose
hypothesis
of the exercise.
is, heretic. So you can stop that nonsense.
I'll do an experiment
Is
for you.
this a scientific hypothesis? Is there a citation for scientific hypothesis?
I posted two of them.
Why do you need two? A
Well,
hypothesis is a proposed explanation or educated guess for a phenomenon based on existing knowledge and observations. Hypotheses play a crucial role in scientific research, blah, 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 blah. An essential component of the scientific method. So it's missing a step there.
So can you walk us through how?
Phenomenon is a bit vague. Is a bit vague. It's an educated guess for phenomenon. What are we going to be guessing about when it comes to the phenomenon?
Any phenomena in reality, bro.
Can you use the water boils example
What are we
to
going to be
walk us through
guessing?
it?
Specifically, what are we guessing about?
Yeah, water boils. Walk us through it.
Yeah, what do we want to guess? We see water boiling, so what's our guess going to be?
What's the cause?
Exactly. So cause and effect is what we're going to adjudicate with the scientific method. That's what it's for.
So how do we do
So
it with
scientific
water
hypothesis.
boils? Walk me through it.
Well, seriously, we have to talk you through water boiling.
Yeah, how do you apply the scientific method? Because we clearly...
I'll just put you on mute. It's pretty self-explanatory. I think that heat boils water, so I'm going to test heat as the cause for boiling water. It's pretty straightforward, bro. Not going to waste time on that.
It's like denying things cause other things to happen. That's what the natural science method looks at and demonstrates. What causes other things to happen.
You have a reference for that, Jedi?
Yeah,
I'm still waiting for the reference to that. You can't have synthetic things in a natural science.
Do you understand what the word natural means?
I do, absolutely. Do you?
Good. Yeah, good. Does that involve non-natural things that are created by man?
I'm waiting for your reference. That excludes synthetic things created by people.
Yeah, because when you look for the actual natural phenomena, that's something that is not man-made. I'll give you that real quick in a second.
Sitting out in the woods and was watching nature, and lo and behold, die formed right in front of me.
All right, let's see if Rich Evans has figured out what he can use the scientific method for yet. Do you have a scientific experiment that demonstrates a globe? No, okay. Guess he learned his lesson. He's not going to bite on it this time.
Oh, I don't talk to people who have no idea how water boils.
Yourself? Okay, well, don't talk to
No,
yourself.
I do.
Then.
I do.
Yeah,
Talk to yourself, bro.
I mean, you're the one who said heat boils water. Yeah, I mean, just don't talk.
It's kind of obvious, right? I don't understand why people have to be so belittling with this subject. Science is a very specific thing. It does this. Why are we arguing? Because you wanted to show something else that it isn't, but you're using a couple of the steps. Okay.
No, because people claim that like astronomy and observing things can't be science, and that's just
it's not
patently false. No, it's not pseudoscience.
Yeah, there's no hypothesis. Give me the hypothesis.
Please provide a reference.
Give me the
Please
hypothesis.
provide a reference.
Give me the scientific hypothesis.
For what?
For what you just said was science.
What did I just say was science? I said you weren't.
Oh,
you were saying
memory of a goldfish.
astronomy.
Never mind. Yeah, not memory of a goldfish. Not good enough. Sorry. Next.
Wow.
There are forms of investigation which you can utilize in order to learn things and gain knowledge and information which don't utilize the scientific method.
Okay, did you remember what you just claimed was science?
Oh, astronomy. Yeah, sure.
Okay, can you provide the hypothesis? Any hypothesis. Doesn't matter which one.
Any hypothesis, right?
Yeah, for astronomy. Looking at shit in the sky.
Looking at shit in the sky. Do you have a favorite one, or you just want me to pick one?
You would be the one with the favorite, I would think, since you think this falls under the category of science. So go ahead. Just whatever you got.
Okay. An observation would be something about, let's say, the rotation of bodies around the solar system, right?
Oh boy,
Right.
What's your natural observed phenomenon?
What's the observed phenomenon? The position of the planets, right?
Position of the planets is what you observed. Okay, suppose cause.
I don't have to have supposed cause. But in
Okay,
this
yeah, you
case,
already failed. All right, you already failed. Game over. Thanks.
What's your reference?
Yeah, you can't formulate a scientific hypothesis for this. You really tried, but it failed immediately. Better luck next time. You're going to need a DV and an IV. Just asked you for those. You don't have them, so you don't have a scientific hypothesis. I'm sorry. Next.
Heretic, please provide a reference for that. A scientific hypothesis.
Oh, we're already
that
done
needs-
with that. Yeah, I said next.
Oh.
You already failed. You would need a DV and an IV for a viable scientific hypothesis. You don't have them because you told me you don't have a supposed cause and don't need one. Hence, it falls under the realm of pseudoscience because you keep calling it science, even though you cannot apply the scientific method to it. We're done with that. Do you want to move on to your next cope?
You can't read?
Do you want to move to your next cope? Don't need to read. I heard what you said already. And what you said was a strikeout.
Did you read my citation?
What you said was a strikeout. No, I didn't. I heard what you said in the VC, which was you don't have an IV, so you don't have a hypothesis test, so you don't have you can't apply the scientific method to what you're talking about.
Yeah, I posted a definition for natural phenomenon. I don't know if you saw it.
So you can't.
Did you see the definition? Natural phenomenon refers to a physical event that are not artificial or man-made. These are events that occur in our atmosphere and are on or underneath the ground, or in our seas and oceans. Natural phenomena can include things such as sunrise, rainfall, or just the tides coming in.
Something happening, not man-made. I've also a couple of citations as to what a hypothesis is. It's a special type of prediction which forecasts how the independent variable will affect the dependent variable. When you test a hypothesis, you have to keep everything else the same. These will be your control variables, and you will only manipulate the independent variable to see if it does or does not cause the phenomena, the dependent variable, to happen.
Yep.
Down.
Here's another one from definitions.net. Natural phenomena are phenomena that are not artificial.
All right, you guys are helping these guys out a lot. Mark, did you learn what a hypothesis is yet? These guys just told you in spades. Hopefully you got it.
One of Jedi's references is the 404, so I'm reading his other ones, but he's sure either they're wrong or he's misrepresenting it.
Yes or a no?
No,
like
you couldn't read. Wait, why should I read a Jedi stuff?
Okay, so I'm just wondering if you figured out what a hypothesis is. That's all. We're trying to help you, man. I'm really trying to help you.
You want ChatGPT? ChatGPT, a natural phenomenon is an observable event or occurrence in the physical or biological world that is not influenced by human activities. It occurs naturally following universal laws and principles and includes natural processes like weather patterns, gravity, volcanic eruptions, tidal waves, natural disaster, biological evolution, colors of the sky, etc.
I'm talking about within the context of what they call natural science. Do you have a reference to that?
Not making dice, not man-made. Not your toaster fucking working.
Yeah, you know that in the scientific method, the first step is to observe a natural phenomena.
Something in the physical and natural world that is happening.
That's right.
Right, so
physical natural world includes anything man-made. Sorry.
No, did you just miss what I just said? So when you're doing natural science, listen. So when you're doing natural science, listen. Hold on, stop. When you're doing natural science, you use the scientific method as the systematic part of it, the scientific method. Now, in that part, the first step is to observe a natural phenomenon.
Excludes synthetic, artificially man-made things.
Study of the physical natural world, right? Otherwise, the answer is we caused it. Brilliant.
Want to be wrong. So wish it was wrong.
So Elbo's giving you
Jedi, your second link in your post is a 404. Can you fix that?
Okay, so like I said, I do apologise. I've had it a long time. I keep it around because it explains the point. It did then, I'm sure it does now. If you want me to go and find it, I can find it and probably another 20 more. We're talking about hypothesis in science. That's a very specific thing. It's a prediction of how the independent variable will affect the dependent variable. You think it will? You're going to test it in an experiment. Scientific.
Yeah, and I posted definitions from a philosophy of science textbook that say something different. So you're telling me your references are better than mine?
Mate, yes. Because, because I'll tell you why. Because if you're only carrying out a part of the method, you're not carrying out the whole of the method. This is the trap that observational science and study of things happening, but not actually being able to test it, falls on their face. So we start doing other things, right? And this is where bias comes into it. We have models. We try to make things fit those models. But these things don't follow the entirety of the scientific method. Whatever you claim, it has to follow that method, or by definition, even if it is observing stuff for a very long time and collecting lots of data and coming up with models to explain shit, that's still pseudoscience because it doesn't fulfill the requirements of the method.
The method is all that has to be achieved for the method is that hypotheses need to be falsifiable.
Yeah,
check this out. I just posted something for Natural Science. As to produce knowledge about the natural world, scientists currently use a particular method, the scientific method. This method is based on observation and hypothesis, which is tested through experimentation. Scientists may formulate laws and or theories, both which explain things about the natural world. And now, pseudoscience. Can you know the definition for pseudoscience?
This one's going to be rough for Mark.
Gave it to him earlier, but maybe he wasn't listening.
Pseudoscience, a collection of beliefs or practices mistakenly regarded as being based on the scientific method.
Falsifiability is going to be inbuilt into your hypotheses, right? You're going to have an alternative hypothesis and a null hypothesis.
Yeah, for an experiment, that's true. Yeah, you would be. But I'm saying,
right. So you're going to So you're going to confirm one or the other. There's no room for at the end of it for maybes.
That's not true. No, that's not true.
Yes.
You don't confirm anything.
Yes,
you falsify things.
At the end of your test, hypothesis test, there's no room for maybes.
Oh my God! What the hell?
Let me ask you a question.
What is a p-variable in an experiment? Please tell me.
Let me ask you a question, Mark. So dice.
Sure. So, as soon as somebody can tell me what a p-variable is in an experiment.
A what variable?
What a p variable?
The p. You set a p when you do an
probabilistic probabilistic outcomes or predictions before testing.
It's the probability that you're going to reject the null hypothesis, right? It's the probability that thing. So you can't have an experiment which has absolute certainty, right? Because they all have p variables.
Yeah, it either does or doesn't.
It either does or doesn't. That's the point of the p variable. Is it's saying, okay, if I can flip a coin 100 times and get heads every time, then I'm probably good at flipping coins, right?
That's statistics.
That's not science, bro. The fuck?
Yeah, why are you bringing? These are different types of variables. These are mathematical ones, the scientific ones.
Do you understand what a p variable is and how it's established with every scientific experiment?
What is he talking about?
He's talking about.
I know you don't know, but
that's statistics, bro. What the fuck are you talking about?
Do you understand that a p variable is established whether it's social science or physical science, or whatever you want to call it?
That is not natural science, bro.
Oh, it's not. Physics establishes p variables with every experiment they run. Would you like me to describe what a p variable is?
Go on, dude. You seem to be eager to do so. So yeah.
Well, no, it's the p variable is, and it's set differently for different sciences. So, for example, social sciences are criticized for having a low reliability, so they set the p variable at 0.05 or 0.1 sometimes. What that means is that there's a 10 to 5 or 10% chance. You want to talk over me? Okay, that's fine.
I want you to make it relevant to natural science. We've already
I'm
explained.
going to. I'm making it relevant because it's easier
We
to
already
understand. Sometimes it's easier to understand social science because it's easier to grasp. Okay.
No, we don't need to understand social science. We need to figure out how your mathematics, which is what it is, statistical values are talking about natural science. Make that happen.
Sure. The p-variable, regardless of what area of science it is the probability that the results that you get are due to randomness, right? Because anything you get could be due to randomness, right? It's a probability that what the results you achieved are from some type of random process. Because there's always possible that you could be... So, for example, you can boil water 100 times. And because it comes out at 100 degrees Celsius, it could be random, right?
Can you find this in the scientific method? Where in the scientific method that has a p variable?
It's p variable, and it's listed.
Can you look for that in this? No, Mark, you're not understanding my question. My question is, where in the scientific method is the p variable at? Can you point it out for me in the scientific method?
It's used in It's not in scientific method. It's in experimental design, which is a subsection.
Here we go. Now you're going into the pseudoscience.
It's how you conduct experiments. It's not.
No, it's not.
Right, dude.
It's not the scientific method. Obviously, you've never been. Have you ever been to college and
I'm
done
literally trying to help you, Mark.
100%.
Trying to help you. So this would be with the expanded versions of the scientific method that still hold all 4 steps. The bit that you pointed out earlier, data collection. This is what you can extrapolate with mathematics, right? If I do this a certain amount of times, how much can I put down to probability, random acts of God, for example? Right, that's an extrapolation of the physical experiment, though.
Yeah, I don't understand what you're talking about. So any experiment could be due to randomness, right?
Yeah.
Any experimental result could have randomness in it.
Yeah, you'll add a probability value to it the more times you keep doing it.
Right. Law of large numbers indicates that you're less likely to have a random result the more times you do it.
Okay. I'm going to ask you this question. In the physical and natural world, do other things cause other things to happen?
Do other things cause other things to happen?
Yes.
That's a pretty vague question. I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Okay, let me give you an example. Does the heat from the sun cause the waters of the earth to evaporate, change state from water to gas?
Yeah, sure.
Awesome. So that's what the scientific method demonstrates. Now, you can run your p-value all you like about how often this is going to happen due to randomness or not, but we understand that this is how the physical natural world operates. Heat causes water to evaporate.
Right, but the point I was arguing was that somebody said that scientific experiments prove something or validate something. They don't. They merely can falsify things because there's a small probability that the actual result is due to randomness.
There's 3 variables.
Hold tight. I asked you this earlier. Do things in the physical and natural world cause other things to happen? You said yes. We had an example.
Well, it seems to. It seems to, but we don't actually know that. But it seems to, yeah.
It seems to. So when it looks like the heat from the sun is causing the water to evaporate, and I take that into my lab and I get some heat and I cause water to evaporate, have I not demonstrated that water causes water to evaporate? Do we then not build on this simple premise of how things cause other things to happen? Like campfires, eating food, based on this very simple cause and effect relationship.
Yeah, so what's your point? Are you telling me, so my original argument, one of the arguments was that scientific methods don't actually prove anything, they merely establish the probability of something.
That's the point. You either will or will not, when varying and manipulating the independent variable, cause the dependent variable. You either will or won't, it either does or it doesn't. You repeat it many, many times, keeping all control variables the same, like air pressure, ambient moisture, whatever you want to do, whatever you want to control for, and just vary one fucking thing.
Right, that's why you don't want confounding variables in a scientific experiment. But the point is also in other types of observations that can falsify things. For example, Darwin made the comment about finding a rabbit in the Precambrian, right? Every time we dig up fossils, we find them in generally the same order, right? That one finding would falsify evolution, at least as far as he's concerned. I don't know. Maybe it would, maybe it wouldn't. But that's an example
science.
So evolution is science.
No,
right?
it's not natural science.
No. This is just
evolution. And actually, in the definition you read a few minutes ago, it was listed as a natural science. So I don't know what you're talking about.
That's not natural science.
Yeah, gravity was in there as well. This is just looking around. This isn't fulfilling all the steps of the scientific method. It's just looking at bones in the ground.
Yeah, that's all you need to do. As long as the hypothesis can be falsified, that's a scientific method.
No, dude.
I posted several references to it, so you guys can read those.
You found a bone in the ground. Okay, so that's your phenomena, bone in the ground. What's your independent variable?
Well, you could talk about depth of things, right? And you find certain things at certain depths, right? And you could carbon date those, or depending on if it's carbon dating or radiometric dating.
Oh God!
Depending on the age of everything.
Sorry. Oh my God.
What caused falling in the ground? It's a question.
Well, you're talking. Wait. You're talking about just the relationship between the depth.
You understand
and the
that
bones.
when you see a natural phenomena on the, let's say, in the sky or anywhere, you're trying to figure out what caused that. That's your dependent. That's your dependent variable. Yes. No. 100% it is. You're trying to find what is the cause of the effect. What effect causes that to do anything? That's your phenomena. The effect. The dependent variable.
So in evolution, generally speaking, or in archaeology, generally speaking, the deeper things are, the older they are, right?
No scientific experiments here before you try and carry on.
So this is an experiment. If you dig into the ground, you can predict prediction and falsification. You can predict if I dig at a certain depth, I should find certain age of things, right? Right. So there's a relationship between the depth you dig and the age of the things you dig up, right? But the depth didn't cause the age, right? They're both related to another thing, which is time. But there's a relationship between those two things, right? So that's an example of a relationship between two variables with no causation. That's an experiment. I can dig at a certain depth and I can make a prediction as to what I would find at that depth.
It's just you making a prediction and then digging and seeing what happens and seeing what you find.
I have an independent variable, which is how dig I deep, and I have a dependent variable, which is my prediction of what I should find at that depth. Would you like to explain why those aren't independent, dependent variables?
Dude, what prediction have you even made before you started digging that you're going to find something?
I'm going to find a particular animals of a particular type at a particular time period, which have radiometric and or carbon, depending on how old you're digging, or how far you're digging, or what area you're digging. You can make those predictions.
You keep digging yourself into a hole, man.
Yeah, you just keep digging.
You can't. Say that because you can't explain it. Sure.
Explain what, you
not
dumbass.
Natural science, bro. What the
fuck? Dumbass. Oh, it means I've won the argument. Thank you, Heretic.
No, it doesn't.
No,
you take that as a win? That's pretty weak, bro.
I did.
I said earlier, there are forms of investigation which you can garner knowledge and information from that don't require the use of the scientific method.
How is that not the scientific method?
In which case, it would not be an experiment.
Yeah, let's walk through it again.
How is that?
You still don't
How is
get
that
it.
not an experiment?
Shut up. What's the natural observed phenomenon?
The natural observed phenomenon is what we find in the ground at those depths.
Oh, that's a phenomenon. What you found in the ground. Okay, what's the supposed cause?
The cause is the depth. Well, the cause could be time, but I'm talking about depth.
Cause could be time. You're going to vary. Oh, depth. Which one is it?
No. Look, Heretic. I'm talking.
No,
this
look.
is an
You're
example.
really fucking confused. We've broken it down for you in plain English so many times. We're dealing with cause and effect when it comes to the scientific method. You're going to observe a natural phenomenon. You're going to test the supposed cause for it. That's it, bro. What don't you get? This is like, grade 1 level logic, if that.
I just explained to you a scientific.
No, you didn't. What's the dependent variable then?
You have to make an awful lot of assumptions when you start talking about where things are in the
Dependent variable is what kind of life and different things. You could find plants, you could find rocks,
Okay, no, try again. That's too convoluted. Because dependent variable, that's just going to be a natural phenomenon. Try again.
You can't find rocks at a certain as that's a natural.
Okay, is that it? Rocks? That's your dependent variable.
Yeah.
Okay, let's say rocks of a certain age.
Okay, dumbass. Natural observed phenomenon. That's your dependent variable. What is that going to be? Do you even know what that is, or do you need to Google that first? Because you're having a real hard time answering.
Heretic, you're being a dumbass. How are rocks not a natural phenomenon?
That's a natural observed phenomenon. Okay, rocks. Supposed cause. Idiot.
The
supposed
depth.
cause.
The depth is the relationship between the depth.
Okay. All right, depth is the supposed cause for the natural observed phenomenon rock. Okay, and you varied and manipulated depth to show that it causes rock?
I can help him if he wants to talk about how.
No, Heretic keeps muting me because it's going to be.
Yeah, so you varied and manipulated depth to show that it causes rock?
I'm Heretic. If you keep muting me.
Yeah, just yeah or no.
Heretic, you're
just yeah or no. I guess you're cornered, right? Because you realize how stupid what you said is. You varied and manipulated depth to show that it causes rock or not?
The age of the rock.
He needs to be very specific.
Ooh. Age of the rock now. You changed it. You changed its dependent variable.
Yeah.
What a buffoon. Okay, go ahead.
Well, if you let me get out two words, Heretic.
You don't need that many words. You're using too many words. It's just a natural observed phenomenon. Should be really basic. But go ahead, help him out.
I'll try, if he wants to talk about rock formation, and yeah, this does form into the realm of natural science, but depth isn't the word he's looking for.
Yeah, he doesn't understand the scientific method. That's why he keeps misapplying it and telling us we're wrong. Is because actually he doesn't know what it is.
Please explain where I'm wrong.
Okay, yeah, whatever, dude. You parsed it out. You're a complete buffoon. You don't know what you're talking about. You're way out of your depth, pun intended.
Word you want to be
Jedi,
used.
your references do not indicate what you say they indicate, as far as I can tell. About hypothesis.
Okay, read it out.
Well, let me scroll back up to your thing. Well, the first this is at 5:44. 5:4. Well, it was like 20 minutes ago, right? The first reference you gave wasn't specifically about the kinds of hypotheses. Talking about the importance of hypothesis. So that really is not. There's no definition in there, as far as I could tell.
No,
the second reference was a 404. It may or may not support your point. And then the third, I'm looking at the third thing here. I can't really find that quote in there. Can you help me out with the page it's on?
I mean, yeah, dude, I can help you do all of these things. Should we read them out, though? Should we see what they say?
Well, the first two, the first one is about definition of hypothesis.
You're
second one...
Dude, you're fumbling around, I'll do it. So
sure.
Hypothesis, scientific hypothesis, a special kind of prediction that forecasts how the independent variable will affect the dependent variable. Second one, hypothesis. The hypothesis should contain a prediction about its verifiability. For example, if the hypothesis is true, then 1 should happen when 2 is manipulated. The first blank 1 is the dependent variable. It depends on what you are doing in the second blank, and the second blank 2 is the independent variable. You manipulate it to get a reaction. There should be no other variables in the experiment that may affect the dependent variable. Other ones will be controlled. I can go on, blah, blah, blah. What's your problem?
That's your quote. I'm trying to find it in the document. Is that from the document?
Yes.
All right, give me a minute. I'm going to look it up. Hold on.
Have you got a problem with what's said?
By his standards, like any form of investigation at all could just be considered an experiment. Or a scientific one at that.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Yeah, you're trying really hard to fit the square peg in the round hole. You're just trying to put anything under the umbrella of science that you can, which makes you a grade A pseudoscientist.
No, Heretic, you can't listen, so no.
That's what you're doing.
I'll read this one out and then I'll post it for you as well. When planning, because I've got quite a few. When planning an investigation, students need to identify the variables that they consider significant and then select the ones they want to look at. for cause and effect. Very important words, the cause and effect bit. If possible, any other variables that will affect the outcome of the experiment need to be kept constant during the investigation. Independent variables, dependent variable, and control variables. This would be from the Institute of Physics. I'll copy this. There's a couple more with it. I'm going to post it for you as well. Maybe that'll be a 404. So, cause and effect, independent, dependent, and control variables when testing a hypothesis in the experiment. Don't understand why this is so hard.
Need a 5th grade scientific acumen at the very least, and Mark's not up to the challenge.
Jedi, would you consider like the plate tectonics? Would that be a scientific hypothesis?
It's a hypothesis, but how much can we actually test it? When there's unknown variables beneath the floor, we can create models and simulations, but we've still got no way of proving.
Well, in your document that you provided, page 6, he lists plate tectonics as a scientific hypothesis. So that doesn't quite meet.
Sorry, I said it is a
hypothesis.
Oh, it is? Yes, I said it is, but you might not be able to test it because of what I explained. Were you not listening?
No, you have scientific hypothesis.
Sorry, hold on. Some people like to come in here and say that I don't know what I'm talking about and cast aspersions on me. You've done this. Somebody else came in and jumped in and done it earlier. So far, no one's pointed anything out. It's just you want to say "nuh-uh" to the scientific method. You want it to be more than scientific.
I provided specific references to scientific philosophy of science textbooks.
Yeah, we're talking about the scientific method, not the overarching philosophy of science, which branches off.
What do you think it's based on?
Based on.
Yes, it is established from the philosophy of science as to what the scientific method is.
Excuse me.
Is the authoritative source.
Excuse me. Are there other areas of the philosophy of science? Doesn't just talk about the scientific method now, does it?
But it establishes what the scientific method is. That's how it gets established.
Yes, and we're doing that. You're not.
I just provided you references to science.
Hold on. No, Mark, please.
Yeah.
You want to harp on about the philosophy of science and then point out to me that that's where the method comes from. I tell you what the method is, and you go back to the philosophy of science. Like that's what
which establishes the method.
Yes, I've established the fucking method. The prediction.
And I've established it I've established it using other more authoritative sources.
Sorry. Carry on.
Yes. Edited, reviewed textbooks in multiple editions, not their first publishing.
You have to post that again. I'm going to read it.
Sure, I've got a couple of them. Hold on. I was reading through your document here that you posted.
Not gonna lie, that's a new one. You guys are using the textbooks that are on their first edition. It's a good one.
Yeah, we'll just rewrite them and redefine everything and then use it to claim that our pseudoscience is in fact science.
You're so archaic, getting all your definitions from books. Come on, guys, we got the internet now.
His own citation will probably fuck him up anyway.
Yeah, we want the edited textbooks that get rid of that pesky empiricism.
Yeah. Just redefine the scientific method so that you don't actually have to follow the method and then call anything you want to science. That's what this jackass is doing. It's a hypothesis test at the end of the day, and you're going to need a DVIV and control variables. And that is a test.
Yep.
That is a test for a cause and effect relationship. That's all it is. It's all it'll ever be, no matter how he tries to twist and contort his way out of it.
Yeah.
I think you've offended someone, heretic.
Every time. So what's your proof that you live on a ball living in loathing?
No, because it's true.
That's cool proof. Kind of circular, though.
I know, but
Sorry.
there's really no way to prove anything about the world.
Okay, you're not the one.
God.
These Gen Zs are
This guy's
literally
actually
retarded.
retarded, bro. There's no way you can prove Jesus or anything, bro.
So
It's
no
like
one's
there's
Right,
no
bruh.
flat Earth over
Jesus
there,
is
isn't it?
Right,
bloody.
bruh.
It's
We got a
retarded. It's all
philosopher.
about faith, though, bro.
It's kind of
Yeah, bro.
This whole VC is just about theorizing shit, bro. Y'all retarded as shit. No
Bruh,
cap.
Is it?
retarded as shit, bruh. Yeah, you sound really smart. You
doesn't
sound like
sound.
a yeah,
Because
this
I
is
just muted.
high level shit.
Yeah, right. So this guy is in the text chat said that Jedi is clip farming. He probably doesn't even understand the subject that we're talking about, and I'd like him to express how he thinks I'm clip farming.
Oh my god.
Off you go.
This guy doesn't
Come on.
understand, bro. This guy's so retarded, chat. No cap.
If you were, even if you were, that's sounds like a W. But this guy,
I think he's run out of material already. He's just looping now. Bruh, you're retarded, bruh. Bruh, you're so retarded.
You hear me?
Doesn't
Chat?
have no writ. That's what you get when you follow the likes of Mark G. That's how stupid you become.
oh god,
Who would have thought that cause and effect would be such a difficult concept for adults to grasp?
I've got a box here and it's got some depth in it, but I'm not seeing any rocks form.
Fuck.
Need a
Null
bigger
hypothesis
box.
confirmed.
it's crazy. They're really holding
Or
us back.
synthetic and non-synthetic.
Well, the box is synthetic is probably the reason why you're not getting it.
If you think the earth is flat, you are dumb. Okay, use your brain.
That's an awesome argument. Can you use your brain to demonstrate it's a globe, please?
About that time of night, apparently.
I'm just running it.
So no, I guess that's a no. I'll just kind of revise the question. Can you use your brain even?
He left really fast.
Nope.
Okay.
Jeez, dude, we're so winning.
I just posted an example of a scientific experiment from the document you provided.
Awesome.
Right? So you can take a look at that.
Everything a flat earther says is wrong syndrome, folks.
This is really. Thank you.
Who's clip mining?
So,
I'll read it.
Unfortunately, many hypotheses in geology.
Unfortunately,
cannot
many
be directly
hypotheses
tested.
in geology, talking about geology, cannot be directly tested in a controlled experiment. Right? Geologists must
But then
collect
it's not
data by
science.
mapping or collecting specimens. They rely on circumstantial evidence, which is subject to interpretation. They cannot be challenged. As an example of a scientific method, right? Consider the study of faster flowing sections of ice that live within large glaciers in the Antarctic, right? So as an example, using the scientific method, and they talk about observation. There you go. Without a controlled experiment. That's from your document, Jedi.
What did they watch it happen?
I'm sorry, what?
Did they watch it happen?
Did they watch it happen? Make field observations? Yeah. Well, I don't know what the. Let me think. Let me read the description.
So no experiment basically means no scientific method then, right?
Yeah.
No application.
Yeah, because they're
Right,
saying
but
that they're following the scientific method here, but then they don't actually give any scientific method.
Yes, but that's exactly what the document Jedi posted, Heretic, to claim the scientific method. So
you're giving us an example of pseudoscience here, because where's the independent control?
This is Jedi's document.
Hold on.
Explain it.
So hold on. It was Jedi cited.
This is Jedi's document he provided as evidence against.
Hold on. He gave you a citation, did he not?
He did. And this is a document.
All right, and that's another thing in there. Well, you don't know what a citation is, then.
I know what a citation is. I'm saying this is providing an example to give clarity around the topic. This is why they provide examples.
That's not his citation.
I'll read the first bit again. Unfortunately, many hypotheses in geology can't be directly tested in a controlled experiment. So we understand that
Jedi
there's
literally said that.
So we understand there's a controlled experiment that can't be done, right?
Yes, that's right.
Awesome.
Yep.
So we can't fulfill.
It's still a scientific method, but it's still a scientific method.
No, fallacy of no, that's a fallacy of composition, dude. Parts aren't the whole. You're just using one step of the method.
Can you read the next paragraph? Can you read the next paragraph?
Yeah, my hand slapped you. I didn't slap you.
Let me read the
It
next
doesn't
paragraph.
matter if they
As an
contradict
example-
themselves in the next sentence.
As an
right?
example
It
of using the scientific method, and they talk
doesn't
about the
matter that
observation.
they've contradicted themselves in the next sentence. The point is that they're admitting there are factors involved in geology, right? An investigation of geology that doesn't involve controlled experiments.
Yes,
Whether they contradict that
scientific
statement
method
in the
doesn't
next sentence or
require-
not is irrelevant. That's not
The
the point.
scientific method does not require controlled experiments. Thank you. Done. End of story.
Yeah, it does.
No, fallacy of composition.
Literally does.
Jedi, this is your document. Either stop posting
Yeah,
it
no.
and find a better
Not
one, or
his
stop claiming it doesn't.
Why did I post the citation? Was it to demonstrate the scientific method? And then the bit that you've given me goes on to explain how something you're going to give me further down the document can't be completed by the scientific method. The experiment.
It literally says the example is the scientific method. It literally says the example I gave is an example of a scientific method.
No, it makes a declaration. It doesn't give an example. It just makes a declaration.
It tells you this is the scientific method, and then describes the experiment, the observations, and how they satisfy the scientific method.
An observation alone, all by itself, is not an experiment.
Yeah, either they're going to give us a DV, IV, and control variables, or they're just wrong. So which one is
Heretic,
it?
you're ignorant. Please be quiet.
No, which one is it?
Heretic, you don't understand things. You should not
Yeah, I
talk
do understand.
embarrassing
I do
yourself.
understand. Yeah, I do understand what the scientific method is. You're going to need DV, IV, and control variables. So either they have that here in what they've laid out for us, or they're just wrong. Which one is it?
Can you read Jedi's document?
Yeah. So which one is it?
I provided the evidence that I'm correct.
Yeah, you didn't provide any evidence. You're either incorrect, or they've given us the variables that we need to call this a scientific experiment. Do they have them?
Let me walk through your ignorance. I can correct you.
Yeah, walk me through it real slow. So let's just take the DV to start with. Go ahead with that.
Scientific experiments do not need.
Okay, so yeah, just take the DV to start with, because we've already defined scientific experiment. You're going to need a DV, IV, and control variables. So start with a DV.
Oh, keep it close on that mute, because you're going to get.
Yeah, okay, so DV, start with that. Just walk me through it like you said.
It's going to be embarrassing for you, heretic.
Yeah, so DV, yeah, please embarrass me. Tell me what the DV is. I'm waiting.
Have you read the document?
Have you? This should be an easy question to answer. This was your big gotcha. So if you've read it, tell me what the DV is, if this does indeed follow the scientific method.
Did you read the document, heretic? I know you can't read.
I guess he hasn't read his own document. Has anybody else read his document? Would they be able to help him out? Buddy's struggling right now. He needs help. Anybody find a DV in there? No, nobody else did either. Let's see if he found it in the time that he's been on mute. Find it yet, Mark? It's the first variable. You're going to need at least one more.
You can't debate, can you?
This isn't a
Not without
debate, bro.
muting.
It's an interrogation. You're not debating. You don't have anything debate-worthy to bring to the table. You've got a bunch of goofball, false, pseudoscientific claims, which we're exposing. This wasn't a debate. So, did you find your DV?
But did you read the argument?
Yeah. Yeah, it's your citation. You read it, right? So this should be just like a off-the-dome type of answer, right? DV, oh yeah, right. And it should be like you just spit it out right away, right? Why is this so difficult for you? Did you read what you posted?
Nope.
I read it to you. I'm
Okay,
sorry,
you
English.
didn't read a DV to me, though. I'm still waiting for that. It's a very simple thing that you're going to have if this is indeed following the scientific method. So dependent variable, go ahead, please.
An example using the scientific method.
Okay, yeah, those are nice words. And if this is indeed an example of using the scientific method, then they have a natural observed phenomenon, the first step of the scientific method, right? That'll be your dependent variable. What was that?
First of all, the first step of the scientific method is not dependent.
Okay, so it'd be a natural observed phenomenon. And that is what you're going to be testing. That's what you're going to test the cause of. That will be, in other words, your dependent variable. What was that?
No, simply prediction.
Okay, yeah.
Come on, gang.
You're gonna have to
Just
start
answer
with
the
a
question,
natural.
gang.
You're gonna have to start with a phenomenon before you can even form a prediction, dumbass. So the first thing you're gonna do is observe that phenomenon. What was that? I'm really trying to help you.
Come on, Mark, you got this.
It's funny. It's funny how you put that first sentence, on top. That unfortunately many hypotheses in geology. That's actually goes after the whole explanation of using an example of a scientific method, and then after that,
I got him out of order. Yeah, my bad.
yeah.
Copy and paste.
Oh, my bad. Change the context, don't you?
Well, does
That's
that
interesting.
change the context?
So what I just read, right? What it's trying to describe as being the scientific method is to make observations, then do field work and take measurements and samples, right? And then make a model based on that, which they can then predict things that is basically, in the end, measurements and the observations that they did to begin with.
That's not
Freaking
true.
ridiculous.
And then the whole thing is, it goes to an example. It goes to a whole example, quote unquote, what it will be an experiment, not a scientific method, right? But it kind of an experiment they would do outside because it can't control. But then it says using the scientific method can sometimes be complicated for geologists because Earth is their laboratory and there's many variables and is not a controlled environment. Controlled experiments usually carried out in laboratories that are carefully designed to test specific hypotheses, and they can be repeated. Unfortunately, many hypotheses in geology cannot be directly tested in a controlled experiment.
Yeah, I'm posting different quotes from the document. Thanks for posting this, Jedi. It's actually pretty useful.
Mark G, you
Not useful for you.
Unfortunately, after saying unfortunately it's not a scientific experiment, we have to watch it and observe it and then recreate it in an experiment, meaning they have to reconstruct their observation.
No.
Yes, Mark, you tell me what information they gained for their predictions that wasn't already obtained through their initial investigation before modeling it.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
The model is based on a hypothesis, right?
You don't know what that is.
Observations do not.
No.
Observations do not match the prediction from the hypothesis. The hypothesis is falsified. There you go.
You don't know what a hypothesis is. You've never been able to formulate one once.
Yeah, Brody doesn't know.
Hypothesis is a statement about a phenomena that could be falsified.
What kind of statement?
The
What kind of statement?
the way you're posing your argument is you're stating that their observation is the scientific experiment when that's not the total claim. They're saying, unfortunately, it's not a scientific experiment. It starts off with observations. And then later, in like point 4, construct a model, right?
Yep.
And then make predictions. So after they've made their naturally observed phenomenon, they made their ideas, and then they constructed a model so that they could make their experiment.
Well, they constructed a model so they can compare it against further observations. That's hence the prediction.
So it's not an experiment. It's pseudoscience up until they make their construction to determine, right, if their hypothesis is true.
What
so
hypothesis?
It's the basis, not just a portion, which is what Jedi was saying earlier.
Well, Mark couldn't even get the first variable of a hypothesis, so I don't think he has one.
Heretic doesn't know what he's talking about.
That's a nice deflection. You couldn't. Yeah, that's a nice deflection. So your hypothesis is going to forecast how your IV affects the DV, and you haven't been able to give us either of those. So I don't think you have a hypothesis. Sorry, bud.
Please support your definition.
Therefore, no scientific method. How many times do we have to post the definition of hypothesis for you clowns?
Doesn't like it.
Well, until you get it right, because it's obviously wrong.
It's obviously wrong. What I just said was wrong. What part of it was wrong?
The definition of hypothesis is wrong.
What part of what I said was wrong?
That it requires dependent and independent variables.
You're a total idiot then. Because that's literally what it is. It's a prediction about how your IV is going to affect your DV. Cause and effect, like we keep telling you.
It's like
there you go.
It's like with your glaciers, right? Oh shit! This caused that to happen. They figured out in the end.
So he wants to use that document that he just posted there from you. I'll just cite that again then, since he's so fond of it, and then you can argue with your own document and tie your head in knots as usual. Fucking dumbass. Here we go. What's that say? Prediction about its verifiability. For example, the hypothesis. First blank is the dependent variable. It depends on what you're doing in the second blank. And the second blank is the independent variable. You manipulate it to get a reaction.
Damn.
Oh, he's got nothing to say after that? That's interesting.
Never had anything
No,
to say.
I'm reading more of the document because I've already debunked this, because other parts of the document which provide clarity as to what they're talking about.
You debunked your document?
Contradict.
It's already clear to us. It's not clear to you.
That interpretation, that narrow interpretation.
He doesn't like the fact that, he doesn't like the fact that I cited what a hypothesis was, and it had words in it like dependent and independent variable, and how that demonstrates a cause and effect. But for some reason, he doesn't like this.
For some reason, you don't like the part that says that you don't need an experiment for a scientific method, Jedi.
Sorry, an experiment is the arbiter of the scientific method.
No, obviously, that your own document says that your own document provides an example of a scientific method without an experiment.
Okay, do you remember the bit of why are we doing this again? It's like the last 10 minutes have meant nothing to you.
Exactly. It's like you don't understand what I'm saying, or you're refusing to understand what the document says.
We're saying, and you keep going on about it. It's really weird behaviour. It's just
I know, because the document contradicts what you're saying.
It doesn't.
It's you. You have everything a flat earther says is wrong syndrome. You have the problem. If you're seeking clarity, because it's not clear to you, it's very clear to us and the whole panel here what's happening.
So I'm reading as an example of using the scientific method. Then the document proceeds to list observations which prove a point, which follow the scientific method, but are not an experiment. So how is that incorrect?
So this is I'll try to explain to you. Word model and theory seem to be loosely interchangeable at this point. It seems through reading this long-winded investigation as to what caused this over an amount of time, lots of measurements were taken into account, lots of data was required. We understand how friction works. This will be based on an experiment. We understand how erosion works. This will also be based on observation and experiment over time with water and ice and all of these types of things. So this is a theory based on many experiments that have been tested in the field. When we go out into the physical and natural world, based on the experiments that we've carried out, we're going to make a model, and this model is going to make a prediction. That's the scientific theory now, but it's based upon experiments. That's within the data collection and measurements that are mentioned within your documental breakdown.
So part of the observations can be from previous experiments. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, what I'm saying is this is a scientific theory.
Well, okay, you mean hypothesis or theory, but the theory is
you have to understand that different words. So
I understand they're different words. A theory is a more overarching, wider explanation.
Kind of. In science, it's very specific. Now, scientific theories are based on hypothesis tests. So this is what I'm pointing out to you. Over a long period of time and lots of experiments, we understand how erosion happens and carries things downhill in ice flows like within your glacier. And they made predictions of what they would find within the ice flow after a given amount of time. That's awesome stuff, but it's all based on experiments. We've made a model, we've made a prediction, but it's all, we've got a scientific theory now about the erosion cycle of ice and glaciers.
Yeah, so theories are just aggregate a series of aggregate hypotheses into an overall arching model. Let's say, right?
There you go. Yes.
After they've been rigidly tested.
Right, but we're still back to hypothesis as the root item.
Yeah, the hypothesis is the prediction about what is causing other things to happen in this natural process.
It's a statement about the real world, but let's get back to the experiment.
No, it's not.
Experiment is
It's not just
required.
a statement. That's too vague. It's not just a statement.
It is required.
Complaining it's too vague is your problem, not the problem for the scientific method.
It's your problem.
Experimentation is required. I've just harped on about that for 5 minutes.
Yeah, I thought a hypothesis was specifically a prediction.
The document you provided, it provides an example that is not an experiment, which is the scientific method. So how do you square that circle?
I just have for the last 5 minutes. The experiments are when. Let me just scroll up. I'll fucking find them for you.
Okay.
You've read this, right?
I posted another reference from that document, but
That's lovely, mate. That means you're not listening?
no, I mean it was before you started your latest spiel. I'm saying I posted yet another one on top of that other reference, but I am kind of listening to what you're saying, but you haven't provided any references outside of this document that indicate this document is incorrect. So you posted a document which is at the best contradictory in and of itself.
Right. What was my original citation? This isn't even my citation. This is further within the reference, and I'm trying to pick through this. But hold on.
Oh, so you quote mined this document. So I went down this document and started reading.
No, that's not quote mining. That's not quote mining. It's called citations. Idiot.
No, it's quote mining because he pulled out a quote which is not representative of the entire document, and this is.
You don't know what a citation is.
I'm not actually going to engage in conversation with you anymore if you're going to accuse me of quote mining, dude. Not the very fact that you tried to poison the well after I'd let you carry on and have a good faith conversation with you. My fucking god, dude, you need to sort yourself out. Seriously.
It's been a really embarrassing hour and a half for him.
I went and had lunch and didn't listen to most of it, and I came back and it's more of the same shit.
Yeah, he hasn't learned one thing. He still doesn't know what a hypothesis is or a scientific experiment, so he keeps using the terms incorrectly. I mean, we've tried in spades to help him out, to help him, understand what he's trying to talk about, but he just doesn't really want to or can't or something. So he's going to continue to embarrass himself on the internet for a long time to come.
Well, the problem with the internet is people don't like to read. I'm scrolling up in chat and I'm seeing citation after citation posted, and these are all legit. Like, what's the big deal here?
He likes to just respond with "nuh-uh." And
Maybe
what he's
he
trying
likes
to
to
do
quote
is,
mine our citation.
yeah, I mean, he's a pseudoscientist. He keeps trying to pass stuff off as science, which didn't follow the scientific method. So textbook pseudoscience. He can't even define the scientific method. He couldn't get the very first step, which is observing a phenomenon. He said something stupid earlier, like rocks.
Good lord.
The guy's a complete moron.
I pointed it out earlier that it's irrelevant whether they've contradicted themselves in the next statement. The point was, if I'm, correct me if I'm wrong, but the point was that they were admitting that they don't do controlled experiments, don't rely on controlled experiments, right?
Yeah, but they got
Heretic, I just posted
they got to a few steps.
from Wikipedia,
Hold on,
so
dude.
please read that.
That's not a scientific hypothesis.
Hold on,
go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, they got through observing the natural phenomena, which the glacier going faster. They constructed the hypothesis, but they didn't get to the testing part. All they did was made a model and predicting this is what's going to happen. Just kind of observe and declare. They didn't actually do any experiment on the thing, so they don't have the complete scientific method, which makes that pseudoscience.
Wow, so you begin with the model without an observation. You know what happens when you do that? You end up making computer games.
That's exactly what they did.
So he just gave us a document about the term hypothesis in general. It also describes what a particular type of hypothesis called scientific hypothesis is, which says that you'll be using the scientific method to test it. So we're right back where we were before. You're going to observe a phenomenon, use a scientific method with DV and I independent variables, control variables, to test the cause of a phenomena. Same thing we've been saying the whole time, which what you just posted supports. Thanks a lot.
I mean, check this out. Their hypothesis is there. The hypothesis was some liquid material underlines the area of the glacier in question, providing a lubricant for the ice. That could be testable. But they don't go and test it. They just make a model of it.
So it's not going well for Mark G right now. He's posting information in the text channel that actually debunks what he says.
Sorry.
That's awful.
The clue the clue
Alpha, it only debunks what I'm saying if you can't read. Or
Jedi was talking. Yeah, Jedi was talking. I know you're spiraling out of control right now, but Jedi was talking. Go ahead.
The clue, Elberica, is when you said what they figured out had caused the ice flow, the lubricant underneath. Now, this would have been based on experiments, right? Because we understand how lubricant affects friction, which is what I pointed out about 7 minutes ago. So it's going to be based on experiments somewhere along the line for us to make this model theory about what is going to be predicted in nature. Awesome. There's going to be experiments in there. There's going to be observations in there. Yeah, awesome. Sometimes you can't follow the scientific method all the way. They admit this within the first paragraph. They make lots of models, make lots of predictions. They've already got previous knowledge, friction, and how that can be lubricated. And that's what they found out.
A scientific hypothesis should take into account everything we know that could be related to the phenomena. I don't doubt that. And some of it could be as a result of some of it could be a result of previous experiments. Sure, no problem. For Heretic, since he read the last one but couldn't click on the scientific method, I posted the link to the scientific method, which I'll read. It says the process in the scientific method involves making conjectures, which are hypothetical explanations, deriving predictions from the hypothesis as logical consequences, and then carrying out experiments or empirical observations based on those predictions.
So does this mean is your benchmark for reality going to be the model?
Yeah, so what does an experiment entail, though? Because it says there in what you just read that you'd have to do an experiment. So what would the experiment entail?
Or hypothetical observation, or empirical observations based on those predictions.
Yeah, but that's just only
that's where you're getting the information from to formulate your model. And your model is what you're using to make your predictions. So that's a bit backwards.
No, that's not the way the scientific process works. I can go through it again. So when you make the hypothesis, it's based on the best or all available information, right?
Okay. Yeah, I just clicked on your source. Yeah, whatever. I just clicked on your source for that statement there. Empirical, let's see. And then carrying out experiments or empirical observations based on those predictions. I got a document called A Neglected Argument for the Reality of God. Want to try something else?
Oh, that's a source from an atheist? Or at least from a perspective of an atheist? So there's an agenda backing this information, which is he's kind of like not letting the audience know. So it's kind of disingenuous, I think, because it's biased.
It's from Wikipedia. You could say it's biased, but it's from Wikipedia.
Yeah, any jackass can write a Wikipedia. You're going to need an experiment.
This is why citations matter. With citations, you have to provide a reference and a quote from that reference so that you can go find where it is in that reference. If you conceal the reference from the audience, that's really disingenuous.
Okay, I provide a Wikipedia which provides references for things that in previous, about an hour ago, I posted a few references to philosophy of science textbooks, which go into this in great detail.
Yeah, your argument for the reality of God doesn't actually even contain the word scientific method, so I don't know if that was the best source to back that claim with. Try something else.
Okay, I'll post the scientific method again. Hold on.
You're just going to repost the same crap we just took apart?
The point of a scientific experiment is to confirm information that you previously didn't necessarily know to be true. So what new knowledge have you gained from your so-called experiments, right? You didn't previously know before getting all the information and everything. Was it
You
you
can
didn't
confirm.
know for certain to be true or not? That after your experiment, now you know. Oh, that okay. Well, either that is my prediction was correct or my prediction was wrong.
Well, you can refute or invalidate a hypothesis, right?
You can
Based
do
on
that with
what?
statistics, and it's not science.
Yeah, based on what? You don't give the standard for what you're basing it off of, Mark G. So we don't know what you're using for the standard.
The use for the
Right.
standard.
I do statistical hypothesis testing all freaking day long. It's not science.
Right. You're conflating. It's what it sounds like to me. You're conflating
No.
pseudoscience with real
It's
applicable applied science, man. That's
I
what
mean,
you're
no.
That's what you've been doing the whole
Statistical
time.
testing is used to establish that the result you're seeing is not from random chance.
That's awesome. So, experiment is the only means of knowledge at our disposal. Everything else is poetry, imagination. That's from Max Planck, Nobel Prize physicist. Now, I've posted quite a few other citations with regards to, fucking hell, what natural science is and its requirement for experimentation. For example, this is also from Richard Feynman. If it doesn't agree with experiment, it's wrong.
It's wrong.
In that simple statement is the key to science. What else have I got here? The only way things change in physics is experiment. Everything is based upon experiment. That's the only way we change our minds. That's from the professor of physics at Yale.
I've seen some of these. So I'm going to go through these. Well, did you post them? Post those links because I can explain all of them. And they're
He can explain them.
Yeah. What do you need to explain something that everybody can understand in plain English, Mark G?
Oh, because Jedi's mixing all kinds of things here and pretending they're an argument.
What do you mean he's mixing? He's just reading a citation out, brother. What is
So we're talking about the scientific
you're
method.
sounding, Mark G, but don't you sound like you're poisoning the well a little bit here? Because he didn't mix anything. He's just reading these citations out for everybody to consume, and it's up to the people who listen to think about what he's saying based on the citation. Now, what you're saying is that you're making it sound like he's deliberately doing something to confuse the audience. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I think he is, because he's using all of these to support the argument that the scientific method requires experimentation, right? And the scientific method for individual fields of study, one thing could be preferred. For example, in physics, right? Very often in physics, experiments are possible, right? Therefore, experiments are preferred in physics. They're not always possible, but they're frequently possible in physics. So experiments are preferred. I have no qualms with the idea that experiments have more explanatory power than observations. But
Great, then it's science. Wrap up your point.
That doesn't mean observations can't be, and science requires experimentation.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, but what's the standard? Who's setting the standard here, Mark? Who is making the standard for what that being the case for what science is? Because if you're setting a precedence for what the standard is, then you have to outline who is setting the standard. You can't just declare that it's so. You have to point to the source of how it becomes the reason why people think that you don't have to put things through the scientific method for natural science. So you have to make the standard available to everybody. So who made the standard be what it is? And that's where Jedi came in and gave you the understanding that no, if you're doing natural science, this is the method by which you have to use a standard for that. Now, you're saying it's not the case. Now, for you to be right in what you're saying, who set the standard for this precedence?
The standard of what the scientific method is established by scientists and through consensus, right? And originally,
right. But Mark, those are just words that we need to identify the body of people or the persona. Who has identified that standard that you say that is not what Jedi is saying, according to his citations?
The original thinking came from Karl Popper, right? He's the person who set the idea of what science is and what science is not, right? And then people
he came to those conclusions based off. He came to those conclusions based off of logic and reason.
Yes, based on David Hume's previous work. Yeah.
Right. So can you logically manipulate something by observing?
Can I logically manipulate something by observing it? No.
Right.
Right. So
there you go.
The whole point of science is to engage with the independent variable and manipulate it to see if it causes a change to the dependent variable. That's the whole point.
Right.
No,
and
it's not. That is one.
Yes,
That could be
Mark.
science, but
Yes, it is.
Mark,
Yes, it
listen,
is.
Mark.
Scientific method does
Mark,
not require
That's
that.
the scientific
Mark,
method, you clown.
Mark, the researcher has to manipulate the thing that he's willing to see a reaction in the dependent variable. So the researcher has to have his hands involved in this. It's not some mental experiment. He has to actually do something to see a reaction occur. And if he doesn't see the reaction, he tries something else. So he continuously changes the independent variable to see a change in the dependent variable until he sees the reaction that he desires within what he sees in an observation made in the physical and natural world. So this is what you're negating. And so we're saying you have to identify that that's true. If you're saying that's not true, then you will have a problem with the scientific method, in part to say that natural science is not done in that way. So is natural science done in that way, Mark, or not done in that way?
The scientific method does not require experimentation.
No.
Right, so this is going to be interesting for your atheist logic then, because, according to atheist logic, you can't prove the existence of God because there's no independent variable to manipulate.
Well, if it's a scientific method, right, then scientific, right, it must have something to do with science, and the definition of science, we're told, is the systematic study, systematic and intellectual study of the physical and natural world through observation and experiment. Not and or, not or. Includes experiment. If it's not including experiment, then it isn't natural science.
That's right.
It's
Pseudoscientists like to insert the word
Where
or
did you
in
get
place
that
of and because they want to believe that what they're doing is science so they get more grant money.
Where is that definition from?
It's just the standard Oxford University dictionary definition. I paraphrase it a little bit.
Give me an
but,
academic one, not a
verbatim.
OED.
And now, being as we're talking about the definition of words, meanings, and phrases, what do you mean by empirical observations?
That which can be measured and repeated. There's intersubjective agreement as to what they mean.
So measured and repeated empirical observations. Nothing more to that, no?
Empirical observations?
Yeah.
No, as far as I know, they're that's the definition. If you have a better one, let me know.
As far as what you meant, or what what the document meant, that was all.
They're objective, testable, repeatable, and based on observations. And I would that's a standard definition. I would go further to say that they're intersubjectively agreed upon, but that's it. That's just me.
Okay.
Subjectively.
Testing models.
I said intersubjectively, but that's more. That would be more social science than physical science.
What? I got a question for you. Very, very important question. How many intersubjective subjects does it take to equal an objective statement?
Oh, the more the better. The more the better. But I also said this is about social science, not about physical science. And we're arguing about physical science here.
No, you can't. No. This is where you're going to have the problem, because the scientific method removes personal bias. You can start talking about man and their interactions, and this is going to be bias and models and suppositions all over the place. The scientific method removes all of that, and it demonstrates that this does or doesn't cause that to happen. Stop talking about social sciences, dude. Seriously.
It doesn't. Okay. First of all, the scientific method tries to reduce it. It cannot eliminate it entirely. If you read Kuhn and other people, they talk about this. But yeah. So that's why I regret saying that, because I don't want to talk about social science.
Then you admit the evidence for God is hidden within the plausibility of bias based on the interpretive bias that already exists of the scientists, right? Thanks. I rest my case.
I'm not sure what the case was to rest it. Okay, sure.
Oh, that nobody can make a definitive claim, right, to the existence or non-existence of God based on that matrix, right?
Oh, I believe God is improvable, not provable, either way. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I'm glad to hear your beliefs. I believe you believe that.
I do believe that. I believe that God is, you cannot prove or disprove God. That is true.
Is that objectively true or intersubjectively true?
My belief is objectively true. Now, it may not reflect the actual state of affairs. There could be a God, but my belief is that I do not know, and it's not provable.
Are you certain that that's the belief you hold, or is that an illusion?
I cannot be mistaken about the beliefs I hold.
What evidence do you? What evidence? What evidence do you have for that?
I have perfect knowledge of my own beliefs. Thank you.
Really?
Absolutely.
Perfect knowledge.
Is it
possible? Yeah, that's great. That's great. Is it possible for someone to be self-deceived?
They could be mistaken, and they could be mistaken for all sorts of reasons, but they cannot be mistaken about what they're thinking at any given time.
That wasn't the question. The question was, is it possible for someone to deceive themselves?
Can you define as deceive themselves?
Yes. Intentionally weigh things in favor of a bias to make a conclusion based on that bias.
Actually, I don't.
Rather than
I do
the
not
truth.
believe hold on. I do not believe in doxastic voluntarism, right? So I don't believe in that, no.
All right.
What about a preferred cosmology for the universe that puts Earth at a special place?
No, I believe that people can be biased and be incorrect for all sorts of reasons, but I don't believe that people can actually truly deceive themselves.
Really? We see it all the time, especially with gender.
Well, but those people honestly believe it, right? They may be mistaken. They could,
They deceive themselves.
Well, no, they can be mistaken, but if you say deceive themselves, if I go through let's say I wanted to really convince myself that gravity was fake, or buoyancy for you guys was fake, and I wanted to jump out of a second-story window thinking that I'd float, I don't think I could do it.
What straw man is this you're building, dude? What the fuck's going on?
AI was asking, could I? He's the one who asked him, could you deceive yourself? And I said, I don't think I can. I don't think it's possible. That was just responding.
Maybe
to
you
his
just
question.
deceived yourself.
Yes. If you're, here's the final question. If you were an expert at deceiving yourself and did it perfectly, how would you know? I rest my case.
Yeah, or as far as I know, we're humans and we're not perfect at anything.
Right. So just for the same token, you believe you can't prove or disprove God. You can't prove or disprove to yourself that you're deceiving yourself. So I mean, I don't know why I should trust you. That's what I'm getting at.
If I was able to deceive myself with perfection, right, that I would still understand what I believed at that point, and I would know I would believe whatever I believed, right? And I would at that moment, I would not be deceiving myself.
Well, by that standard, you can't have perfect knowledge of your own belief, like you alluded to earlier.
No, I believe, but at that moment, even if at some point previously I did some, let's say I hit myself in the head with a hammer to reset all my memories, right? Because that's a way of deceiving myself, I guess. I'm just trying to think of it. Like, I hit myself in the head, erased all my memories, started over from scratch because I wanted to forget something, right? So that's a form of self-deception. At that moment, I wake up and there's a new day, and I see whatever I see. At that moment, I still believe whatever I believe, even though I guess previously I did something which caused me to believe something different. But at that moment, I'm accurately telling you what I believe, right? So that's why I was asking the definition of self-deception. I'm not sure what you mean by that.
All right. Well, how sure are you right now that you're talking on Discord on a scale of 1 to 100?
It's a 0.9 or somebody actually was Donald brought up 0.9 repeating. So I'd say it's as close as you can get to anything I'd be certain about.
All right, listen, I want to elevate that discussion. We got to use bigger words to make it sound more profound. So from now on, call it asymptotically certain.
Asymptotically certain. I could be asymptotically certain. Absolutely. That I'm not a solid. I can use other big words. I talked about doxastic voluntarism before. You can use that one. I'm sure we're killing the YouTube viewers now. It was better when Heretic was muting me every 2 seconds.
Yes,
More entertaining.
So now that we all understand, you can't make any claims about reality, and you only are here to tell us your beliefs that you believe are true. We can continue.
Oh, I can make claims about reality, sure.
Oh no, we understand you can make claims about it, right? But you can't actually prove anything about your claims in reality.
Oh, can you?
Oh yeah.
How would you do that?
Simple. I, for instance, know that you aren't certain of anything. There's my claim about reality.
That's a circular argument, but that's nice.
But a truism nonetheless, and therefore correct.
Circular arguments cannot, or they're fallacious in their nature, right?
It's not circular. It's self-evident.
Self-evident. Okay.
Yeah, it's actually a law of identity confirmation that's just said in a tautology, so it can't not be true. So it's not actually an argument. It's not, yes, but it's not an argument, is my point. So it can't be a fallacious argument because it's not an argument in the first place.
Sorry, restate what you said. I want to hear it again.
You are uncertain about reality.
I'm uncertain. But you made it. There was some type of conclusion you had from that. I would say I'm uncertain about reality. I think yes.
Yeah. So my conclusion was, from my point of view, if somebody's going to tell me that they can't be certain about anything and they can't prove anything about the nature of reality ultimately, then it's like, why should I listen? You know, I'm happy to listen to your opinions and beliefs, but when it comes to let's prove things about reality, like, you basically set yourself on the sidelines.
Yeah, but I'm asking you, if you want to claim that you have a privileged position versus me, how do you know things with certainty?
Well, that's simple. Because I have a mind.
Shit. Hey, oh man.
Who the heck?
Is your mind infallible?
No.
Well, then how do you know you're not wrong about everything?
You got me. Busted. I actually want to engage, but I'm supposed to be changing my link sway bar.
Nah, I gotta go too. It was fun.
But I can tell you for certain that after I put the new sway bar link in, it's in. It's not 99% asymptotically in. It's in.
What car are you working on?
A Titan truck.
Oh, okay. What are you doing? I mean, is the sway bar broken, or are you putting like a bigger one and a better one?
No, the links popped. In the past, I bent them. So I'm kind of stressful on my vehicle.
Yeah, it sounds like it. Well, I mean, it's are you actually using it for work or just having fun?
Both. That's where the problem comes in.
All right. Well, good luck with the sway bar. Maybe we'll talk about absolute certainty later. All right. Bye.
Well, being absolute certain can only occur in a world where absolute certainty is possible. And that can only come in a world where the hierarchy of truth is not subjective, which means objective, right? So if your entire worldview is based on intersubjective claims, then you have no matrix for truth whatsoever to speak from. My worldview doesn't have such a limitation. So while you have a self-imposed limit, I don't. And since you can't actually make any claims about reality, you can't tell me my view is wrong. So I win by default. I don't even need to have a debate. I've already won. Because your opinion of my worldview is irrelevant because it's only a intersubjective claim. So dude, there. I don't know, man. If somebody tells you that they can't make any claims about reality, I just take them at face value. Be like, yeah, I agree. Your opinion's irrelevant.
They're actually not too different from us.
Yeah, just slightly less religious, maybe.
Well, that was a nice waste of an hour and a half.
Well, no proof of the globe today.
What did you just say?
They sent their best, you know. What is boiling water? Gravity proved by gravity. Can't make it up.
Hey, the kid who just spoke, you want to do a live experiment?
Yeah.
All right, so I'll go first. Okay, so all right, I got my roll of tape. I'm going to drop my roll of tape. Okay. The expectation in my mind is that I quote unquote know it's going to hit the ground, right? Because I've had experience with tape before, right? So it's no mystery what's going to happen. So I'm going to drop my tape, hit the ground, hit the floor of my shed, actually. It didn't fly up because it's not less dense than the surrounding environment, right? So, as expected, it hit the ground. Okay. So now, you can do this with me now. Pick two objects, put them in front of you. I picked one. I don't want to pick this one because it'll break. All right, so I picked my two objects. I put them on my table. Now I want you to pick one of those objects and drop it. So I picked mine.
All right.
I dropped it.
Holy
Okay.
shit.
What was the cause? What was the cause of that object dropping?
Me letting go.
What was the cause of you letting go?
Me telling my mind to let go. Or my mind telling my hand.
Okay. What was the cause of your mind telling it to let go?
You telling me?
Okay, but me telling you, does that compel you to obey?
No, I just wanted to engage in the experiment.
Right. So me telling you is not a deterministic cause, right? Like me telling you doesn't mean it's going to happen. You could just say F yourself, bro. Right?
Right.
So I know you could figure it out with more parsing questions, but I want to submit to you that the reason why that thing moved was your will, right? Would you agree?
Yeah. At the end of the day, it comes down to my decision.
Right. So will. So the end starting point was your will, right? All the other types of motions you could do a regression back to the precedent chain, which was required, right, for the following action to occur. But it all began with your will, right? And you could even argue, well, you told me, but that began with my will. So we've just proven that the only way to have motion without an infinite chain regression is to have will in the first instance, right? So congratulations, I just proved gods exist. I rest my case, ad infinitum into the future, and ex ante into the past. Now, in case you didn't catch that, what I proved was the absolute necessity for the universe in which we live in to have any motion, that an eternal will must exist.
Yeah, there has to be a chief mover.
Exactly.
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Now, that's elegant, simple. The least amount of